SEIUWest.com.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly,
Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter, Pharmacy Technician,
Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at SEIUWest.ca.
The ball is snapped. He scans the field. He's going deep. What a play! Rider fans, make your own great play by going to riders5050.ca. You can now buy tickets for every Rider game, home or away. You can also sign up for the 50/50 Club and never miss a draw, including the weekly loyalty and early bird prizes. All proceeds support amateur football in Saskatchewan, equipping the heartland, and just maybe score a big win. Get your tickets today at riders5050.ca and go Riders! Riders 50/50 is presented by ISC.
Freeze Tolman wants you to get her done before the winter. They can save you time and hassle by delivering your building materials directly to your home or cottage. They have siding, roofing, brown-treated lumber, composite decking, aluminum railing, fencing, everything you need to finish your outdoor building projects before snow falls. Visit freezetolman.com or see them in Regina or Fort Capel. Freeze Tolman. Let's get you building.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Rider Nation, it's game day, and this is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscates.com, and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
October football at its finest. Friday night, Mosaic Stadium under the lights, or lack thereof, I suppose. It's the lights out night here in the building, and of course, Obsidian Jersey night for your Saskatchewan Roughriders, where they are looking to clinch first with a win tonight and hope for that home playoff game. Of course, Toronto Argonauts in town, who may already be eliminated from the playoffs, but here's the thing, guys are playing for jobs. They're still earning paychecks too, as the cliche goes. So the Riders not going to be coasting through this one, especially with quite a few changes and new faces on the field for the green and white. Injuries shaking up the secondary. I mean, you have some changes on offense, and Brett Lawther is back kicking, but we'll get into that and so much more over the next several hours as we get you set for that 7 o'clock kickoff here in Regina. My name is Teagan Witko. I'm joined by 3 Down Nation's Justin Dunk, and of course, Rider great and Grey Cup champ running back, Mr. Wes Cates. It's good to be back here, by the way. We are inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming right now. You can watch us at sportscage.com and our YouTube as well. Let's dive in, boys. Justin, what is standing out to you tonight? I know there's plenty to talk about.
There is so much to talk about, but I think when I look at these changes, you got to talk about the kicker, Brett Lawther, and we talked to him one-on-one exclusively. We'll have that conversation a little bit later, and then I asked Corey Mace about the decision here, and part of what's factoring in is the fact that Lawther's Canadian. Okay, if you want to put Michael Hughes on the roster, the American, you have to have some other Canadians to fill out your roster. You at least have to dress 21 Canadians on a game day. So I think that's part of the factor here with Brett Lawther getting back in, but it also seems to me, from talking to head coach Corey Mace, that it's essentially Lawther's position to lose, let's say. He's going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's been dealing with some tightness, which Lawther will detail later in that conversation. So that's what I'm watching the most in this game.
Wes, Riders looking to lock up first tonight. You've been in these high-stakes games before. What is the mentality coming in, especially when you look at a Toronto Argonauts team that, hasn't been performing like they did last season?
Yeah, for sure. You got to understand that Toronto's just really trying to play spoiler at this point. So they have a lot to play for in that aspect. These last couple of weeks of their season, they're going to just go out and try to, put a bad taste in whoever's mouth they have to get on the field against. And I think the Riders have to understand that, have to take advantage of the venue. It looks like the Riders are going to lock up a home game, right? So you got to come play well in your home stadium, get your crowd behind you, and kind of get that playoff hype going right now. Take advantage of this opportunity. Just get off to a good start. Everybody's been talking about how the Riders have struggled with their starts and just complete games. So just try to put a complete game together, try to fix some of the mistakes that you've had over the past few weeks, and just try to get to a point where, you can comfortably get into the second half of this game and just keep riding that wave.
Well, let's dive right into what's trending. It is brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire Assiniboia, proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire Assiniboia.
There's been a lot of talk about the offense, Teagan, and Trevor Harris specifically felt like the green and white left some points on the field last week in the nation's capital.
It wasn't execution stuff. It was just shooting ourselves in the foot, and that's what was disappointing. But the fact that we moved the ball, the opportunities were there, we had the plays, just we shot ourselves in the foot, whether it was penalty or mental or something silly. It wasn't really like necessarily like things we've had in the past where it's like guys taking their turn with an execution. It was just mental stuff and penalties, like I said, little things like that. And so it was kind of like shoot ourselves in the foot, something we hadn't done all year.
Trevor Harris wants to see that consistency from his offense so that they can heat up as the seasons change here and the weather gets a little colder outside, which QB1 or TH7, whatever you want to call him, actually likes. He embraces the cold.
I've always liked the colder games, the times where it's getting a little chilly and a little brisk air, and because the games do mean more. Obviously they all still count as 2 points in the win column if you win. But right now is when it's the most important time to be playing winning football, not just winning games, but playing winning football and playing championship level football. And I've won 2 Grey Cups. Both teams were 9-9, roughly 9-9, 8-9-1 one time. And the times where we've been the team that, clinched early, like in Ottawa, we made it to the Grey Cup, but we didn't win it. And so it's about getting hot at the right time. And so this is the time to get hot. And so we're very well aware of that.
You've played in a bunch of these cold weather games, and when the seasons change, do you like that because the games mean more? Do you agree with Trevor Harris?
Yeah, of course. My Ohio brethren, we love the weather. That's what Ohio's all about. And he grew up playing in it. Obviously, I think when the weather changes, that's when the mental toughness gets more important. The physical toughness gets more important. When guys have to adjust for the weather, some of the smaller guys, DBs, they don't like to run around and hitting this stuff. So when you can kind of be mentally prepared for that and be able to knock that out or put that in the back of your mind and be able to embrace the cold weather, the colder, maybe a little bit of moisture, we like that type of stuff. It just adds to the level of focus that you have to have. And I think that, those guys that play down south and stuff, they don't get to experience the weather, and it gives them trouble. So as a guy who grew up in it, playing in it, it's just something, it's just an everyday thing. So I think obviously he would have good weather or good games in bad weather.
It's worth noting Trevor Harris does have the single game playoff record with 6 touchdown passes in a postseason game that happened when he was with the Ottawa Redblacks. So apparently the stats, at least one of them, would back up Trevor Harris. Well, Trevor Harris is going to have a familiar face back in the lineup in terms of the receiving group, as there's been some shuffling there with Dante Myers out of the lineup. Of course, he had that explosive game last week in Ottawa, hit the speed burst button and ran away from 4 defensive backs on his long touchdown catch, but an ankle injury has him out of this game against the Argonauts. So that made a decision have to happen with Corey Mason, the coaching staff, between Sean Bain Jr. and Joe Robustelli.
Joe's had some more burn at the receiver position this year, and truthfully, when I look at it, I think he's still our 3rd leading receiver, which is crazy, you know what I mean, with our receiving group. And then we have Mario coming back to do the returning skills, so it just made the most sense for us at this time. Nothing from Bain, man. We love Bain, and might call on him again. So tough decisions, but good tough decisions, I think, for us as a staff.
Joe Robustelli back into the lineup, at least according to the Riders' depth chart. He'll be starting at the wide side receiver spot. Mario Alford, as Mace alluded to there, back as the returner. And Sean Bain Jr., a healthy scratch. Wes, how do you deal with that as a player coming back off an injury? You get back into the lineup, but then you get taken out and you're healthy. How do you stay ready?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, at the end of the day, you just got to understand that it's out of your control. So you just got to do everything you can do to be prepared if something were to take place. Like, obviously, just having the right demeanor at practice, doing things the right way all during the week, helping out your teammates, talking about the scheme and all that stuff, and just being involved the same way you would be if you were a starter. I mean, the only time guys get into trouble when they get set down is if their attitude changes and they don't really take it well. So, I mean, I think he's a consummate pro, and I've seen him do, philanthropic things with the league. So, obviously, he's got his head in the right place. I think working through this injury, he probably understands that with all the talent at receiver, he is going to be an odd man out. So I think just staying mentally focused and being prepared for whenever your opportunity comes is the only way you can handle it.
Absolutely. Joe Robustelli, of course, going to be back in the lineup. He was out for a little while there due to some, ratio, as we had discussed. And I'm sure we'll get to plenty more about these lineup changes over the next couple of hours. Plenty of other things to get to as well. Nick Mazurek from the Saskatchewan Roughriders is going to be popping by this set. He's going to come have a little chat with us. Toronto Argonauts and former Regina Thunder linebacker Stephen Smith also had a conversation with him. Legendary Rider receiver Jeff Fairome. We'll have to start placing our bets as to where he might be joining us from this week. Today in Rough Rider history, and of course, Rider great TSN analyst Glenn Suter also going to be swinging by. That and so much more. Coming up next, however, Marshall Ericson, University of Regina Rams running back, is going to be stopping by for a conversation. He's on the verge of breaking some pretty big records here, so we're going to dive into that. They're on their Thanksgiving bye right now. This is Countdown to Kickoff, and it's brought to you by Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience, here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This week at Two Ends Auctioneers in Indian Head will be sale number 1 of the Meyer collection from Lumsden. That includes a tremendous selection of antique furniture, antiques and collectibles, leather and upholstery sewing machines, a vintage Ms. Pac-Man that's in working condition, Zoltan, your fortune reader, and much, much more. Due to popular demand, we've added another equipment sale that's going to close on November the 18th. We're taking consignments of equipment and trucks and cars for that. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
The care your family receives in hospitals, schools, and community programs comes from SEIU West members who live in your community. We're united around something simple. When working people have what they need to do their jobs well, everyone benefits. Our conditions of work are your conditions of care. For more information, visit seiuwest.ca.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone?
I need fiber and fiber optic.
This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-way service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special, available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for the Riders Argos, 7 o'clock tonight as the CFL regular season starts to wind down. 4 games on the docket for Thanksgiving weekend, and it all starts right here. In the meantime, it is time for our homegrown segment brought to you by 2S Auctioneers online auction house. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. And our next guest, of course, is University of Regina Rams running back Marshall Ericson, coming off a playoff clinching win against Calgary right here at Mosaic Stadium last week, beating the Dinos. You just set a school record with your 9th rushing TD of the season. That is a pretty big milestone, Marshall. How do you feel about it?
I feel good. You know, it's good to get points on the board, I'd say the least. You know, I think I still need one more to break the record, but to tie it with Neil Hughes and all those guys, it's a pretty good accomplishment. I'm proud of myself. Yeah, Neil Hughes, Adrian Charles, you're in some pretty good company there, my friend. Now, you also ran for 134 yards, 26 carries in that gritty win. So how did it feel to carry the load in that game? What was kind of the mentality? You know, I think we went into that game knowing that they're a big front 7 team. You know, we had to earn those yards, and I think, you know, Mark's been really good at trusting the run game and, you know, focusing on it's been a focus of ours this year. So, you know, just kind of grinding through it, getting those 3 yards, making second down more manageable has kind of just been my mindset kind of going into it. And, you know, you can't break them all. You know, you just gotta grind away at it. And, you know, those grinding games are tough, but they make you feel good after when you win. Oh, I can only imagine. And you guys grinded it out against the Dinos to start the season as well, right? Is there a bit of a rivalry developing there? Maybe. We'll see. They're a very young, new team, so I think they have a lot of guys that will be returning, so hopefully this good matchups for years to come still. Well, you're deep into the schedule this season already, and I understand that running backs it runs in your family now, doesn't it? It does, yeah. My dad was a Rams running back, played in the 80s. My brother played as well. It's kind of a family affair.
Your dad was Colin Erickson, won a couple Canadian Bowls with the Rams back when they were in the Canadian Junior Football League, now in U Sports. But, man, let's get to the goods, okay? How cool is it for you that you get to meet your favorite running back growing up, that you started to follow when you were 6, and it's this guy? Are you just saying it because you're sitting beside Wes Cates? It might be a little because I'm just sitting.
That was a good one. So.
Now, for real, though, how did you start liking Wes Cates as a player?
Growing up, being a Riders fan, it's just the Regina football culture is just, you see who's playing, you see what they can do, and you kind of just, you know, in the yard, they're so close to home for you. You know, you can see what they're doing, and you want to kind of mimic that and focus on that, and you be that guy one day, you know?
Wes asked you, though. You were 6, but you remember him playing vividly.
I wouldn't say vividly. I was 6. But I was a big football fan when I was young too. So yeah.
Yeah, so basically what I just heard was that you got your whole style from me, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
No, but so did you grow any other sport or play any other sports?
I did.
Up?
I grew up playing hockey.
Yeah.
I played till I was about 14, at a pretty high level. But then I chose football.
Yeah, and what was the decision or the determining factor there? Like
I think I just
sport.
Yeah, love a sport. My family obviously, and I love the people in football. You know. Growing up, high school football, that whole culture behind it is just something I really gravitated towards, and yeah, that's why I chose it.
I was just sitting up here talking off air saying that Tom Collegiate used to be like one of the top rider, I guess, schools that ended up having Riders and Rams go up and play at the next level. But you're saying Miller is running the show now?
Yeah.
Is that
I would say that.
Yeah.
I think it changed from La Boldis a couple years ago to now Miller's the show. We have, I think, at some point we had 15 Miller guys kind of contributing on the Rams at a time, so something like that, yeah.
What's been the major reason for the shift there from La Boldis to Miller?
I'm not sure. I think it's all started if you know Jackson Somback, plays for the Calgary Stampeders. That kind of age group kind of set the tone for Miller, and that whole, it's just kids I've grown up with for forever. We just grew up just grinding football all the time. From all those elementary schools, and we all went to Miller together, and all this kind of grew up together in that kind of scene, I guess you could say.
We know Jackson. He's a friend of the show. He's been on here once, maybe multiple times. But what I'm most curious about is you came out as a big running back recruit from Miller, Regina guy, but were you ever pulled in a different direction to go to another university outside your hometown?
Not overly. I did have some other teams talking to me and stuff like that, but I did commit pretty early, I think in later November, so I love the Rams. I've always loved the Rams. I have my dad's old Letterman jacket in my room, his old track suits and stuff like that, and that's just something I kind of wanted to carry forward, and it means a lot for my family, and being able to have my brother and stuff always come to the games is quite special for me.
That stuff is vintage. That's like back in style. Do you wear it now?
Oh, I do. The full tracksuit, the sweatsuit.
He's got some swag, man. Just like you, Wes. He knows how it is. Marshall, your team last year was so close to getting to the Vanier Cup. If people don't know, I don't know why they wouldn't, but Regina's hosting the Vanier Cup this year, and you seemingly used that playoff run as a springboard this year, right? You're 5-1. You're right there battling with your rival, University of Saskatchewan. Lost to them by 2. Sorry to bring it up at Griffith Stadium just a few weeks ago. But why is this team developed into one that's among the elite in the country after I'll call it subpar regular season last year, but you got in the playoffs and then made some noise?
I think the main thing is that our team has learned how to win. I think that's something that is really important for teams. But I think the past couple of years we've lacked the ability to grind out those close games, and learning how to win is a hard skill to learn, but I think we've got it now, and it just helps us be able to finish games, and in those 2-point, 3-point, one score games we can come out on top of them.
You're a big part of that. I know as a former Canadian University quarterback that you got to give some love to your big boys up front. So tell us who's in front of you, paving the way. What are their nicknames, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we got Ethan Graham's back in the lineup now, but he was followed by Nate Boyd for a couple weeks. We got Will Templeton, Riley Schick, Nick Mikowski, Dozer. Who else is in there? Boyd is also playing. I love those guys. We hang out a bunch, and I wouldn't have my success without them, for sure.
Do you know who Nick Mikowski is the son of?
I was assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One Gene Mikowski.
Yeah.
You see Gene at practice or games?
I see him at games. He also coached me at Miller because I grew up with his son Ryan. He's a linebacker on the Rams too. So I've been around Gene for a while.
What was that like to be coached by Gene Mikowski? Another rider great alongside Wes Cates?
Yeah, it was really cool. I think I kind of lost some of the coolness of it because I've known him for so long. I played with Ryan and when we were in elementary school too, so in flag and all that kind of stuff. He was always my coach. He was always just this rider legend, but he's just another coach that knew what he was doing, and obviously helped develop us at a very young age.
That's unique, though, because you know him in a different way, right? A lot of people see him as the star. Gene Mikowski has won Grey Cups, been an all-CFL offensive lineman, but you actually, like, really know him. You've been in the trenches with him.
Yeah, it's cool. Even knowing Ryan and Nick and stuff, you know, like, they're just, you could tell that they're just veterans. They're pros. They're really good people and good family. And
they've been taught well.
Yeah, they've been taught very well.
Do you have a memory of something that Coach Gene or Coach Mikowski said to you that resonates still today? Do you think of anything?
I think, you know, if you know Gene, he's not the loudest guy. So, like, as a coach, he was always just kind of back there. But he always, like, you know, be patient, you know, like telling me things that are ways that the O-line's looking at it and help me kind of figure out what they're doing and what they're thinking that can help me then find a hole or read the play kind of thing.
There you go.
What's led to your breakout season this year?
I would say the O-line.
Smart answer.
You know, they've put in a lot of work, man, with Brett Jones especially and Ro Borgman. They've grinded this offseason, and you know, I will say that I've also been in the gym, been putting on weight kind of thing. I've always been kind of a smaller back, but I knew that, especially making it to the next level, I'm going to have to kind of gain weight and be able to take those hits. So that was a big focus of mine this offseason, which I think has helped me kind of gain confidence and not just trying to make big plays all the time, but, you know, running through the A-gap and getting 4 yards and being able to take that. I think that's been really huge for me this year. But besides that, just, you know, our whole team has been super close this year. We know that it takes 12 guys every play to make a play work. So, you know, our receivers blocking downfield have been massive. You can watch them all day long just grinding their butts off on sub blocks and in the box, out of the box. They do a really good job.
How much weight did you put on? Like, where was your weight after last season, and then what were you weighing in at going into this year?
I think after last season, I lost some weight. I was probably like 185, 86. I was like 202 at the start of this year. Probably lost a couple pounds since then, but yeah.
There we go. That's getting up to that Wes Cates weight.
Yeah, no, and when I was this age, I struggled to stay that size too. I think I was only, like, coming out of college, I was like 205, like maybe sniffed at 210.
Skinny Wesley.
When I was eating, I overate a little bit, but, you know, you still got that grown man strength coming. Don't worry, it'll come.
You're on the bye over the Thanksgiving weekend, so that must be kind of nice, good timing. How are you going to spend it?
With family, going to watch this Rider game. I think we have a family supper planned for Sunday or Monday. So, yeah, just with family. My brother has a little baby girl now, my niece. So I like spending my time with her.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
That's great. Well, enjoy your Thanksgiving weekend, and we sure appreciate you doing this.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Of course, that is University of Regina Rams running back Marshall Ericson joining us here live in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for kickoff. This is Countdown to Kickoff, of course. And coming up next on the show, we're going to be chatting with the one, the only, Mr. Jeff Fairome. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality.
In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes.
Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you live at the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for kickoff. Of course, you can always watch the show. Stream us online, sportscage.com, and YouTube as well. This is Countdown to Kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. The West up for grabs. Saskatchewan's depth will be tested tonight as the Argos are in town for a 7 o'clock kickoff. But let's dive in. Let's go deep with Jeff Fairome for Zipperlock Building Company and Power Lift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515. Now, Jeff, he's not in the Turks and Caicos or Alaska or I don't know, in the Maritimes. He's actually just hanging out at home, and he joins us on the line right now. Now, Jeff, everybody's been talking about it. The slow starts, the struggling offense in the back half of this season. Are you concerned at all right now with the Riders' offense?
I am a little concerned. I think you have to be. Now, we did go on the road. We did go all the way to the east, and we won the game. And we started off quick, which was nice to see. We've had some slow starts in the past. So, that was good to see a nice quick start. It's been a little lethargic after that, though. We're relying on our defense to score points, which is it's okay. That's sort of been our signature as well. But we need to score points on offense. We need to sustain a lot more drives than we have been. We need to keep Mirko off the field. We're punting way too much. Our running game is great. We're getting good protection. I understand that Harris has had a bit of a shoulder issue, which I wasn't sure about, but I was questioning his deep ball prowess going into last week. So, hopefully he's getting better. This is the time that you want to start ramping it up. You don't want to limp into the playoffs. You want to go in on a high, and he needs to start feeling a little bit more comfortable with his receivers. Now, speaking of that, Schaefer Baker looked like he was, struggling a bit. He was sort of fighting the ball. I mean, he's been out for a long time, so hopefully he's able to clear that up. He's got Robustelli back in now, so they've had some comfortable moments. So I think everyone on offense is getting healthy. Our offensive line is healthy, so there's no reason why we can't put it all together. So then we'll talk about if and when we win this game and go into the playoffs, what happens at that point. But yes, to answer your question, long-winded answer, I am a little concerned. Yes.
Jeff, I felt like the offense could have been off and running last week after you mentioned the first drive touchdown. And then on that second drive, Kean Schaefer-Baker drops a wide-open corner ball. No excuse for that. I feel like if they would go down and even get a field goal there, that, we might have been on our way to a 50-burger. That said, Trevor Hales still threw for 341 yards. But there's one play Wes and I were debating, okay? Keyshawn Johnson down the sideline, the right rail. Went up with one hand for the football. Do you remember that play, and what did you think about it? Because you got to play tiebreaker in this argument here.
Yeah, okay, I'll play tiebreaker. I always think that a receiver should go after it with two hands. Now that might be old school, but yeah, I always think that he should have dove at least for that, or stuck out two hands or something like that, because this one-handed stuff seems to be all the rage, especially in the NFL with catching with one hand. But you're always better with two.
Wes was making a bunch of excuses.
No, my argument was that it got on him quick. You know how you're running up and then, Harris gets it out of his hands quick. Then when you look up, maybe you don't find it right away. Then when you see it, it's kind of in a weird spot. So he kind of threw that hand up there to try to snag it. No?
That's a running back talking. Come on.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
He's been playing with Harris for 2 years. He's not surprised with anything right now.
That's funny.
I was saying, Jeff, that was a great hole shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I was saying that it was too tight a hole shot and he didn't expect it. Then he looked up and was like, oh, shoot, he threw it. Huh. Oh, sorry, I missed it.
I think everybody should catch everything and make it with two hands.
Jeff broke the tie. Let's talk about the defense.
Jeff would have been exposing ribs and everything. Safety would have been licking his lips. Yeah, go ahead. Go up for that, Jeff. No.
Jeff probably took some of those rib shots. Did you not, Jeff?
That's why I'm sore getting out of bed every day, guys.
Okay, let's talk about the defense, because the unit's hurt on the back end again, but this time it's Roland Milligan Jr. out. Sheldrick Redwine, a former fourth-round NFL pick, makes his first CFL start, though he did see some action last week after Milligan Jr. went down. It seems like Marcus Sayles is fighting it a little bit in terms of the injuries, but with Roland Milligan Jr. out and Redwine coming in, how do you feel about the secondary?
I'm worried. I really am. And, Sapp's been playing okay. God forbid if he gets hurt, and I'm sorry, but if Exame has to play corner, we're in big trouble. And Redwine, I don't care if you were a starter and an all-pro in the NFL. You come into Canada and play halfback, you better have some wheels, and you better have had some good reps in practice, because playing halfback in Canada is probably the most difficult position to play coming from the States. And you get these receivers are going to get on them really quick, and they've got two-way goes, three-way goes, and going deep right or left, because this field is so big. And I hope he gets accustomed to this game very, very quickly. Sayles, he's a little bit banged up. I have a feeling Sayles is playing, hurt, and only because we need him. We're really, really slow in the back end right now. Now, having said that, we were like that last week, and then we get three linebackers with 3 picks. So I can't figure out this defense. I'm still not a fan of it. They're winning games for us, but how soft we have to play in the secondary, and if we don't get pressure, it's tough to watch. But it's a bend but don't break defense, and it's working. It's Corey Mace's defense. It works. I'm not a fan of it, but that's why I'm not coaching in the CFL. So, we're hurt. I hope they can stand up, and I think what's really going to help them, again, is our linebackers playing like they did. And again, like I say every single week, we've got to get pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, Jeff, A.J. Ouellette, he's been grinding out in the ground game. That's been great. Tommy Stevens has been out. He's taken over the short yardage there. And then we see the effort play chasing down the D lineman. Now, in the same situation, I would have gave Chase too. I know you would have done the same. But just speak to the effort he's been putting in and just the leadership that comes with that.
And that's what it is. It's leadership. You know, everyone saw a great play. I don't think it can ever be understated what he did at that moment in the game, especially. He basically won the game for us. I truly believe that if Ottawa had scored that touchdown, that they were going to win that football game. And Willette, with his hustle, and he's been like that all year. You know, when he lost a lot of weight over the off season, added some speed, and he's just that type of player that leads the team by example. You don't hear him yelling and screaming. It was, I'd like to say that I would make that play if I could, Wes, but I never had a chance to do it. He had a chance to do it, and he did it. And that's what's fantastic. And the leadership, the camaraderie on this team reminds me a lot of how the Blue Jays are playing right now, and you see what they're like in the dugout. And this team have that something, that culture in the locker room that was just exemplified by what AJ did. And I don't think it can be understated. I really think we would have lost that game if he didn't make that play.
Now, Jeff, we obviously know that Tommy Stevens is out right now, and you have Conan there. You also have Jake Mayer in there, and obviously Trevor Harris as the starter. Now, if he isn't playing at 100%, which, let's be honest, this point in the season, it's rare, I think, for most guys to be playing at 100%. What's your confidence level in Jake Mayer based on what you've seen so far when he stepped in?
Oh, well, I hate saying this. I'm really not a fan of Jake Mayer. I've said that for years. When he was here in Calgary, I just wasn't a fan of his. And I think he's a great backup. And I think if something does happen to Trevor, I think that Jake can go in and manage the game. I don't want to have to rely on Jake Mayer winning a game for us. So, I hate saying it, but I don't feel that comfortable, which, it brings up something that if we win tonight, or if Calgary loses tomorrow in Hamilton, we get first place. And I'm concerned that we may be lock up first place too soon, because it's going to be a real balancing act for the final two regular season games and a bye. And do you rest Harris for 3 weeks and then throw him in? You want to peak, and it's going to be very, very, very difficult to see how this, or very difficult for the coaches to manage this team showing up first place in the West so early. Because I tell you, you want to go in on a high, and if you're limping in or playing exhibition games before you have to play the Western Final, it's going to be very difficult. So it's going to be an interesting game. I think we're going to win the game. We should win the game, but and then. When we do, and we have first place, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the then what, and what happens over the next several weeks.
Okay, looking into the crystal ball here to see what could possibly be next. We appreciate your time, as always, Jeff, and I hope you appreciate the game, or enjoy the game. Well, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, I will. I appreciate the game. I appreciate you guys, and I look forward to it. I understand we're wearing Obsidian, which is always fun, and it's a blackout. So hopefully we fill the stadium and give them a good. We need to give the fans a good win here, and as we should. And then we'll talk next week. It's going to be interesting for sure.
Are you going to be anywhere fun next week, or are you going to be enjoying from the comfort of your home again?
No, I'm not going anywhere for the next little while. When we get first place, we're thinking about going to the Western Final. It'll be my 60th birthday on the day before, so we'll see. Maybe we can get there for the Western Final, and I'll be live with you.
Could be Jeff Fairome live and in color.
Right? What? Okay, we're going to hold you to that.
I do have a face for radio, but I might show up. We'll see.
Thanks so much, Mr. Jeff Fairome.
All right, guys. Take care.
And now we toss things over to today in Rough Rider history. It's a Rider Game Day. So it's brought to you by Taco Time, pardon me. It's Rider Game Day, so buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days as well at all 5 Regina locations. This is Dave Thomas with Rob Vanstone.
Where are we going October 10th? 2009. A game against Toronto. Tried to link it, the selection for this week to the opponent. Riders 32, Toronto 22. The only 32-22 victory in Rider history. Helped the team finish first in the West Division that year. Riders ultimately got to the Grey Cup. Darian Durant threw 3 touchdown passes to Duran Walker, Chris Getzlaff, and Weston Dressler. Wes Cates, 80 yards rushing, 20-yard reception. The tough part of that game was that in the fourth quarter, Weston Dressler suffered a leg injury while making a leaping catch, and was unable to play the rest of the year. And I'll always wonder, looking at 2009, in a tight Grey Cup game, the game comes down to 1 point, what if Weston Dressler's playing in that game? You think Weston, a player of his talents, might have tipped that balance. And I was so happy when Weston got a chance in 2013 to not only be part of a Grey Cup champion, but to score the final touchdown of that game. That was the only downside of October 10th, 2009.
Of course, our very own Dave Thomas speaking with rider, historian, and journalist Rob Vanstone. Now, coming up next on the Countdown to Kickoff, Nick Mazurek, Rider Director of Partnerships, will pay us a visit. He's going to be joining us here shortly as we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Feel free to come join us, or you can follow along on live. Watch the stream, sportscage.com, and on our YouTube. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hear that? That's the sound of lost revenue. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings don't have any bolts, so you don't have to worry about water leaking and spoiling your fertilizer or grain. Plus, your valuable farm equipment will stay nice and dry. We promise that you'll get the Zipperlock building that suits your needs, with no bolts, no leaks, no BS. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist, Orderly,
Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
I still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
This week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head will be sale number 1 of the Meyer collection from Lumsden. That includes a tremendous selection of antique furniture, antiques and collectibles, leather and upholstery sewing machines, a vintage Ms. Pac-Man that's in working condition, Zoltan, your fortune reader, and much, much more. Due to popular demand, we've added another equipment sale that's going to close on November the 18th. We're taking consignments of equipment and trucks and cars for that. Check it out, 2SAuctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone? I need fiber and fiber optic. This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. It's the Scratch and Save event on now at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Scratch up to 40% off from now until September 30th. At the time of purchase, scratch and save to reveal your savings from 10% to 40% off. Woohoo! Sale applies to in-stock and special order home furnishings. Brands like Decorest, Palliser, Lazy Boy, Elran, Mako, Kingstown, Minus, and so much more. Now is the time to scratch and save. Woohoo! At Ashdown's Furniture, 38 High Street West, downtown Moose Jaw.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Ways Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Streaming, you can watch the stream on sportscage.com as well as our YouTube. And, of course, a guest joining us next. The Riders, of course, looking to clinch the West, something they haven't done since 2019. With the Argos in town with the 7 o'clock kickoff, a lot of Rider Nation going to be fired up for this one as it's the lights out night, land of the living skies. So this is the Rough Rider Community segment for Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all. Visit skseniorsmechanism.ca. Nick Mazurik, Rider Director of Partnerships, joins me now. Now, Nick, you walked up to me, and the first thing I asked how you were. You're like, I'm good. It's a Rider game day.
Oh, yeah. Happy game day.
Are you excited?
Oh, I couldn't be more excited. Yeah, it seems like it's been a little while since we hosted here, and it being such a big game and win and clinch the West is all we've been talking about, so a lot of buzz.
Yeah, absolutely. I know this place is already starting to fill up here at Mosaic Stadium with Party in the Park in full swing as well. Right as we were heading into the bye, as the Riders were heading into that bye week, a pretty substantial announcement came through in terms of the Riders' partnership with Co-op. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we always joke that even before I joined on with the club here on the whiteboard, there was always Federated Co-op and finding the most perfect kind of fit for a partnership with them. And so, we probably about a year and a half ago came up with a really good concept, and it really all just started with a cold winter day, and we looked up around the east side of the 600 level, and there's an 8-foot fence there covered in frost. And we said, man, that would be pretty cool to brand that thing. And we've had community zones in the past, and we kind of said, well, why don't we just make the biggest community zone in sport? And we haven't quite validated that yet, but we haven't found anything close to 2,000 seats. So we came up with a great concept, and Craig and I met with the leadership team, Heather and Leanne, over at Federated Co-op, and we were so excited that they really had the same values, the thoughts, and they were really focused on bringing some benefits to their members. So yeah, we came up with that together, and super excited.
And for those who maybe might not know, this community zone, what exactly does that mean for fans when they come in to buy their ticket?
100%. So it's all about accessibility, affordability, and so we were working together. We managed to come up with the ability to do a $20 ticket all in. There's about 2,000 tickets up in the 600 level of the east side of Mosaic Stadium. And for right now, it literally, we just got the pageantry up a couple days ago. And so when you go up there right now, it'll feel very much the same. There'll just be a lot more people in there. And it's really just about trying to get as many of our great fans the ability to come into the stadium. And obviously a lot of those great members of Rider Nation, but customers and members of Co-op as well. So for right now, yeah, if you go to any participating, which I think almost all of them are participating, any Co-op location in the province, they'll have a special QR code that'll take you to a promo page where you can simply go online and buy tickets, $20 all in, and first comes, first serve, and yeah, so we wanted to kick this off rather than kind of waiting to, for the new season next year, and we wanted to get it going and testing it, and then we've got this whole off season to work with them on looking at other enhancements, and we got some really great ideas that'll be great for the families.
Community, that is a big pillar for this club, this franchise. This fan base is unique in the sense that it might be the one team where CFL fans will drive the furthest to come watch their team play. So why was it important? Is that the main reason that you wanted to partner with a place like Co-op so that you could hit those rural communities?
100%, yeah. For the business they're in and the reach that they have, I always say that our partners truly, fan the flames of Rider Nation, and it's our job and duty to get as much of our brand connected with people all over our province, and quite frankly, we can't do that alone. So our corporate partners, Harvard Media, perfect example, and Co-op are they give us that ability. And so, yes, if we can have fans from all corners of the province have the ability to get a $20 ticket to one of the best shows in sport, it's a win-win-win all day long. And so, yeah, we run actually a really great program with SGI too on, giving a salute to some of our wonderful fans that drive in long ways to our games here. So, yeah, there's it's all positive, and we're so excited about it and the future of where it'll go.
In those discussions around the boardroom table when you were building this whole thing and putting it all together, how much was the talk about bringing in that next generation of Rider fans?
100%. Yeah, 100%. It can be existing fans that have been, with our club and connected to our club for decades. But, of course, it's a huge opportunity for people that maybe have never been to a game before. So the reality is, whether it's affordability or it's accessibility, whatever the reason, I think the way that we were to be able to work together to build this thing is it was something we're all really proud of, and it's really all about the next generation of fans and saluting and taking care of all of our current fans. Absolutely, yeah.
So how are ticket sales looking for this game in particular? It's the first home game where this program is in place. How are we doing?
Yeah, honestly, not bad, especially for this kind of just getting going. So I know there's over 1,000 sold, so there's still some opportunity for people to go out there. It's going to be a beautiful night. The lights out game is always incredible. So honestly, go to your local co-op, wherever that is, and it's $20 and you're in the door. So honestly, we're really happy with it, and we're going to have a lot of time to promote it and enhance it and get ready for 2026 too. And the playoff game as well. That's part of the program. $20. So make note of that. Tell your friends and visit your local co-ops.
Any limitations on those $20 tickets when we look at next season?
Next season, no. I mean, the way we built it is we set a max of 6 per purchase, and that's mainly to make sure that we've got as much reach and as much availability that we can around the province, and obviously you don't want people taking advantage and things like that. So that's really the restrictions. The spirit of the program is you got to be a co-op member. There's over 580,000 members in the province, so when we were planning this out with them, we knew that was okay. There's a lot of members out there, and it's $5 or $10 to join, a one-time fee at local co-ops, and you get dividend checks, all that good stuff. So it's that's really the only restrictions that we got. Yeah.
Lights out game. They're rocking the Obsidian jerseys tonight on the field. Nick, do you have a prediction? Are you a superstitious guy? Are you going to make a prediction?
Yeah, I just trust in Mace, trust in my friend Mark Mueller. No, I'm feeling really great, and I've been a fan since I was born, so I'm always feeling good.
Of course. Nick Mullinder, Riders Director of Partnerships. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, and high wit, high autumn. Drive home safe from the lake. I had to do it.
Oh, of course. Little shout out here. Love that. Okay. Well, again, Nick Mullinder from the Riders. Thank you very much for your time. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we're going to dive into Thoughts with JD, a little Trevor Harris talk, and a conversation with Toronto Argonauts head coach Ryan Dinwiddie. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
That's not a half bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality.
In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate tires, towing, mechanical, farm service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Roughrider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, you heard the man. We are live from Mosaic Stadium Sports Cage Lounge. You can watch the stream right now, sportscage.com, and our YouTube channel as well. This is Countdown to Kickoff, and it's for Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. Whew, all right. Well, the Riders looking for that home field advantage in the playoffs with a win over the Argos tonight. Kickoff just after 7 o'clock. Right now, we got your thoughts with JD for Taco Time. It's a Rider game day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations.
You know what, Teagan? We usually listen to Rider Nation. How we respond might be different, but there were some people in Rider Nation that were wondering, does Trevor Harris have an issue with his throwing mechanics, his throwing shoulder, perhaps what's going on with it? So we decided to ask TH7 directly, is there something that happened with your right throwing shoulder?
I feel great. It was just I took a hit early in the year, and it just kind of just lingered for a while. And Greg got some needling done. It was just shoulder stuff and just stuff that kind of lingers. Nobody's 100%. It's not anything to write home about of me grinding through some crazy thing. Shoot, I don't think there's very many people out there 100% at this point.
Trevor Harris played through a partially torn ACL last season, but he said the shoulder issue that seems to be behind him now isn't quite the same.
This isn't that, but it is. You're throwing shoulder. Sometimes it can take a little mustard off the ball. Sometimes, but it wasn't anything like limiting me to some degree. It was just one of those things, hard to get loose and kind of staying loose and kind of just monitoring it. It's feeling a ton better now. So I've been last week and this week in particular, I felt probably my best. Remember what it was? Yeah, it was one where I kind of held on to it to throw one deep over the top and got one kind of just jammed underneath. I think number 58 for BC got me. It was just an early game, but like I said, I'm good. It's not affecting performance.
That hit Harris absorbed came back in week 7. And if you want to see it live and in color, go to our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. It was Chemico Toure, number 58 for BC, that Trevor Harris referenced, that jammed that right shoulder into the turf. Now, from week 8, which was after that game, through week 15, Harris only threw for 300 yards or more one time. But the last 2 weeks, as Harris alluded to, he's felt pretty good, and he's thrown for well over 300 yards. So, Wes, when you hear this news now that Trevor Harris was dealing with a right shoulder issue and was having some needling done to it, and now it seems like it's loosened up, does that make you, in retrospect, think, hey, it did look like there was something wrong?
Especially the fact that he's telling us now that it's all behind him, and it feels pretty good. I mean, I have had plenty of injuries. I remember injuries that were like that. I remember in 2011, I sprained my foot. Was out 5 or 6 weeks, but then when I came back, it was like every other week. My foot was bugging me. It was like 1 week it would feel good, then I'd run hard on it, then it'd be sore for the next game, and then vice versa. But it's just things you have to deal with. So if you can still go out there, go through the motions, still have the strength in it, which is a big part of it, and like when you're throwing, I mean, a lot of times those 20, maybe 30 yarders feel okay, but when you really, cock back to throw 140, 50 yards downfield, that's when you might feel it. So maybe he was trying to stay away from working his arm too hard in that sense. But I'm glad to hear that he's feeling better, and you can, with the right treatment, and he's a smart guy, takes care of his body. With the right treatment, you can get over an injury during the season, but it's just a lot harder in season to do that. So thankfully he's the type of guy that takes care of himself.
It seems like the 39-year-old franchise quarterback is as close to 100% as you can be at this point in the season. We should note he has a 10-4 win-loss record this season as the Riders starter, has them in first place with the potential to clinch it today against the Toronto Argonauts. Now, something else that Rider Nation has been talking about, and Jeff Fairome as well, is all the yards that Corey Mason, his defense, gives up through the air, and specifically playing zone coverage. So we asked Ryan Dinwiddie, who has 2 Grey Cup rings on his fingers as a head coach in this league, was a former quarterback in this league as well, if that's out of the norm with what he's seen when he's breaking down defenses and putting his call sheet together for the Double Blue.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the flavor of the CFL right now. Everybody's playing zone, right? And then they'll mix it in sometimes. Normally it's like on second down and long when you're not expecting, right? They want to get you off the field. So that's kind of the flavor of the whole league right now.
People in the CFL might call you the best play caller in the Canadian Football League, and I can't believe it, but we've had fans call into the post-game show wanting Mark Mueller to be fired. Can you speak to his creativity and how unique he is as an offensive coordinator?
Yeah, no question. I mean, I'm watching some of the games and I'm calling out the play, texting to him. And they're plays we haven't ran in like 5 or 6 years, and he'll bring them out. So he's creative, and he's really he knows defense very well, and he's got great rules as far as their system. So they should be well organized, right? So I think anytime you're coaching the Saskatchewan, you're going to get some heat. You could be 11-0 and then lose the next game, and they're mad at you. But that just shows you the passion of the fan base, right? And if you're working in this environment, you got to expect it. But it's part of the job. But I think Mark's done a great job. Their play action games been outstanding.
From a quarterback perspective, I'm curious if you see any cut-ups of Trevor Harrison, where you feel his game's at.
Yeah, I watch their offense when they're in our breakdowns of other defenses, right? I think Mark's doing a great job with them. Obviously, me and Mark are good friends, shared an office in Calgary. So some of our stuff's very similar, so I always like to throw them on the film and then find, some stuff they do. I'm not afraid to steal some of their plays. I'm sure they took some of mine. But and it's great to see how different teams play each other. So Trevor's playing amazing. I mean, the ball's coming out of his hands. They're doing some play actions, and the initial read's not there. He's just flipping his hip and getting the ball out. So it's pretty impressive to see him, playing his best football this stage of his career.
Ryan Dinwiddie with praise for Corey Mason's defense, Mark Mueller, and Trevor Harris. What do you think about this talk about Corey Mace playing too much zone?
I mean, yeah, too much zone. I think it depends. Like when you're thinking about man versus zone, I think it's a little easier for quarterbacks when they see man coverage, because then you can kind of go look to your guy to win against a decent DB, or go through your reads and just say, hey, this guy's a little more open, so let me lead him, fire it to him, and get him the ball in space, or try to. When it's zones, you got to the timing, getting back in your drop, setting your feet, and being able to pick apart those windows and throw the ball at the right time. It's a little tougher, so I think, it might be a little bit of strategy trying to talk Coach Mace out of playing as much zone. I don't think too many quarterbacks like seeing a lot of zone because there's just too many things that can happen. The guy can maybe be a little out of position, make a play, or be in perfect position to make a play. And you just got to trust the quarterback to make the right reads all the way down the field, which is really tough to do. When it's one-on-one, it's a little easier to just go for your best matchups.
Let's get it straight about the defense, okay? And fellas in the back, can you bring up the defense board? Because the Saskatchewan Roughriders lead the Canadian Football League in points per game, 23.1. Defensively, these are all defensive statistics. And they lead the league in terms of offensive yards given up per game, just 347 on average per game. They lead the league against the run, just 79.5 rush yards per game. They lead the league in interceptions, playing that zone defense, because what happens in zone defense, Wes, the defensive backs have the eyes on the quarterback so they can get their hands on the football. Well, the Riders lead the league in INTs with 21. The Riders also lead the league in allowing the least amount of big offensive plays. The bend but don't break style comes into factor here, which is 32 of those this season. And then, oh, by the way, they're second in the league in sacks with 28. So when you see these statistics, doesn't it hit home even more that Corey Mace might know what he's doing a little bit on defense?
Yeah, maybe he's on to something now that we're looking at it. It's right in front of our face right now, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing, like with these zone defenses, it's kind of like you're just waiting for the offense to make a mistake. And sometimes offenses aren't, and it's going to look like you're just giving up easy throws and that sort of thing. But we saw it last week. We get the pick six, obviously some turnovers there, and that's what these zone defenses do. When you kind of sit back in zone, you're kind of saying, we're going to just wait for you to kind of not be on your perfect game. And it's tough. I mean, as an offensive player, to string together 10, 12 plays without a mistake, without a hold, without a receiver going off sides, without a drop, it's tough.
Okay, what are we going to call this defense? My best nickname, and credit our guy C-Man Productions for coming up with it. You saw it on the defense board there, but I think we should call him the Green Machine. Rider Nation, if you got something better, let us know, especially in the post-game show. Texting, call in. But I'm putting that out there right now because I started thinking about, the Denver Broncos, the Orange Crush, the Monsters of the Midway, the Chicago Bears. Like, we need some of these nicknames in the Canadian Football League, okay? So I was picturing the Green Machine I was about to swear.
The Purple People Eaters.
The Purple People Eaters,
Or for tonight, it could be the Obsidian Assassins.
Oh, that's pretty good. But I was picturing like a mean green transformer, you know what I mean? Because that defense transforms into multiple ways. They play man, they play zone, they blitz, they rush four.
They're not quite a curtain, maybe a green cloak. They're a little softer than the curtain, but they still don't let you get in the zone, right?
I feel you. But we got to get something going here with this defense because it's been nasty ranking first in all these categories.
From you, 306-936-6262 if you want to fire us a text, and of course keep that number handy for that post-game call-in show for Echo Sound. I'm looking forward to it. Despite everything that you just laid out, Justin, we're still going to have someone call or text saying that we need to fire Corey Mace. It's going to happen. I'm calling it now. I'm not a betting woman, but I could be on this one. The Riders' path to the Grey Cup could get a whole lot smoother with a W tonight with the Toronto Argonauts in town. 7 o'clock kickoff from Mosaic Stadium. That's where you will find us inside the Sports Cage Lounge. Come say hi or watch on our YouTube, sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
This week at Two-Edge Auctioneers in Indian Head will be sale number 1 of the Meyer collection from Lumsden. That includes a tremendous selection of antique furniture, antiques and collectibles, leather and upholstery sewing machines, a vintage Ms. Pac-Man that's in working condition, Zoltan, your fortune reader, and much, much more. Due to popular demand, we've added another equipment sale that's going to close on November the 18th. We're taking consignments of equipment and trucks and cars for that. Check it out, twsauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
The care your family receives in hospitals, schools, and community programs comes from SEIU West members who live in your community. We're united around something simple. When working people have what they need to do their jobs well, everyone benefits. Our conditions of work are your conditions of care. For more information, visit seiuwest.ca.
Is your diesel running a little rough? Make it right again with diesel fuel conditioner from Milligan Bio. This grown in Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's a one-of-a-kind, highly effective treatment that increases engine lubrication, cleans your injectors, and improves the fuel economy of your diesel engine, meaning you'll spend less money on maintenance and fuel. Diesel fuel conditioner from Milligan Bio. Grown in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan diesels. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone? I need fiber. And fiber optic. This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. And let me tell you something. My yard was so ugly, I had to throw pork chops on the lawn just to get the dog out there. Kind of ironic that it was Barkman Concrete landscaping products that fixed my problem. I got mine at Wood Country, natural. Paving stones, retaining wall blocks, patio blocks, pretty up your yard. Come take a gander at Barkman Concrete products from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming on our YouTube channel as well as sportscage.com. Feel free to come join us as we get you set for this 7 o'clock kickoff, Riders and Argos. It is time for the Extra Point with Justin Dunk for Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan. Now, Justin had an exclusive conversation with Toronto Argo and former Regina Thunder linebacker Stephen Smith, and he's known well around these parts, as you can imagine. So he had to bug his teammates for extra tickets to the game tonight to make sure no one was left out.
I think I got 24 tickets, so there'll be a good group. I know some of the Thunder players and some of the Thunder coaches won't be able to make it because they're practicing that night, but family and friends, I got 24 coming.
Did you have to ask your teammates with the Argos to help you out?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone gets 2, so I had to ask around, and then Chris helped me out and hooked me up with the extras.
That's a pile of tickets. Are we going to see some Stephen Smith Argos jerseys in the stands?
Not yet. I just put the order in this week, actually, so they'll be coming at the end of the season. So they'll only be in T-shirts and hoodies, but the jerseys are coming.
What's it like for you? Because I think we've talked about this. You grew up a Riders fan, but your first legitimate professional shot has come with the Toronto Argonauts, who liked you so much that they put you on the negotiation list and then signed you leading into the 2025 CFL season.
Yeah, it's just like any other football team, right? When you get there, you start falling in love with the guys and the coaches, and that's your new family and that's your new team. So even though I grew up a Rider fan, as soon as I got out there, I'm 100% Argos, and I'm 100% in on the season, and my brother's beside me.
What's it like learning from a guy who plays at a consistently high level like Wynton McManus?
It's unreal. He's a phenomenal person, a phenomenal player. He's a great coach, really, as a player too. He'll take you aside and teach you lessons. In film all the time, he's watching. Even if I'm on scout team, he's watching, and he'll make it known if I made a good play or give me coaching tips when I messed up. He's a great leader.
From being around him, can you describe how he keeps up that high level of play?
I can't describe it. It's every day. He comes in and he's full of life. He's full of energy every day for every hour. It's unlike anything I've ever really seen. He's on another level.
Corey Mace was his defensive coordinator in Toronto. You spent some time with Corey Mace in Saskatchewan. What's it going to be like to oppose Mace and the Riders on the field when you get between the lines?
Well, I dressed in week 3 when Sask was in Toronto, so I got a little bit of a taste of it. I will say the first time it was a little weird. I've never played, like growing up high school, junior, I've never played against people that I've played with. So it was a little bit different mindset. But now I feel like with some more experience and more games and everything, I'm a little bit more ready for it.
Stephen Smith joins us, the Toronto Argonauts Canadian linebacker. You mentioned junior football there. You, of course, played for the Regina Thunder, and you still keep tabs on the team. How close are you to the group?
Absolutely. I mean, I still talk to Kent Neffa, the starting linebacker there. I talk to him pretty much every day. We were talking schemes not too long ago about trying to shut down some of the opponent offense for them. Definitely still try to stay on track of it all. I think sometimes the games are a little bit laid out east for us. Like when they play Saskatoon, the game starts 7 o'clock this time. It starts 9 o'clock out there, and sometimes I'm getting ready for bed at that point, so I can get up for practice the next morning. But yeah, I try to stay on top of it as much as I can, and definitely check the score the next day. And the ones that I can watch, I try to watch.
Do you think the Thunder have what it takes to win the PFC and get a Canadian Bowl in 2025?
Absolutely. It's looking pretty open this year. I mean, they've only lost once to Saskatoon, so I think they got a really good shot, and they got a solid group of players there for sure.
Stephen, what's next for you in terms of your progression and what you want to do at the pro level?
I'm just trying to develop every day. Trying to learn from the vets. Even on special teams, there's a great group of leaders on special teams. And I'm just trying to learn every day and soak in as much as I can and keep progressing.
Do you think that you could envision yourself becoming a starting linebacker in the CFL?
I mean, obviously that's something you're shooting for, but I know that's not my role right now. So my role is special teams, and I'm trying to excel in that area right now. But if that opportunity comes, I would like to stay ready for that too.
What's it like playing special teams at the CFL level?
It's faster, for sure. That was one of the biggest jumps. It's faster paced. More aggressive, more physical, but it's fun.
Do you want it? Of course, that was Justin Dunk with Stephen Smith from the Toronto Argonauts in an exclusive conversation over at Hotel Saskatchewan. So we should probably take a quick break here, gentlemen, and we'll be back on the other side. We still have a conversation straight ahead with Mr. Glenn Suter. We also have Cates' Corner to jump into a little bit later on. This is Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality.
In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes.
Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes countdown to kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates with you. Of course, we are streaming. You can watch us at sportscage.com as well as our YouTube channel. Come see us. We're inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This, of course, the setting for the lights out game as the Riders throw on those Obsidian jerseys and take on the Toronto Argonauts. And with a W, that means that they claim the West. So looking for first place. But right now, let's chat with the guy who's followed this team closely, Glenn Suter. It's brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call them at 1-866-362-6525.
Let's look back to last week's Rider game against the Ottawa Red Blacks, where Saskatchewan kind of did what they do and let them hang around a little bit, didn't they?
Yeah, this is a habit I think they want to break when you take a look at a matchup, and every journey and every game is different, as you know. So I'm not suggesting that Ottawa is a free space and has been all season, but when you in a game have a team down and you have you're clearly the better team that night. And that's the feeling I got watching that game against Ottawa, was that the Riders from the very beginning of that game were the better team. It wasn't close and should have taken more command and control of that game, I think, as it went on. Now, full credit to a desperate team that was fighting for their playoff lives to hang around, but I think that's something that the Riders can look at. You know, you go up by 7, it's 0-0. You go up by 14, it's 0-0. Just keep on pushing and running the offense or defense like you would if it was, you know, a tie game. So, you know, I don't know if the coach will necessarily get that in their minds and address it, or I'm sure the players felt it when they were out there saying, you know what, how is it possible this is a one-possession game in the fourth quarter when we're clearly a better team than this team tonight?
Campbell Fair had the lights be a little bit too bright for him in his CFL debut, missed 2 extra points, one of them well right of the target. What would you do with a young kicker like Fair?
I would tell him, you know, it's a first opportunity that was missed, but it doesn't mean the end. What it means is you got to get back and start working on, you know, being ready and strong for one more opportunity sometime down the road, whether it's with this team or not with this team. I don't think for a second it means the end for Campbell Fair. I think that the stage that night and the stage at this point is too big. The lights are too bright right now. It looked like he was extremely nervous, and it showed with the kicks. And you just can't, you know, where we are in the season, you just can't be, you know, in that situation as a coach and asking him to just turn a switch and all of a sudden not be nervous and be ready to go. And, you know, I used to joke with when I was coaching little kids in volleyball, and I say, one of the things that I want you to think about before you do anything else is think this way. Think, I want the ball to come to me. Think of that. Say it over with me. I want the ball to come to me. I want to be in that position to make this kick to win the game. And you got to believe it and be ready for that moment, and he wasn't. So, you know, it doesn't mean the end for him. It just means that he's got some work to do to become ready for an opportunity at the pro level when the lights are on and that kick has to be made. And you know, I'm sure he'll get another opportunity somewhere down the road with this team or with a different one. But you know, he's got to stick with it, I guess, is the message.
That leads us into Week 19. The kicker decision was talked about in Rider Nation all week long, and lo and behold, the Riders go back to Brett Lauther, who told me directly that he's been dealing with some tightness in his legs, sounds like specifically his right kicking leg. How can this play out for the Riders in terms of this game against the Argos, and then considering the fact that the team brought in American Michael Hughes during the week for a possible other option at kicker?
Well, I'm sure all three probably are kicking in practice, and I'm sure they're keeping track of all of that. They're going to keep track of this tightness for Brett Lauther. But, you know, to me, you know, the option is fairly straightforward. If you're Corey Mace and Brett is showing that he is tight in his back and he's having problems just physically doing the job, then you've got to give as much playing time as you can to Michael Hughes and see what he's got and see if the stage is too big or the light's too bright for him. You know, I think he would be my next choice if it were me. And with Brett Lauther being the guy that you're our guy, you know, I'm sure they had the conversation when Campbell Fair played a game. You know, they said, get yourself right physically. We're going to take a look at the kid anyway. And we're probably coming back to you. So don't think for a second it's over. And I'm sure he's been ready for this, you know, chance to get back out there. If he's fine physically and looks great, then your guy is Brett. And you're going to ride with Brett, which is going to lead to either the great comeback of all seasons for a kicker in a playoff game, or the opposite, and I won't even bring up what the opposite could be. but Justin, I think it's a two-horse competition with, you know, they're American and Michael Hughes and Brett, with Brett being the incumbent. So, you know, obviously he's got the major edge, and as long as he feels good physically, then you go with him.
Glenn, with you being a former defensive back in this league, I believe 51 interceptions to your name, is that right?
I don't keep count, but yeah, it was 51.
There we go. I thought I needed to know if it was bang on. You look at the Riders secondary going against the Argonauts, and Sheldrick Redwine draws into the lineup. He played a little bit against the Ottawa Red Blacks after Roland Milligan Jr. was banged up, and that's how he's going to get his first CFL start, because Milligan Jr. is out with a lower body injury. Redwine, a former fourth-round pick in the NFL, made over $3 million down there, and his agent was Drew Rosenhaus, by the way, so he's a big name kind of guy. But the fact that he wants to continue playing football, to me, really stood out in my conversation with him. Glenn, what did you see from him against the Red Blacks, and how difficult is it for a rookie to come in and start at boundary halfback?
Well, it's, I think, one of the toughest positions, if not the toughest, on the defensive side of the ball for sure. To play that boundary halfback. That's where most of the quarterback's favorite receivers line up. It's the shorter side of the field, as you know, just as a former quarterback. You know that, a lot of the hot reads and things like that go to that guy. So you're going to be busy. And, I think with his pedigree and with his background and his resume, that's what opens the door for you. But now the question is, yes, you want to continue to play and you want to come up here, but are you going to continue to play with all your chips in the middle of the table? And I've seen it many times where, I think Redwine is probably past this stage mentally, but I've seen it many times where a guy comes up that's played in the NFL for a while, made a lot of money, and he comes up because he wants to keep playing, but the commitment just isn't quite there because, it's like, I got this money already. It's just hard to get to that next level. You just got to be not the next level, but that mental edge that you need to play pro football on either side of the border. And so, I think he'll get there with that. But with all of the changes combined back there, and Rivas in his second game now at safety, I thought, first of all, he did a pretty good job. But secondly, communication is going to be extremely important for that group back there. I mean, they're going to have to make sure that they know their responsibilities, they know where to be. Fortunately on the defensive side of the ball, if you've got a lot of young guys, it's just get to your drop in your zone, and then when the ball's in the air, everybody flies to it. It's different than the precision necessary on offense, as you know. So there's that. And like I said, this would be a great game for a couple of reasons for the Riders to get an early 14-point lead, and it'll do two things. It takes tons of pressure off this new secondary and these young guys back there, and it plants in the seed of the Argos that they have to start fighting mentally in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be on a beach somewhere because we're done. So you want to get that in those guys' head as quickly as you possibly can so that they don't think, hey, we can upset an 11-win team here just for fun and to have peace of mind in the off season.
Rider great TSN analyst, Mr. Glenn Suter. Now, this is Countdown to Kickoff. It's brought to you by Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Now, coming up next on the Countdown to Kickoff, we're going to be jumping into Cates' corner, so we'll get his analysis on tonight's matchup. We are live from Mosaic Stadium. We are in the Sports Cage Lounge. Come say hi. You can always watch the stream as well on YouTube as well as sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter is coming fast. Is your vehicle ready? At Karst Holdings Integra Tire in Assiniboia, they've got the winter tires you need to stay safe and in control, no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. From top brands to expert installation, they've got you covered. Plus, winter rebates on now up to $100 off. Karst Holdings Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Your road, our passion. Visit them today. Truly local.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nicksservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com. It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Ways Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone? I need fiber. And fiber optic. This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, which is starting to fill up. Of course, if you aren't able to join us, you can always watch the stream. Go to sportscage.com or our YouTube channel, and of course, you can watch all of the clips, see us here in person. It's the Riders, it's the Argos, it's kickoff just after 7 o'clock. The Riders rocking those obsidian jerseys tonight, hoping to send Rider Nation into the Thanksgiving weekend with a win and clinching first. But right now, we got to dive into Cates' Corner. It's brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina, your one-stop source for quality batteries. Check out Prairie Battery at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, Teagan, I was thinking I need to show AJ Ouellette, my fellow running back. I'm way retired, but still, I channel my inner running back through AJ right now. He's been doing some great things this season. I wanted to show him some love because he really has. After a couple of seasons of, struggling with injuries, it was big talk when we traded for him, got him here. got picked up by Coach Mace. Everybody was excited, and then he dealt with some injuries. And then here we are this season. He's top rusher in the league, and he's been doing everything for the Riders, everything that's been asked of him, right? Tommy Stevens has been out. He comes in. He's a short yardage guy, which I'm a little jealous of because I've always thought, like, what if I could, get a little short yardage, get those little easy 1 yarders. All these quarterbacks are getting these touchdowns and stuff. I'm like, I could do that. There's a little art to it. You take the snap. I think, running backs, we're used to running in between the tackles and things like that and finding space where there is none. So I think it's a great change up with Stevens being out that they actually let A.J. do that, and he's been successful with it. I don't know what's going on with the other quarterbacks, but I don't think they'd be able to run it as well as A.J. And then, obviously, we're talking about all the rushing yards. He's good out of the backfield. Got to give his old line some kudos. He's not doing it all by himself. But then we talk about the effort play he had last week. And I really wanted to talk about this because these are the type of plays that really change a team, really show the young guys, like, what type of tenacity, what type of effort, what type of, energy is going to take to succeed as a team and be able to be on that championship path and achieve your goals. So I think, you look at A.J. on that play, he's tussling with a D lineman. All of a sudden he has to react. He's got a kind of fleet-foot D end that catches the ball and takes off, and he doesn't kind of just sit there and watch. He just gives chase. And he walks him down, stops them from getting a touchdown in a very close game that obviously may have swayed the other way, as Jeff Fairome talked about. If Ottawa was able to get that into the end zone, I mean, it was pretty much might have tied it up. I can't remember exactly what the score was, but they might even took the lead with that touchdown. Long story short, A.J. did what he had to do, and I think that sends a message to the rest of the team. Do whatever is necessary to get these wins. Get out here, make those plays, and it's all about effort. It isn't about, making the big pick or having the big touchdown play. It's about blocking. It's about tackling. It's about doing what's required of you when asked upon you. And I think that A.J. set a tone that I hope that this team could carry on into the playoffs. And then I wanted to roll into some playoff talk.
Hold up. You had a play, though, like A.J. Olette, that you felt like set the tone for the team in that year.
I know.
It was 2007.
Yeah, I wasn't going to toot my own horn, but thanks, man. JD. Because I had a similar play in 2007, and it was actually early on in the season. I just got traded from Calgary Stampeders. The running backs they didn't really have a running back here. Kenton Keith had went down to the NFL and made a roster, and so the Riders were looking for a running back. I came in. I gotten put on some special teams because I was a special teams player over in Calgary, and they were working me out, like giving me splitting time a little bit at running back. But in BC, we went into BC. I think it was 4th or 5th week of the season, go into BC. BC's back-to-back champions. They had beat up on the Roughriders the season before, and I come in as the running back that's trying to, take over the starting spot. I had gotten the role for the day, ended up getting 100 yards rushing, but then it was late in the game. Ian Smart was the returner for BC. Takes a missed field goal up the opposite sideline. I'm on field goal. I'm on the backside, and I decide to give chase, effort play. Now, I hawked him. It was nice, though, JD. I opened up on the backside. Guess thought it was Usain Bolt or something out there. Was stepping on him. Got him at about the 15. Defense got the stop. We ended up going on to win that game, and I think it just gave our defense the confidence and our team in general the confidence to know that we can hang with anybody. We just went into the defending 2-time champs' house, beat them on their own turf. And a lot of it had to do with just effort plays like that one I made. So A.J. setting that example for this Rider team, I think, should go a long way into the playoffs. And then I wanted to talk about just the fact that this game means that if they can go ahead and handle business today, they can have a nice, easy stroll into the playoffs. Now, they've got to be ready. They've got to be prepared whenever that game is. Hopefully it's the Western Final here. It's looking like it's going to be that, right? But at the end of the day, I think that it's good that they go ahead and get this out the way and get some second-string guys in there. This is all about the second team. Get these guys some reps, making sure that if there is some sort of injuries in the playoffs, guys aren't just sitting there without any reps. I think that it's really important. I know Jeff Fairome was saying you don't want to sit too much, but I think with the veterans that we have on this team, going ahead and just getting this game out of the way, hopefully we can see some of these backups this game. Maybe they can go out and get this done in the first half, going into the third, and maybe see, some of these guys get on the field in the fourth quarter. Because I think that right now it's just about getting healthy, staying healthy for these last few games. The Riders have one way or another gotten the close wins, gotten some big wins, maybe dropped a couple. But at the end of the day, they've done what they needed to do, and they deserve this first place finish. So they've got to go ahead and wrap it up now and make sure that whoever needs to get the reps can, whoever needs to get some rest can. And I think it's a big situation right now today to just go ahead and knock it out, get out the way. Don't be waiting on Calgary to win. Go ahead, control your destiny, and go out there and put your foot on Toronto Argonauts next. Let them know that you're not going to play spoiler today. We're going to go ahead and start thinking about our playoff run.
Yeah, I feel like this game is a must-win for those reasons you laid out, because then you can say, Trevor Harris, you're 39 years old. You're on the bench. You ain't playing until the West Final. A.J. Ouellette, you're leading the CFL in carries currently with 222. Go ahead, take a little rest before the playoffs, Wes. But is that how you would approach it? Would you say, Trevor Harris, sit down? I'm of that mind. I think he can crank it back up. But would you rest as many of your veteran guys as possible? Because the flip side of it is, it's not like you have an entirely whole new roster sitting on the side that you could put in there. So some of these veterans are going to have to play down the stretch if you wrap up the number 1 seed.
No, you're definitely going to have to play, and I think that these vets understand the task at hand, and I think it would help them more than it would hurt them to rest. I think, some of the defensive guys aren't going to get the rest as much, but, hey, you just put a little more pressure on your backups and those guys that are on special teams. Hey, you're going to be getting some reps now in these weeks, so we're going to expect you to go down on special teams, but you're also going to get to play some reps on defense and offense and go have your fun, get you some stats. And I mean, me as a backup, I would be excited to hear that, but I think it definitely, this team, I'm not a fan of kind of breaking the rhythm, but I don't really think this team has a great rhythm right now. So I think the rest and just making sure that you're doing the work at practice. One thing about practice with veteran teams is you understand how to practice at a fast pace, and I think this team gets good work done during the week. So you can go full speed and just not tackle. You can go full speed, get a little hit in, and not really hurt your teammates. So I think that the Riders just need to focus on practicing well, getting good reps during the week, and everybody who needs rest, anybody who's tending to any type of soreness, let's find a way to try to get them some rest and relaxation. And if there's some guys, like if I was AJ and I'm maybe going for a rushing title or something like that, I might be bugging, hey, coach, I need to, I might need to stay in here so I can go ahead and lock up some things, or maybe, put some numbers where I think they need to be. But obviously understand that from a team perspective, if the coaches are saying, no, we really want you to sit down, I think he'd be okay with that. So I definitely think that this is a veteran enough team. And there's some younger guys maybe in the secondary, but they can get their work in. And I think this team can go ahead. The receivers are going to get their work as well. I think those are the two groups that really probably need to stay out there and get their work. But as far as these interior guys, the backs, quarterback, linebackers, I think they could all use a little rest.
You mentioned coaches there, and there's a wide-eyed American with the Riders now, Michael Hughes, a kicker that came in this week, and Corey Mace told us the story that he said thank you to Corey Mace, but then he said, hey, what position do you coach? He didn't know Corey Mace was the head coach. And then Corey Mace was like, well, he must be pretty good if he's still on the team after that happened. But you had a similar situation during your career. Not you yourself, but that you witnessed.
Yeah, he must be booting like 73, a couple yards farther than Campbell Fair, according to Dave Thomas. Anyway. No, but yeah, I do remember. But this is coming from a guy. This is just like Stu Ford, man. This dude that just had that type of charisma where he could just get away with stuff like this. But I remember Greg Marshall was the new head coach going in 2011. And he's in the locker room getting shown around, and Stu Ford comes in bopping like Stu Ford normally does. And I think he just kind of interjected in the conversation that was going on. Hey, man, he's like, oh, and who are you? Talking to Greg Marshall. Marshall's like, Greg Marshall, I'm the new head coach. And it's kind of like everybody, everybody's kind of like, that's Stu. You'll get to know Stu. Great athlete, funny guy, kind of walks to the beat of his own drum. We love the kid, though. Stu is like one of the best athletes to ever come through the Riders. And another hometown kid. We talk about him all the time. But there's a lot of Rider greats that grew up right here in Regina, and Stu Ford was one of them. But, luckily, I guess, Smith must be pretty charming himself, because I don't know. All right, let's just put it this way. Mace must be we all know Mace is a cool, humble guy. So thanks, Corey Mace, for not taking it personal, I guess. Probably
already
what
gave
we
him
should
a
be saying.
nickname. He was calling him Hughesy earlier this week, so he must be fine.
Hughesy. That bugs me because of Neil Hughes.
It's like a hockey
whatever.
nickname.
It's all good. It's all good.
Did you have any situations like that when you were a rookie coming to the CFL with Calgary where you're trying to get people's names sorted?
Names sorted? Not really. I don't think. Yeah, learned to know who I was talking about. Like, at least, you know what I mean, the people I was big on nicknames. I like giving people nicknames. That way I didn't really have to remember their given name or their proper name.
Shout out Canadian X.
Give him
former second-round pick Dave McCoy.
Dave
you remembered
McCoy,
his nickname, but not his real name.
Canadian X, yes. He was a beast. 6'4" receiver, Canadian. We had some injuries. He lined up over there and was looking pretty good. He hurt his knee, tore his ACL. But, I thought he was going to be a great receiver in this league. And I called him Canadian X because the X receiver is typically the American receiver spot. Close, you line up on the sideline, near side, and you're just running routes and a lot of one-on-ones, and you got to be a receiver with a lot of great routes and some command of the field. And I thought that Dave McCoy had that. So yeah, Canadian Next, it was definitely one of them.
Decoy.
Even Stu Ford, I used to call him F-150, like Ford, because everybody's favorite Ford. I didn't really, I don't know. That was between me and him.
I'm a little offended that you haven't given me a nickname yet, but we're going to blow past that.
All right, we can work on it.
Well, we're already working on the Rider D nickname. We actually got a couple of suggestions in here. If you have one, Rider Nation, we'd love to hear from you. 306-936-6262. Justin brought up we need to have a name for this group. We need to have a name for this group. And a couple of the ones that came in: Turf Monsters, Green Supreme.
Yeah.
That one's pretty good.
Green Supreme might be the front runner right now.
I don't like turf monsters because you talk about like the turf monsters sometimes
up or something.
Jump up, bite people.
Yeah, trip them up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gangrene.
I said Green Goblins. They were both hating on me, y'all.
No, I like Green Goblins, bro. What you talking about? Teagan didn't like it.
You know what? It's because we're too close to Halloween. Is that still going to hold up come November?
I think it can.
If the Riders are still playing.
Yeah. How about just the Gremlins? Gremlins are green. I don't know.
But that's not enough, I don't think.
It's got to at least be two
gotta
words
have
to be
green.
catchy.
Yeah?
All right. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
have green in it.
I mean, bonus points if it does. Bonus points if it rhymes. This one, the Green Menace.
Prairie Prowlers. No, that's probably that's a good baseball name.
Yeah. Gangrene again. Green Gobbler.
Green Gobbler? Nah, we ain't rolling with that one. Thinking turkey, maybe. That was a Thanksgiving. We're just thinking too much about the Somebody was
holidays.
hungry when they thought of that one.
If you have a suggestion, Rider Nation, again, 306-936-6262.
You know what the next natural step of this is going to be? We're going to go around asking the defensive players and Corey Mace. Perhaps they have one behind the scenes that we don't know about. Like, he's already calling Michael Hughes Hughesy. He's only been here for a few days.
Since Tuesday?
He calls Tommy Stevens Wild Thing, even though apparently Tommy Stevens doesn't like it.
I mean, if that's the name you're given, that's the name you take, right?
With all due respect, though, let's not ask Trevor Harris because he lets the computer decide nicknames. Nicknames need to be born out of something human.
There's got to be something that sparks it, inspires it. The computer? Trevor Harris picks nicknames off the computer?
Uh-huh.
That's not Ohio.
Come on.
You better let him know, bro.
Suddenly you do not claim him as your Ohio brethren anymore.
I don't know about that one. That's too
No,
much
that ain't
AI already going around, man.
Is there any back
Calm
in the
that
day
down.
for the D? Any nicknames for the D?
For the defense? I don't remember. I don't think so. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the Canadian Air Force, like, that was catchy.
Yeah.
Right? Had, like, stuff like Fantus Flakes. Didn't Darian have a food, too?
Darios.
Breakfast?
Darios.
That was, they could have.
Like, so the defense needs some respect in Rider history.
It's a soft spot for Wes because I don't think he got a cereal.
No, I didn't. I was a little salty about
What would you
that.
have called your cereal?
Cage Crunch.
Yeah,
look at that bomb.
See, who needs Chat GPT? Okay.
This guy don't even need a 20-second play clock. 1 second, he's dropping it.
Well, coming up next here, gentlemen, we got to take a break. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will be joining us live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium here. You can feel free to join us as well. If you can't make it, of course, you can stream on YouTube and sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's fall, and Prairie Battery has what you need to get going for all your equipment and vehicle needs. Prairie Battery has some of the highest CCA options available, and high-end batteries like Odyssey AGMs if you're looking for something to really handle the Saskatchewan elements. Having problems with your car battery? They'll test it for free. They have maintainers and boosters as well to get you ready for winter. So, when you want to get going, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. This week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head will be sale number 1 of the Meyer collection from Lumsden. That includes a tremendous selection of antique furniture, antiques and collectibles, leather and upholstery sewing machines, a vintage Ms. Pac-Man that's in working condition, Zoltan, your fortune reader, and much, much more. Due to popular demand, we've added another equipment sale that's going to close on November the 18th. We're taking consignments of equipment and trucks and cars for that. Check it out, 2SAuctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
And boy, it is good to be back inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Yes, we are streaming on YouTube and sportscage.com, so watch the stream or come join us here in the lounge as we get you set for kickoff. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders are already playoff bound, but far from done as they eye first place and home field with one more W with the Argos in town today. So let's get right to it and set that scene. It's brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Dave?
Well, okay, let's get right down to the brass tacks, if you will. This is the first time since 2019 the Saskatchewan Roughriders can clinch first place in the West Division. And the 11-4 Riders, I put it out to everybody, and I guess we'll go to you, Luc, first, is the Riders focus on process and outcome. And sometimes they put the outcome ahead of the process. At this point in the season, even though first place in the West is on the line, does process matter more than outcome?
Process always matters more than the outcome, especially when you're coming down to the final couple games of the year. I always say you've got to be playing your best football at this stage of the season, and quite frankly, you should be physically running over the teams that need to be ran over. I think that obviously there's a little bit of parity in the Canadian Football League. You look at the close win in Ottawa, you never apologize for a win, but it is about the process. It is about the things that you focus on during the week. It is about what you do individually as a player during the week that sets you up for the most success. And again, it's one of those deals where it's not necessarily about the opponent. What are you willing to do from this stage on to win a Grey Cup? Because at the end of the day, that's all we're really measured by is when it comes to the history. And when people look back on your team's legacy, it's did they win and how much did they win? So I think that, right now, and I get it, you always want to go 1-0. That's the mantra here. But again, the process is so important in that piece.
Justin, you talked to Ryan Dinwiddie about what the process is with the zone defense of the Roughriders and the whole, what does Mark Mueller look like as the offensive coordinator? What are you getting a feel and a sense of when it comes to the process of the Riders in approaching football games?
I think offensively, Trevor Harris said it best, that they're willing to play winning football in whatever form that takes place. But I think the Riders' offense has shown that they can commit to the run if they need to. A.J. Ouellette leads the CFL in carries with 222 yards. They have a strong play-action game, as Ryan Dinwiddie alluded to. They can hit you over the top. Trevor Harris can be a timing passer as well. So I think this team is multiple on offense, which should lead, to Luc's point, to winning football down the stretch and in the biggest games.
And I think that that's been my issue with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, if there is one. I'd love to hear a team confidently come out and say, look, man, we are going to play this brand of football. This is the team that we are. And again, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, right, Dunk? I think it was the Edmonton game. Right now is not the time to be, still figuring things out. You know who you are. Go and impress that upon an opponent right now, because when you look at all the great champions, whether it's in the Canadian Football League, whether it's in the NFL, whether it's in college football, the dominant teams know they were dominant. Right, and went out to dominate. I would really love to hear that from the Riders locker room. We're coming in to dominate this football game.
Teagan, there's two things that scare me: desperate teams and teams that have nothing to lose. In your fear factor, where do the Toronto Argonauts concern you? Because they're a team that really doesn't have a lot to lose, do they?
Well, but don't they? I mean, I feel like a couple of these guys are going to be playing for jobs next year. Certainly, I mean, they're still going to be getting paid. So at the end of the day, I think that there is still something to lose, but also knowing that you're not going to be going into the postseason. Sure, there might be, a couple of adjustments made on their end, but they're still going to want to come in and win this football game. I think they're still going to be competitive.
Oh, I completely agree with you. People have pride, right? This is one of those deals in the locker room where you say, look, man, I get that you've got the same logo on your helmet and on the front of your jersey, but it's about high time some of you guys start playing for the name on the back of your jersey. How is your family looking in on this? What are they saying about you yourself? Did you sit there? Did you just quit? Or did you go out fighting? And I think that the Argos right now, they have an opportunity to win this football game. They have a good offense. I think that you need to mix things up in front of Jarrett Daggy, but there's a fighting chance, especially, and the defense has played well, but they've yielded a ton of yards, right? And this is an offense that scores the football.
I was coming in tonight ready to talk about JD, talking Justin Dunk, but I guess the other JD has been brought up, and Jarrett Daggy. What do you see from him? Is this his opportunity to prove it or lose it?
It's going to have to be, to Teagan's point, what Luc was talking about. Like, if he wants to continue his career in the Canadian Football League, you can't be throwing 4 interceptions in a game that's going to lead directly to points. And the Hamilton Tiger Cats put up 49 on this defense a week ago. So I think you've seen some flashes from Jarrett Daggy, but it's not the best offense in terms of skill players rolling out here with the Argos, like DeMonte Coxey ain't playing. Davaris Daniels, he's not playing as well, who's a key veteran piece for this team that helped them win a Grey Cup just a year ago. And the offensive line is nowhere near as good as it was a year ago and for the last number of seasons for Toronto. I think they've gotten old very quickly, especially among the Canadians, and they've also had some key injuries too. So we're going to find out a lot about Jarrett Doege, but these games down the stretch, Doege included, but also for Tucker Horn, who's a rookie who's supposed to be slotted for some playing time, and Max Duggan, who's from TCU, that was a big-time college quarterback, took them to the national championship game, could get some reps as well. So this is going to determine if their careers continue to go further or not.
Okay, Luke, be honest. You're a defensive lineman. Put that helmet on right now. You look at the depth chart for the Toronto Argonauts. You understand they gave up 9 sacks last week. Are you licking your chops coming in or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially this defensive front, right? We've got some guys that can rush the passer in our defense. And if I'm Scoop Carney, if I'm Haba Baldonado, I look at this as an opportunity to get in there on the stat sheet. But again, I think that the important thing is that you got to do it as a unit, right? 9 sacks is an incredible amount of sacks to give up. That's never only on the offensive line, right? A lot of the times, the offensive scheme as a whole, it lets you down when you have that many sacks on your quarterback. But again, this is a defense that is attacked as a unit. I'd love to see a ton of blitzing today. Obviously you get yourself into these one-on-one situations, you got to win those.
And of course, that was your scene setter, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers. Now we're going to take a quick peek at the weather and what we're contending with. Probably some cold football tonight here, gentlemen. The weather brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Beautiful weather expected for kickoff tonight. Crystal clear skies. Temperatures will be dropping to about 15 degrees by later in the game. A little breezy. We'll continue to see south to southeast winds at 15 to 30. Maybe a few higher gusts later in the game. So it's going to stay a little breezy, but overall comfortable. Grab a light jacket or sweater or sweatshirt. You'll be good to go for the game. And if you're headed to the game, have a great time. And go Roughriders.
Of course, that was your precision weather, brought to you by Quality Tire. Now, coming up next on the Rider Nation pregame show, we're going to dive into roster changes. We're also going to take a look at the odds and get Luc's keys to success for this football team. Of course, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Toronto Argonauts, kick off just after 7 o'clock. We are streaming. You can watch the stream on our YouTube as well as sportscage.com live from Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion, available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. You can watch the stream on YouTube, on sportscage.com as well. It's Obsidian Jersey night here at Mosaic Stadium for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as the Toronto Argonauts are in town here. Building starting to fill up as well. So West is up for grabs. We already set the scene for you. Now we need to dive into more of the specifics. So let's dive into the injury report first. It's brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, providing cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand, anywhere in the province.
Well, not wearing an Obsidian jersey tonight, Teagan will be Roland Milligan Jr. He's out with a leg injury, pushed on the one-game injured list. We don't know how substantial or the length of that injury. We just know that it's a significant blow to the secondary, so we'll watch for that. Same with Shane Ray, but you look at the others on that list. In the secondary, Jackson Ford, Nelson Lacombo, Tavon Campbell, all out. But I would suggest all are getting closer, which is key.
The one guy on this entire team that I'm concerned about, and I think can really hurt this team if he's not able to go past this game, is Roland Milligan. I think Agent Zero, I'm hoping he gets healthy quickly because, man, that would be a massive loss to not just the defense but to the entire team.
And the one other of note, and again, they're all of note, but Tommy Stevens, the quarterback, still out with a knee injury. That means likely that Jack Cohn will do short yardage as he was taking reps there this week. So we'll have to watch and see if we see Jack Cohn instead of A.J. Olette.
But we're also, guys, in the point of the season where everybody's hurt. Everybody's banged up. Everybody's tight. Everybody's got something wrong with them. And that's why the teams that win the championship get revered. That's why you get rings. That's why because it's the teams that are going to battle through that tightness. It's the teams that are going to be able to battle through the bumps and the bruises that can still keep you on the field. Those are the ones that get remembered.
And that, of course, your injury report for Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. So let's talk about who is going to be in the lineup. It's brought to you by Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. At Athol Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today at notredame.ca.
Well, I can hear people pounding their dashboard right now saying, Thomas, you're not talking about Dante Myers. The 1,000-yard receiver is out for this game. He's also on the one-game injured list. That means Joe Robustelli is going to get an opportunity to come back in. I know that, Justin, you had a conversation with Coach Mace talking about the decision to put Robustelli back in at receivers. So we'll get to that in a bit. But also joining him in that receiving corps, Keyshawn Johnson, Kian Schaefer-Baker, Tommy Neal, who's playing against his former team for the first time, and Samuel Emelis. A.J. Olette, of course, the 1,000-yard rusher, is in the backfield beside Trevor Harris. Defensively up front, Carney, Johnson, Saad, and Baldonado. In the Linebacking core, you've got A.J. Allen, Jameer Thurman, and Antoine Brooks Jr. And then in the secondary, C.J. Rivas, his second consecutive start at safety. While the halfbacks are DeMarcus Fields and Sheldrick Redwine, who's going to make his first CFL start here tonight. Marcus Sales has recovered enough from the leg injury to go, while Benny Sapp will play the other corner spot this evening.
Marcus Sales, man, that's one tough SOB. I think that there's a couple guys in this locker room that you really look at and lean on in terms of if you need some motivation moving forward. Number 8's one of them.
And that, of course, is your starting lineup for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. Players on the field right now starting to get some reps in and warming up. So we should probably talk about the quarterbacks, the ones that are going to be tossing those rocks. It's brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
And for the kids listening, SOB is son of Bob, just so you're aware.
No, it ain't, kids. No, it ain't. Don't let Dave lie to you.
Trevor Harris, 10-4 as the start of this season. He's completed 82% of his passes between 0 and 9 yards. So it's almost automatic in the short game for Trevor Harris. We'll see if he can build upon his 4,000 passing yards. Of course, the 6th time in his career he's eclipsed that mark. Against the Argos back June 20th, he was 13 of 17 for 234 yards, 2 touchdowns. But he was also got the bell rung by Jordan Williams in a play that was questionable at best. Jared Dagey, of course, we've talked about him getting the start for the Argos, second start of the season. Of course, this is the 3rd year in the CFL for Dagey. The first 2 spent with Edmonton. He's completed 67% of his passes and 5 interceptions, so he'll be looking to turn that around, Teagan.
Quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. Now, Luke, we turn things over to you because we need your 3 keys for success. It's brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special. $4.95 for a Big Crunch, $7.95 for a Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations.
You know, I've taken a I've taken a different approach. I've taken, like, for the rest of the season approach here. When it comes to the 3 keys of the game, because I think they really apply now, but more importantly, they really apply when you need to look for guys or look for things to lean on that are going to create success, especially in the playoffs. Key number 1, follow the leader. You mentioned it, Dave. Trevor Harris has had a great season. There are guys like Carney, Malik Carney, who's had an outstanding season. There are guys like Marcus Sales that have been battling through. But when I'm in this locker room, when I'm looking as a young guy to figure out how to do things right, how to approach the game professionally, how to come out here, be prepared, and then go out and be a baller, the one guy I'm looking at is number 45, A.J. Ouellette. You can take the run game out of last week. The things I saw from A.J. Ouellette were toughness when it came to blocking against the blitz. That sprint to save the touchdown on that interception from the D-line embodies the exact characteristics and spirit that I want in my leaders moving forward into the playoffs. If you want to look to a guy that's going to set you up for success, not just against these Argos, but for the rest of the season, it is A.J. Ouellette. Lean on him. So follow the leader, number 45. Number 2, you got to mix up the look against Jared Dagey. I think that he's got a strong arm. One of the things that I also think, though, about Jared Dagey is that he doesn't get through his progressions right, and I don't look at him as a strong pocket passer. So if I am Coach Mace, when I say mix up the bag, I want to show him different looks. I want to show him one thing at the line of scrimmage pre-snap, and then I want to back off and turn that into something completely different post-snap, right? So the more I mix things up, the better I'm going to get in terms of creating those opportunities for turnovers that this Saskatchewan defense relies on. And that goes up front as well, right? Like, you can get there with 4, but again, show 5, rush 6, and drop the 5th guy back, right? You have to mix up the bag against a guy like Jared Dagey, and I think it'll pay massive dividends. And the 3rd key is one of those sort of transformative focuses as we head into the playoffs. It's red zone touchdowns. You have to create red zone efficiency from here on out. Start with the Argos. If you want to win a Grey Cup championship, you follow your leaders. More importantly, on offense, though, you have to score. You have to score. You cannot rely on your kickers in the fall, and especially in the Grey Cup playoffs. So there's your keys. Follow the leaders. 2, mix up the bag. And 3, make sure you're efficient in the red zone.
That is Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, brought to you by KFC. Now let's see what the odds makers are saying. It's Betting the Odds, brought to you by Daleen Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride, every season. Justin?
It's clear to a lot of people that this game looks like a mismatch, and the odds makers would agree. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders come in as 11.5-point favorites. That line has moved, too, Luke. Yesterday it was 10.5, so there's some money coming in. There's some green coming in on the Riders in this one. 50.5 is the over-under total.
Okay, let's go. Wow. This is a tough one. I'm going to be honest with you, man, because I look at an 11.5 line. I think that the Riders can absolutely blow out this team, but I look at the 11.5 line as disrespectful in professional football. I'm sorry. I think that once you get to 10, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Argos plus 11.5. I think the Riders are going to win this game. I'm not saying that, but what I do think is guys have pride and to understand, because guys know that, right? Like, if you know the line, some other guys know the line. Hey, guys, nobody's giving us a chance here. Let's go out and ball out and shut some people up. You want an example of that? Look what the New York Giants just did to the Philadelphia Eagles on Thursday Night Football, right? I'm sure there's a lot of people thinking that they were going to get blown out too, but the Giants played well. So I'm going to take the Argos at plus 11.5. As for the 50, I think I'm going to have to take the over.
Man.
Over.
Lots of points?
Yeah. I think we see some points.
I feel you.
I'm hoping, I'm hoping 35 of them come from Saskatchewan.
Trevor Harris about to dice.
Let's go.
Slice and
Let's
dice.
go.
Betting the odds for Darlene Power Sports. We do need to take a quick break here as we inch closer and closer to kick off your Saskatchewan Roughriders versus the Toronto Argonauts just after 7. We are streaming live at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel, as well, live from the lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
This fall, when it's cool outside, you'll feel cool wearing clothes from Colin O'Brien. Heading into your next meeting or a night out, you'll be filled with confidence. Donning a tailored blazer, classic dark denim, and a cozy polo, a style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Sports Cage Lounge. And if you come here, you can hang out with our Wes Cates. Look at him on the live stream. Just chilling, kicking it with the fans. Yeah, you're on TV right now, Wes. Say hi to everybody. We got you. My guy. Partying it up with Rider Nation. Argos Riders, if your Saskatchewan Roughriders win, they clinch first place in the West and the right to host the West Final. There's been a lot of talk around Rider Nation about the kickers, specifically Brett Lawther, and he is back in after dealing with some tightness that led to him being out last week with a back injury. Campbell Fair got the start at kicker, missed 2 extra points, one well wide, but Lawther well enough to go. And we talked to him about the importance of this game and locking it down to host that West Final.
In this league, it's the biggest advantage coming first place or a home win away from getting there. And, I don't even know if I'd be going this week if it wasn't that important. So that's the main thing is just trying to go out, get the win this week. We'll figure it out after that. We're just concentrating on going 1-0, but this is obviously a pretty big game for us.
How's your stroke? It looked like it was coming around, being really consistent. You just had a couple 50-plus yarders that you missed in Edmonton.
Yeah, things were kind of clicking along. Still would have liked some back there. Kind of had some stuff going on since the Montreal game. Tried to play through it. Haven't really felt right since then. But that's football. Everyone's playing through something this time of year. And, it's the joke in hockey, a long way from the heart. And trying to go out this weekend, trying to get back on track. Nothing in the past that can change. So just looking for the future, forward for it. And just trying to, get ready for the cold weather, get ready for the bigger games. And it just all starts with not trying to look too big picture, but just trying to look at still a good, hungry opponent this week in Toronto. You can't overlook anyone.
Did you take a hit or what happened?
It wasn't anything too specific. I don't want to make the old age joke, but just like a pitcher kind of using your legs so much in a season and just start to tighten up about a month ago. And usually things like that, they get better a lot quicker and you can kind of bounce back. But this has just been a little different of one. And right now, just, putting that behind me, just focusing on Friday and trying to go out and get a win.
Has it loosened up?
It's been up and down, that's for sure. Would have liked to have been out here a lot more for practice and not missing a game and stuff, but right now, probably leave most of the stuff to Mace to talk about the injuries and things like that. But I've definitely felt better, but I'll be fine to go out there.
Brett Lawther has made a career single-season low in terms of field goal percentage, 68.9% of his kicks this year, but looked pretty good the last stretch before being out the last game against Ottawa, despite missing 2 50-plus yard kicks against Edmonton. Corey Mace said he's going to have to put Brett Lawther in some better situations than just throwing him out there for those 50-plus yard field goals. And I asked Corey Mace directly, how did you make this decision to put Brett Lawther back into the lineup, considering Campbell Fair was there and also Michael Hughes, an American, has been brought in?
Gave Campbell a shot last week, and it unfortunately for him didn't go as planned. We still had Brett. We brought in Hughesy, and we let them all swing this week. And ultimately, we went with the guy that we feel gives us the best chance and allows us also to put together a roster that we feel puts us in best position to win. I know the optics of it. But Brett, man, if we can put him in good situations, and also, maybe me not throwing him out there on 55s and 57s and stuff like that. He's excellent in his kickoffs, amongst the top in the league, which helps our team as well. There's a lot of things that went into the decision, but this is how we're rolling this week, and each week we'll let him swing, and we'll see how we pan through the rest of the season.
It seems like Mace is going to go with Lawther if everything else fails, or at least it's his job to lose. But there are, as I mentioned, a couple other kickers on the roster. Michael Hughes, the newest American that has been brought in. Despite not knowing Corey Mace was the head coach, he could potentially be an option. So I asked Coach Mace directly, is this going to be a competition week in and week out in practice seemingly like it was this week, to decide who's on the roster at that kicker position going down the stretch and into the playoffs.
You have an idea of who your guy is, right? And I'll always give the luxury to not only just Brett, but anybody in those situations. But ultimately, it's a performance-based business. And everybody in the building, whether we choose somebody or not, they're part of this team. Everybody wants to see this team be successful. So we'll continue to do the way that we have, and we'll always choose the best option for the roster that week.
There you have it from head coach Corey Mace, the latest on the kicking situation that Rider Nation has been talking about seemingly all season long. Well, I'm excited. We have Dwayne Ford on set, the revered TSN color analyst, will join us next, so don't go anywhere. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Yep, I'm farming in a life jacket. Always have. You never know when you're going to need it, so I stay prepared for the worst.
Stop wearing your farm insurance like a life jacket. With Global Ag Risk Solutions, your coverage protects inputs and margin, so you can farm forward using insurance as a tool, not a flotation device. Learn more about maximizing your growing season at agrisksolutions.ca/ditch the life jacket.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
This fall, when it's cool outside, you'll feel cool wearing clothes from Colin O'Brien. Heading into your next meeting or a night out, you'll be filled with confidence. Donning a tailored blazer, classic dark denim, and a cozy polo, a style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's the lights out game at Mosaic Stadium. It's getting dark out here in Regina. Argos and Riders, lots on the line for Saskatchewan. A win could clinch first place in the West Division for the Green and White and the right to host the West Final. Right here, right now, I'm elated to have TSN's Dwayne Ford join me. He's on the call for TSN tonight as a color analyst. But Dwayne, how long has it been since you've come to Regina to call a football game?
I honestly don't remember what the last year was. I can tell you it was definitely pre-pandemic the last time I did a game here, and one of the few memories I have of that game is I remember Sarah Orleski was still with us at TSN, so it's been a little while because I know Sarah was with me on that game.
Well, we're lucky to have you out here calling the Riders game. You might have the most knowledge about the CFL that I've ever encountered.
Thank you. I
Going back to
appreciate
the
it.
history, bringing Canadian players into the league, literally, like telling the league office that these guys are Canadians, can be eligible for the CFL draft. And speaking of, Canadians and the Americans too, the Riders have a stacked receiving core, not just the 9 that they've dressed tonight, but how do you feel about this group?
The thing I love about this group is that there's so much experience, for one thing, but I mean the quality across the board that they've managed to build over the last couple of years, that, as you said, I mean, that's not just 9 receivers dressed for the game tonight, but it's 9 veteran receivers dressed for the game. And then you think about the guys that aren't, and it's Dante Myers, who's a 1,000-yard guy already this season, Sean Bain, who's had, I think, about 140 catches and 1,700 yards over the last 2 seasons, that these are the guys that they could possibly plug in for the playoffs. So a pretty dynamic group, and Trevor Harris hasn't missed a stride regardless of who's playing where.
There was a bit of a revelation from Trevor Harris that he was dealing with a right shoulder injury for a part of the season. Did you notice that about him, and have you seen him get better since?
There was a little bit of a dip for him, certainly. I think when you look at the team as a whole, obviously there was a great start to the season, a little dip for a couple weeks, and then he's had a resurgence the last couple of weeks. But you always anticipate over the course of an 18-game season for everybody, there are going to be some ups and downs, and it's sort of how you bounce back and how you do overall, obviously, that is the thing that stands out. And Trevor is a guy to me that has, when you look at his entire career, and I always talk about that class of 2012 quarterbacks, right? The guys that all came in that year, Trevor Harris, Zach Collaros, Bo Levi Mitchell, Jeremiah Masoli, all rookies in 2012. And when you look, Trevor is the one guy who, in terms of a full season, has never really had a down year at any point. So he's just been this model of consistency on the whole.
When you look at this Riders defense, from Rider Nation, there's been a lot of talk that they play too much zone and they don't like the bend but don't break. How do you view it?
I feel like they're 10-4 and in first place in their division. So not a lot of holes you can pick really with it. I mean, they've managed to get pressure a lot of the time with 4 guys doing a pretty good job up front, so that allows them to be flexible in what they do on the back end. And they have been, in terms of production, one of the best defenses in the Canadian Football League, and ultimately that's what matters.
You can see some of the highlights going on here. Antoine Brooks Jr. taking it to the house on our YouTube stream. The Riders lead the CFL with 21 interceptions on the season, got 3 last week in the win over Ottawa. I want to talk a little U Sports / CFL draft with you, because
Absolutely.
You alluded to it, and there's so much we can get into here, but I think part of the reason, as we talked about off the top, the Riders have such a deep receiving group is what they've done in the CFL draft. Kean Schaefer-Baker, for example, was a late-round pick, or I guess you could say mid-round pick, that they brought in and developed. How good has this team been? And overall, how much better have the Canadian skill positions gotten over your time playing in the league and then covering it for as long as you have?
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's one of the biggest developments, I guess, in terms of the game over the last, whether you want to call it 20 or 30 years. I always say, like, when you look at the CFL Combine and you go and see the athletes that are there, that for me, having done it for a long time, the thing that I find is that from decade to decade, there is definitely an appreciable improvement. And so you look at a team like Saskatchewan and their receiving core, that, they've done well with some high picks. And obviously a guy like Sam Emelis stands out. Justin McInnes may have run out of time here, but obviously based on his production, the leading Canadian and the receiver in the league the last couple of years, they had the pick right. He just needed a little bit more time to develop in maybe a little different situation, and that can happen for any player. But also what they've done with some later picks, and you mentioned Kean Schaefer-Baker, who you and I have talked about going back to that 2020 draft, a guy who to me was a first-round talent that somehow slipped to the 4th round I think largely because there was no combine that year. That he was a guy who was just at one of the regionals and got hurt at the regional combine, the invitational combine. And of course, Ajo last year, that some familiarity between he and Corey Mace that I think allowed Coach Mace to have a little more faith in Ajo maybe than some other teams did. And he lived up to the hype. This is a guy who was the second ranked player in the high school class, the high school recruiting class, in like 4 years earlier. The only guy ranked ahead of him was Johnson, who's now playing in the NFL with tight end. So they got that one right as well. So they've done okay in terms of the draft. And yeah, as I said, as a whole, when you look at the skill positions, obviously a Canadian leading the league in rushing last year, a Canadian leading the league in receiving last year, and a lot of guys certainly not far off of those kind of paces this year. And that's become the norm, and that's not even getting into the Nathan Rourke story.
Oh, we could talk a lot about that. The Johnson you mentioned, Theo Johnson,
Yes.
catching touchdowns for the New York Giants in the NFL. The Vanier Cup is here this year, Dwayne. There seems to be a buzz about it, and specifically in Saskatchewan. Both schools playing at a high level.
Yeah.
You got a Riders draft pick with the Huskies and Daniel Wee performing very well. We had Marshall Ericson on this program earlier. Looks like he's going to set some records with the Rams. And I thought, you've been a part of potentially the last Vanier Cup that was played in this province. Do you think that's right?
I was in Saskatoon. I'm trying to keep my years straight. Was that 2006?
The cold one, yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah. Whether it was, I remember traveling. I was working at the Score at the time, 05, 06. I think it was the 06 game that was in Saskatoon, though. Yeah, I was there for that one.
What do you remember about it?
I remember that I was very happy to be indoors in the booth with Tim McAuliffe rather than downstairs. Again, Sarah Orleski. Sarah was hosting the panel for us that day. I think Larry Haler was on the panel with her. I forget who else was there, but yeah, they were much chillier outside than we were in the booth.
Laval won 13-8 that day, but I'm sure you've noticed this over the years playing and covering the league. Like, the passion here, to me is second to none, just from a football perspective and the way that they support it.
Yeah.
And even that game, I bet you there was a lot of people at that game, even though it was, 30, 40, 50 below?
Yeah, I mean, fantastic week of events leading up. Whether it's at the CFL level, the U Sports level, CJFL level, even minor football, obviously in the province of Saskatchewan, that it's so well supported, so well operated, and, you have I suppose it would be a trickle-up effect.
That's a good way to say it. I can't let you go without getting your take on the CFL rule changes. A lot of people talking about it out here, obviously, with their passion for football.
Yeah.
We've had a bunch of people weigh in. What say you, Dwayne, for it?
I will start by saying that you and I have had many conversations over the years sometimes about the way that some things operate in the Canadian Football League. So the number one thing is that I like the thinking outside of the box, an effort to, as I call it, auditing and editing the way that we do things to make them better and to make things make sense. And there are some things that don't make sense that I could take up hours here talking to you about. But,
we've done that.
Yeah. And so, when I look at the changes to the game that are coming, one of the things is, I guess when you think about it, goalposts in the middle of the field don't really make sense. And so I'm not sure necessarily that that changing that will necessarily have the impact that's anticipated in terms of offense. But I like the thinking. I like the fact that they're thinking about it, trying to make things better, trying to make things make sense. And, so, that's the one that stands out. And I think the shortening of the end zones, the taking out the 55-yard line, those are things that they all kind of go together, right? That making the field a little bit shorter so that you still have the offense, the opportunity to still attempt field goals, that it doesn't become prohibitive, very difficult to get into field goal range. The most important thing is that I think that the elements of the Canadian identity of the CFL, what separates it from other leagues and from the many other leagues in North America that have failed head-to-head with the NFL, this is the only one that has succeeded, is because it's different. And I think the Board of Governors and the Commissioner are smart enough to recognize that. But those elements that really separate it, those things have been kept in place. And I think that's what's most important when you talk about the field being 65 yards wide, 12 players on the field, 3 downs, unlimited motion, defense being a yard off the ball, all of those things. The way the game is actually played, remains the same. And so in terms of that, I'm very positive, even if, as I say, I'm not necessarily sure some of the rules will have the desired impact, but I appreciate the line of thinking.
A measured take from Dwayne Ford. Time flies when you're having fun, man. Thanks so much. You got a broadcast to do.
Oh, yeah.
So we better let you go, man. We appreciate it.
My
the
pleasure,
one and
anytime.
only Dwayne Ford joining us live in the Sports Cage Lounge. On the other side, more goodies from the Riders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes, sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Hi, I'm Kim Breckner, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatchewan-Riversdale. Saskatchewan is an export-based province. We need all levels of government working together to end the tariffs. I've heard from so many constituents who are concerned after the Sask Party government changed its position on EV tariffs and stopped calling for them to be removed. We need to scrap the Chinese EV tariffs to protect our canola producers. Contact me at 306-230-7358.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group. B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's getting close to kickoff at Mosaic Stadium. Argos, Riders, lots at stake for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. A win and it's academic. The Riders clinch first place in the West Division and the right to host the West Final. Our producer Dave here wants me to shout out the poutine that you can see live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Some good eats at Mosaic Stadium. Come on down and join us, won't you, in the Sports Cage Lounge. Well, I don't think the Saskatchewan Roughriders defensive backs pregame meal included poutine. They're probably eating something a little bit healthier than that. But Sheldrick Redwine making his first career CFL start in the secondary at boundary halfback in place of the injured Roland Milligan Jr. So we asked Corey Mace, what's your advice for these young defensive backs like Redwine starting their first CFL game?
You got to lean on your peers in that situation. And, what I'll say is, from a studio standpoint, guys that have been, and not just the DBs, but anybody that's been thrust into position, they put in the extra time for themselves, whether it's with their teammates or their coaches. And in this situation with the DBs, that's exactly what's been going on. So communication is key, over-communicate. But ultimately, when that ball snaps, man, it's football. So run and hit something, and go get the ball.
Redwine did see some action last week after Roland Milligan Jr. left the game with a lower body injury. He was a fourth-round NFL draft pick, made over $3 million USD in the NFL, but loves football so much, wants to play it as long as he can. So I asked him, what's it like to make that transition from playing the American game to up here in the CFL on the wider field?
It's an adjustment. I want to say it's the biggest adjustment. I'd say probably the bigger adjustments would be just being disciplined on the rule changes, just the 1 yard off the ball, stuff like that. Just understanding the dynamics of the field, because I was taught just understanding the dynamics of the field. The field is wider, longer, so it, opposed from I'm here, I could get there. Now I'm here, I have to get there, so that's it.
For those listening on the radio, Redwine pointed way over to the other side of the field when he says he has to get there. He's getting used to the new dimensions in the Canadian Football League, and I think looked pretty good in his first CFL action. We'll see how he fares tonight against the Toronto Argonauts and Jarrett Daggy starting at quarterback. On the other side, you hear from the head coach, Corey Mace, with his comment, and then it's kickoff. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, waiting in the booth. But first, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to hear from head coach Corey Mace and his comment brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special. $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. We asked head coach Corey Mace how he's approaching a game in which the Riders can clinch first place in the West Division and the West Final that goes along with it.
It's cool that we're in a situation that can lead to one thing to the next, but we shared it this morning, like, we just stick to our process of trying to win each week. The rest of it kind of just takes care of itself. So, would it be really nice, obviously, I think, for our organization, our guys, and the fan base to host a Western Final? Yeah, I'm sure. But what's more important right now is going undefeated this week. And that's honestly how everybody feels, man.
Now you're set for kickoff. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder on the other side. Argos Riders, first place in the West Division on the line. This is the Saskatchewan Rough Rider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration, and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through. Walk it off, Brett. Walk it off. Riders steal one in Steeltown.
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
The lights are out at Mosaic, but it's time to crank it up. Let's go downstairs for tonight's national anthem.
Corporal Billy Gosson and Constable Charlene Garapi from the RCMP. Holding the Trinity 4 flag today is Sean Como, and holding the flag of Métis Nation is Eric McAllister. Now, please stand if you are able and remove your headwear as 620 CKRM presents today's anthem performer. Please welcome from Regina, Victoria Para. Please join Victoria as she performs our national anthem on the electric guitar.
Hello, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving weekend. Welcome inside Mosaic Stadium for a matchup between two teams that know a thing or two when it comes to eating. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right with Statsman extraordinaire John Hoffman to my left. Carter Berglund and Pat Janix are operating the ship here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, while Alan Lee is producing for the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio in Regina. The Saskatchewan Roughriders often lament and are thankful for the family atmosphere and culture built here in Saski. In 2025, the gravy on the top has been the team's ability to distance themselves from the rest of the West Division, giving them the opportunity to clinch top spot in the West with 3 weeks remaining in the regular season. However, despite an 11-4 record, Trevor Harris and the offense want to tell their detractors to get stuffed and show that they can fix the shooting themselves in the foot mistakes that they made last week in Ottawa and could have made them really look like turkeys. The whipped cream on the pumpkin pie, if you will, has been the running of 1,000-yard rusher A.J. Ouellette. His punishing and consistent runs has set up his team in this season of change and fall to keep defenses off balance. Defensively, the Riders want to show that it's a mashed potato when it comes to defensive backs. The banged-up secondary suffered another blow, losing Roland Milligan Jr. last week. The team preaches that the standard is the standard no matter who's in the lineup. The defensive backfield will be challenged to meet that standard tonight. For the Toronto Argonauts, their goose was cooked when it came to the playoffs last week after a tough loss to Hamilton. The Boatsmen's season was somewhat squashed like soft yams by injuries on both sides of the ball and the inability of QB1 Chad Kelly to get healthy. The Argos want to be like cranberries, sweet to look at, gelling down to the bottom and kind of getting in the way of the good stuff, like teams vying for playoff positions. Hopefully, this CFL Thanksgiving meal hasn't left a foul taste in anyone's mouth. So loosen your belts and get set to feast on Friday Night Football from the Heartland. We just had the Quality Tire coin toss. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Toronto has won the toss, but they've elected to receive, Luke.
Yeah, Toronto obviously wants to get their offense rolling here. It's probably the most efficient part of the team when you look at statistics. Now, statistics don't show everything, but you can't help. You can't exactly shake your head at a team that goes over 200. I think it's 91 yards a game when it comes to offensive yards. And so I think that for the Toronto Argonauts, the opportunity to maybe take the crowd out of it early gives them a fighting chance. They're in it for if you will, the long haul today. Like, it's not going to be an easy game for them. And it's because of the reasons we talked about, right? This is a team that's essentially fighting for pride, and, you're trying to put something good on film here for your agent to represent you well in the offseason. But when games get close and you're out of the playoffs already, it just, not everybody is going to buy in organically. So I think that they've got a long road ahead here today, and let's hope the Saskatchewan Roughriders jump on them early. If we manage to start this game quickly, hopefully with a turnover and a quick score, I think that'll go a long way at setting the tone for the rest of the game, Dave.
Beautiful night for football at Mosaic Stadium. 18 degrees, clear skies, wind a bit breezy out of the southeast, gusting to 36 kilometers an hour at times. The Riders wearing their obsidian jerseys tonight. We'll move from left to right in this opening quarter as we see it. Brett Lother's already got the ball on the tee, set to kick off towards Janarian Grant and Deonta McMahon, who are back to receive for the Argonauts. The opening kickoff is brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. It is lights out night tonight at Mosaic. Fans have been able to scan a QR code to allow those phones to light up and provide extra atmosphere. And again, it's a boisterous bunch as we get set for kickoff with brand new Regina Sports Hall of Fame inductee Steve Mazurek getting Rider Nation to their feet. They respond. Referee Justin McInnes has got his right arm in the air. He'll blow things in. Lother making his return to the lineup. Counts off his approach. And hang on tight, Rider Nation. Here we go. It's Friday Night Football in Saskatchewan. High kick, going to get held up in the wind. Grant will take it at his 35-yard line, near side. Makes a man miss, pushed out of bounds at the 47-yard line. Good starting field position for Jared Dagey, making just his second start of the season for the Toronto Argonauts.
Yeah, and again, with Jared Dagey, I think the Riders got to really mix up things in front of them. Pre-snap, right? Line up one way, turn it into something completely different after the snap. I think that he's not a guy that processes what he sees in front of him. I think he might get stuck on his first read, especially if you're mixing things up. And I'm not sure about his ability to navigate the pocket. All that being said, anything can happen on any given CFL Saturday.
45,
Friday in this case.
45-yard kickoff. Luke, 12 on the return. Handoff on first down to Spencer Brown. His first carry of the year is going to be for a negative as the Riders get back there in a hurry. Haba Baldonado with the tackle in the backfield.
Yeah, this is a Argonaut offensive line that really struggled last game. Here, they're just in too much of a hurry to get to the second-level linebackers. You see a initial block up front, and then fullback and the lineman go directly up and try to block the linebackers, completely forgetting about the defensive front. Haba Baldonado is the benefactor.
Second down and 12 for the Argos after a loss of 2. The ball spotted back at their 44-yard line. Wearing their white jerseys with blue pants, here comes the rush from the Riders. Deggy dops it off underneath. That ball complete up to the 50 and going to be a couple of yards shy is Jake Herslow at 49-yard receptions coming in. And that one's going to be a gain of about 8 or 9. It'll be close, but still a long third down coming up.
Again, you talk about the Argos. Obviously, Jay Kerslow comes into to be one of the guys that you especially need to be wary of. And you see it right away, Dave. You see the Saskatchewan Roughriders lining up 5 in front and then blitz an extra 2 late in order to switch things up in front of Deggy.
Third and a long 2, Moose Creek Red Angus Gamble. Deggy with a hard count trying to draw the Riders offside. Can't. There's 6 on the play clock. Signals for the receivers to go in motion again. It's a stutter motion. They'll stop, and the Argos are going to be penalized for time count as they can't draw the Riders offside. Great mental fortitude by Saskatchewan to stay onside. 2 and out for the Argo offense.
Yeah, you'll hear the coaches on the sideline in these situations always yelling, hold your water, hold your water. And obviously it's an ask from the coaches just to remind people that they are trying to get you offside. Let's not bite. If they want to go for it, let's stop them. But in this case, obviously, they're not going for it.
John Haggerty on with a staggering 50.6-yard average this season. He'll punt it away for the Argos with the wind at his back. Mario Alford, who's back in the lineup tonight, awaits this back at his 10 for Ibarasa and Sons.
Alford making his return, taking the place of Sean Bain.
Haggerty had some pressure, but gets a high spiraling kick away. That's going to bounce down to the 2-yard line. Alford watches, trickles into the end zone. No measurable return. He'll give up a knee. And the Rouge comes into play on the first scoring point of the football game. Toronto out in front, a minute 56 in. Trevor Harris and the Rider offense going to come right back out and take the ball at their own 40.
It looked like we were headed to break. I don't think we are. So let's talk about some of the things that might make the Argos, or excuse me, the Riders successful here. And the recipe's the same. Have great success running the football, set everything up from that point on. And as I mentioned earlier, A.J. Ouellette, man, if there's one guy in the locker room guys want to follow, it's number 45.
74-yard punt single for John Haggerty. 1st and 10 for the Riders at their 40, far side hash. Harris to pass, first down, near side. That ball complete to A.J. Ouellette. He'll get up near the 43-yard line for a gain of about 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 7, Saskatchewan.
That's a good recovery here by number 6, Brandon Dozier. Brandon Dozier sees A.J. Ouellette, who he's responsible for in this man scheme, break into the flats. And because of where A.J. started, Brandon Dozier was already behind the 8 ball when it come to coverage. And the ability to close the gap and hold A.J. to only 4 yards there was an impressive tackle. 2nd and 6.
5 receiver set, Saskatchewan. 3 to this near side. Now moving in motion is the former Argo, Tommy Neal, to the far side. Harris is in the gun, back to pass. Looks to that far side, slings it underneath. That ball complete to the 50, 55, down to Toronto's 45. Still going to the 40, 30, 25, down to the 20, spun down to the 15-yard line. Samuel Emelis, big Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Wow, this is just Samuel Emelis doing work as a crosser from left to right about 6 yards deep, and then using that speed that he's not necessarily known for, but puts it on display here. Breaks a couple pathetic tackle attempts and gets the Riders all the way down to the Argos 16. That's a really nice explosive play. And this is the thing we talked about, Dave, right? Starting quickly.
How about them yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game, the place where friends meet. 1st and 10, Riders at the 16, a pitch near side to A.J. Ouellette. Carries it across the 15, down near the 11 for a gain of almost 5.
Not something you typically see from the Riders, just pitching it to A.J. and getting him an opportunity to get to the edge quickly. It's more of a between the tackles guy. Here he gets a pulling assistance from Yoshi, number 52, Jamarcus Hardrick. Cuts inside that. Only manages about 4 yards, 2nd and 6. And we talked about it, Dave. If you want to be successful moving into the playoffs, especially in the Grey Cup, you got to be able to score in the red zone. So this is one of our 3 keys here, is create some red zone efficiency. They got to come out with a touchdown here.
2nd down and 6. Inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone. Pass inside, caught to the 5, reaching to the end zone. Touchdown, Riders! Saskatchewan scores first, and welcome back to the lineup, Joe Robustelli, his 3rd touchdown reception of the season.
Robustelli's the outside receiver in a bunch to Trevor Harris's right. And all he does is he runs a quick little 3-yard slant and runs underneath both receivers that he's in the trips formation with. Harris gets it, and one of the things we've seen now 3 times from the Argos is a broken tackle attempt, and it gets Robustelli in the end zone to start Saskatchewan off the right way.
Riders going to go for 2 as they're going into the wind here in towards Pill Country, and with a southeast wind, it's a tough kick, and Riders going to go for 2. Harris is in the gun. Riders 1 for 1 now in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone. Lots of motion in behind him. Harris as he's back to pass. Looks to the near side, pumps once, now throws it back in the end zone. Dropped. Wide open receiver, absolute drop at the back of the end zone, and Robustelli can't believe it. He was wide open. His teammates right there to pat him on the toque, but it's not going to count. Riders lead 6-1 after a touchdown from Robustelli that he can't convert on. 10:08 to go in the opening quarter. We take a break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first. Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Rider Touchdown Drive brought to you by Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 4 plays for the Riders. A drive that started on their own 40-yard line would take them 70 yards, including that 50-yard reception by Samuel Emelis that got the Riders set up in the red zone. The drive culminates with a 16-yard touchdown reception from Joe Robustelli. It's 6-1 Riders with 10:08 to go in the opening quarter.
About as easy as it gets in terms of a first drive. And again, when we talk about some of the things that we want to do, not just in this game, but moving forward into the playoffs, obviously finishing in the red zone with a touchdown is where all the successful and the Grey Cup winners are going to be efficient with.
So the Riders, Brett Lother, will kick off for the second time. Again, the Riders 1 for 1 in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Lother gets to the ball, and this one he's going to again put it up high in the air. It's going to get caught in the wind, fielded by the upback, but it's on the turf. Trying to find it are the Riders. Still can't come up with it, and finally brought down at the 45-yard line of the Argos after the ball took a couple of weird bounces, and the alert upback for the Argos on that kickoff return team able to hop on it at his own 45-yard line.
Yeah, it just ricocheted off the fullback that tried to catch the ball initially, and then it hit one of our guys and bounced right back into the hands of the upback for the Toronto Argonauts, and I mean, they avoid a scare.
38-yard kickoff, 3 on the return. Argo ball when we come back. 10:03 to go in the opening quarter. The Riders lead 6-1. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
More power, more output, more comfort. The Fendt Ideal Combine is ready to roll on your farm. The most innovative and modern combine on the market, the Fendt Ideal Combine has exceptional efficiency backed by the industry's best warranty. An unbelievably comfortable cab. The Fendt Ideal Combine is ahead of the game and the best in the game. The Fendt Ideal Combine is ready to roll on your farm. See for yourself at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium. Steffes Auctioneers selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. We love hearing from you, Saskatchewan. On the B&A Petroleum text line, the number is 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. 936-6262, that text line number for B&A Petroleum. First and 10 for the Argos. Going to hand the ball off to McMahon. He'll get through the line up across the 45, near the 48-yard line for a gain of 2. It'll be second and long again for the Argonauts, and that was Spencer Brown, pardon me, on the carry.
Large gap opens up right between the left guard and center. Fortunately, Jameer Thurman and crew were there to stop that. 2nd and 7.
Ball on the Argos, 49-yard line, far side hash. The Argos with the wind at their back here in the opening quarter, trail 6-1.
Last time we saw a little bit of a...
Diggy in the gun, takes a clean snap, back to pass, has time, here comes the rush, flag flies as he drops it off underneath the Herslow. He's got it into first down territory to the Riders' 50, but we're going to have to await this penalty flag.
It looks like a holding call here. I didn't see it at first, but the Argos, I think, know that they're guilty because they're already walking backwards.
The guilty conscience kicks in right away. We'll get to Justin McInnes for the call in just a moment as he confirms downfield.
I was going to say, the last 2nd and 7 plus situation the Argos were in.
Toronto, number 51.
So not a holding call.
It remains second down.
Just got the hands up too high and then decided to grab whatever they could. And again, it was one of those deals we were wondering if they were going to mix it up in front of Deggy. Here, 2nd and 22. May as well be 2nd and Saskatoon. You can just play a long or deep zone here and just tackle down on anything. Leave the defensive front alone and let them rush.
Only 4 down for the Riders. Pass near side, that's complete to the flat and room to run up across the 45 to the 50. Finally dragged down to the Argonauts' 51-yard line is the receiver on this near side, Mittal. But it'll be well shy of the first down, and here comes John Haggerty to punt for the second time tonight.
Haggerty unleashed one the last time, which got the Argos their only points of the competition. They wouldn't mind a repeat of that.
Well, I don't think they want to score a point at a time. I think they'd rather have the ball pinned back.
Yeah, I think they'd rather just continue their offensive possession.
So Haggerty will wait this kick back at his 36-yard line. The Ibarassa and Sons punt return. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarassa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at ibarassa.com. It's Mario Alford awaiting at a high end over ender that Haggerty gets away. It's short. Alford comes up, fields it on a bounce, dives on it at the 19-yard line. Can't believe that there's no yards flags out on the play. It'll be Rider ball with a long field ahead. 8:07 to go. Saskatchewan in front, 6-1. Rider ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we will improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down, so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party caucus.
The new Case IH Steiger 715 offers power with purpose. Tackle rough terrain and any field challenges with the new Case IH Steiger 715 tractor. With an impressive 778 horsepower, new hood design, enhanced lighting, improved visibility, and hands-free steering you've come to rely on. See your local Redhead Equipment dealer for details. redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
8:07 to go in the opening quarter. Let's head downstairs. Teagan Witko is standing by on the sidelines. Her reports for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids.
Of course, there were some changes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders lineup heading into this game, and a new face on the Riders secondary tonight, Sheldrick Redwine. He's new to the Canadian game, but not new to football. The former fourth-round NFL draft pick joined the Riders after a 34-game NFL career, made 77 tackles, a sack, and even one interception he made off Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger. And yes, he still has that game ball proudly displayed at home, but now he sets his sights on a different trophy with the Riders. But first, they need to clinch that first-place spot tonight.
Hey, thanks, Teagan. Then again, who hasn't caught a pass from Roethlisberger? No, I'm kidding. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette on first down as it's Rider ball from their 19. Argos do a nice job of swarming to the ball. Even their safety, Derek Sluka, gets in on that group tackle. It'll be a gain of maybe a yard, possibly two for Ouellette on first down.
Yeah, number 94, Andrew Chatfield for the Toronto Argonauts, does a great job of him just collapsing down the line when he sees the action going away from him. He gets underneath the initial block and in on the tackle. It's a phenomenal play.
Second down and long, Saskatchewan, 7:34 to go in the opening quarter. Again, the wind in the Riders' face in this opening stanza. 6-1 they lead. 5 receivers set for Harris, who's in the gun. A.J. Ouellette stands to his left. 3 receivers in motion near side. Toronto shows blitz. Harris reads it, throws it over the middle, and it's batted away. Sluka able to step in front of the intended target, which would have been a first down, but Neal couldn't hang on, and it's a kicking situation for the Riders.
Yeah, Toronto almost jumps offside here, but one of the things that it does do is it obviously tips off the pressure coming for Trevor Harris. He gets rid of it on time, and it was a good throw, just unable to make the catch amidst the coverage of Derek Sluka.
So Jesse Murko, playing in his 3rd Canadian Football League game, will have to boot this one into the wind, a 46.9-yard average in those 3 games. He waits back at his 7th. Clean snap from Hughes, and this is kind of a sidewinding kick that Janarian Grant is going to watch bounce out of bounds just on his side of center, so like no return, and that was a bit of a wobbler into the breeze, but the job got done, no return.
Yeah, well, no return, but I mean, the Argos are going to get this on the 54. Again, that looked like I kicked it out there.
35-yard punt, nothing on the return for Janarian
35,
Grant.
Never mind. I could have kicked at least 45.
Get out of town. We may have a challenge at a park near you. 1st and 10 for Jared Daggy and the Toronto Argonauts, still looking for their initial first down of the ball game. 2 2-and-outs to start. Backfield empties for Daggy, who rolls to his right on the far side of the field. Steps up, throws it far side, complete into traffic. Ball squirts loose at the end. Nice job by the Riders to get there in front of the intended receiver on the far side, and Dijon Brissett. It was DeMarcus Fields that knocked it away. It's 2nd down.
A really good job here from C.J. Rivas Fields, just getting the football out. I liked the approach here from the Argos, rolling Seth Deggy out. He is an athletic quarterback. The problem is with Seth Deggy, if you roll him out, there's only going to be a couple guys he's going to be able to look for. It's essentially forcing his reads to go from like 4 to 5 down to 2.
2nd and 10 for the Argonauts. 6.5 to go in the opening quarter. Riders in front, 6-1. Deggy back to pass, looking, gonna fire it over the middle. That ball complete, caught near the first down stick by Jake Herslow. The spot looks like it'll be good for the first down of the game for the Argos.
They're gonna give him a forward progress on it, where he catches the football and then obviously gets tackled 2 yards in front, but still a good pass from Deggy here. Outside the pocket, eyes downfield. He passes up a shorter route that might have had to work harder for the first down in order to get it to Herslow.
1st and 10, Toronto now at the Saskatchewan 46-yard line. 4 receivers to the far side of the field. They go in motion. Nobody flinches for the Riders with 4 down linemen. Now they'll add a 5th and a 6th. Handoff in the backfield, trying to find room. Nothing doing. Spencer Brown gets wrapped up and forced back all the way to his 50-yard line. It's going to be a loss of a couple. Benoit Marion flexing at the end of the play.
Yeah, the Riders had 5 on the line of scrimmage here and then added 2 more. So ideally, you would have audibled out of this and gone to something different, knowing it was a run, and you were kind of outmanned at the line of scrimmage. The Riders have played the run exceptionally well this year. 2nd and 11.
5 minutes and counting to go in the first quarter. Ball on the Saskatchewan 47 of this second and long play for the Argonauts. 5 receivers set, 3 to the far side. Riders rush 4. Deggy back to pass, almost intercepted. Oh my, stepping right in front of the ball and reading the mail was Jameer Thurman. Just couldn't squeeze it once it hit the 6 on his chest. Incomplete. Here comes the kick team and Liam Haralahu for the Toronto Argonauts.
Well, the pocket's breaking down in front of Deggy, and he rushes this throw. It's not a throw he should make at all. He was glued to his receivers. He didn't come off. His eyes didn't come off Brissett the entire way here. And the Argos end up going for a long, what is this going to be, 54-yarder.
With the wind at his back for Liam Haralahu, who leads the league with 9 field goals of 50-plus yards. It's the second most in a single season ever, too short of the record of 11. He'll try to get to 10 now as he'll respot that tee. He added to the 53, but you're right, Luke. He put it back now to the 54. Again, wind-aided attempt for Haralahu, who's kicked the 56-yarder this year against the Saskatchewan Roughriders back in week 3. Clean snap, good hold, driving kick right down the pipe. 6-4. The Saskatchewan Roughriders lead with 4:42 to go in the opening quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Luc Mullinder back inside Mosaic Stadium for Friday Night Football, 6-4. The Saskatchewan Roughriders leading the Toronto Argonauts. Riders about to go out for their 3rd possession of the football game thus far. The first one netted themselves a nice 16-yard touchdown reception from Joe Robustelli. The second was a 2-and-out, and the Riders talked about shooting themselves in the foot last week. It kind of started with the 2-point convert that was dropped by Robustelli, and then a chance to convert on second down that was incomplete to Tommy Neal.
Yeah, the Tommy Neal ball was played really well, so you got to give the Argos credit there. The 2-point conversion was crazy. That should not have been a drop whatsoever. That was about as clean as it could have been.
5 plays for Toronto.
You don't even get open that open in practice when you run those.
First down and 10 for the Riders. Now they scrimmage at their 40-yard line. Hand the ball off to Ouellette. Cuts left immediately after the handoff. Tries to get around the tackle. Not a lot of room there. Out across the 40, maybe the 43-yard line. Tough running again for A.J. Ouellette and the 1,000-yard rusher.
Yeah, and again, it's these runs from A.J. Ouellette. They don't make the highlight reel, but what they do is just wear defenses down. And the more you continue to pound and pound and pound, by the time that 4th quarter rolls around, A.J. Ouellette has gotten stronger and the defense has gotten tired.
So second down, Saskatchewan, 6 yards to go after a gain of 4 on first down for Ouellette. 4 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan leading 6-4. 5-6 receivers out in this formation for the Riders. Harris to pass, has time, feels the pressure, dumps it underneath, and it's out on the turf. Is this going to be a fumble or is this going to be an incompletion? The Riders are saying incomplete. We'll wait for the officials who will discuss.
This is a 4-man rush here.
And I think that this is going to be a fumble.
Absolutely collapses the pocket, and this looks like a fumble. I mean, Trevor Harris gets up and says I was throwing it, but J-Min Pelly with a monstrous bull rush on Philippe Gagnon.
Is an incomplete pass. Be 3rd down.
And the Riders get lucky.
Well, we'll see
instead of the Argos getting the ball on the 40, they're going to get the ball kicked to them. So no harm, no foul realistically, but still, you're going to want to check the pocket presence. That was a great job by Jamin Pelly, former Edmonton Elk, just collapsing everything in front of him. That's
Ryan Dinwiddie hasn't even reached for his challenge flag, so.
Well, he knows he's getting the ball anyways, right?
True. So on to kick once again, Jesse Mirko into the win, standing at his 30, Janarian Grant, who's had 3 30-plus punt return yards this season. So punt returns over 30 yards for those that don't speak what I was trying to speak.
Yeah, we're going to need better from Mirko here the second time around, so maybe that was the warm-up punt, the earlier one.
Into the breeze. A kick that's a driving spiral. It's going to take Grant to the far side. Takes a backspin and lands at the 23-yard line. Grant dances there, looks for a hole, spins away from one, but then the flag comes out as he gets across the 35 near the 36-yard line, which will likely back up Toronto with 3:12 to go here in the opening quarter.
Yeah, I think this is going to be against Toronto. It's either going to be a hold or an illegal block. I don't think the Saskatchewan Roughriders impeded on the 5-yard halo. Yeah, there you go.
So it is going to be a hold on Toronto. And also, we should mention, that was pretty good. Like, if I had backspin, that was like kind of a
I like that
shot,
punt. That was a really good punt. Yeah, I agree. That was a much better punt than the first 35-yarder. I will attest, Dave, that I cannot do that.
Fair enough.
The Argos don't run the football a lot, so if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, you can blitz on your first down here and not necessarily be worried about getting to the edge. They pass a lot out of first down.
43-yard punt, 2 on the return. Fake a handoff on first down does Daigie and the Argos. Flags fly as he dumps it off to the far side. That's complete across the 23-yard line, but really nothing more. Player's going to scramble as nobody's going to go down to the turf on that as Spencer Brown made the reception. Again, flags are down in the Argonaut backfield.
Just holding on the Argos. We're just going to... This very quickly is turning into what could be a defensive battle today because...
So Justin McInnes, tonight's referee, discussing it with the Roughriders. It was a gain of about 2 on the play.
Toronto, number 61, 10-yard penalty, repeat first down.
So that's 61. Brandon Kemp, the left tackle, 4-year pro, first year with the Argos. First and 20 now for the Argonauts, back at their own 12-yard line. 2:43 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front, 6-4. Daigie's in the gun. He's got one back standing to his left. That's Spencer Brown. 4 down linemen for the Riders. They'll only rush 3. Daigie to pass, near side, throws it up. Guys, Brissett, and he's got it up to the 29-yard line. Gain of 17 on the play for the lanky receiver to haul it in.
Well, this is an impressive throw from Daigie, and we talked about the fact that he's not a complete quarterback, but what he does have is a strong arm, and for him to get this, he's in the middle of the hash marks when he makes his throw to the 30-yard line, and he has to get it over 2 linebackers and underneath a safety, and this has to be accurate, but more importantly, it has to get there quickly to not allow the Riders to intercept it and get under it. And he does all of that.
2nd and 3 for the Argos after the 17-yard reception from Brissett. Early movement on the line. Flag flies as Brown, he'll dive ahead up near the 35-yard line. He is in first down territory. We'll wait to see what the flags are, as it looked to me like the Riders might have jumped.
Well, the first one is going to be offside. I don't know what the second one's going to be, because the second one was thrown right around the Argos receiver and our defensive back, Marcus Sales, on the right side of the Argos formation. So,
offside, Saskatchewan, number 96. Penalties declined. First down, Toronto.
So clearly nothing that was of any concern.
So the Argos, who started back on their 12-yard line after the penalty, now have advanced it to their 35 and are 1st and 10 with 1:46 to go. They start at their 35-yard line on this first down play. Argos break the huddle, send 2 receivers to the far side. Spencer Brown, the lone back in the backfield. 3 receivers come near side for Daigie, who approaches the line looking to change the play. Gonna fake the handoff, pitch it near side. That's Mattel. He's got it at the 25, eludes one, and then, whoa! My! What a hit at the end of the play as he'll maybe get a yard. Kevin Mattel does well just to hang on to it, but he takes a whop from Mr. Redwine. Welcome to the CFL, sir.
Oh, this is a phenomenal job here. Initially by Benny Sapp fighting through the block of the receiver. And what fighting through the block from Benny Sapp does is it gives Redwine the opportunity to come clearly down a pipe and make an excellent hit.
Not going to give any gain on the play. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Argos. Ball left hash. 3 receivers spill far side to Jared Deggy's right on this 2nd down play. Backfield empties. Deggy to pass. Throws it. That's complete across the 40. Another huge hit is coming across was David Ungerer. He's going to be a couple of yards shy, but he takes a blow from Jameer Thurman.
Yeah, that's a good job. The situation obviously dictates that the Saskatchewan Roughriders can sit back in a zone, and Ungerer, who's running a shallow crossing route right in front of Thurman, he gets the football, and it's a good catch from Ungerer because he knew the whole way he was going to have to get hit to make this catch. Unfortunately, not able to break Thurman's tackle. Not too many people are, and they got a punt.
Haggerty kicks it away, a wobbler that eludes Alford at the moment. Then he takes it at his 11. Up to the 20, going to spill out of bounds at the 25-yard line after an Barassa and Sons punt return on the final play of the opening quarter. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 6, Toronto 4. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The second quarter is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and wreck vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both, with SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit McBids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Through one quarter of play at Mosaic Stadium, it is Saskatchewan 6, the Toronto Argonauts 4. Let's go back to the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan.
Well, as you know, Brett Lawther is back from injury for the Riders in this game against Toronto tonight. Now, there is an extra place kick sideline, however. The extra place kicker on the sideline knew the American Michael Hughes. He arrived on Tuesday and made quite the first impression when chatting with head coach Corey Mace for the first time. He turns to him and asks, okay, so what do you coach? What position do you coach? Now, he's still signed to the green and white today, so I think it's safe to say Corey Mace wasn't too offended by that. In fact, he already has a nickname for him, and it's Hughesy.
There you go. Well played. Thanks, Teagan. While he is on the sideline, he is in uniform as Brett Lawther is back tonight for the Riders, who scrimmage 1st and 10. Trevor Harris to pass with the wind at his back. Far side, that's complete. Wide open receiver up to the 40-yard line of the Riders. A gain of 15 on the play. Nice job, Saskatchewan, for the first. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance, first down.
AJ here, Ouellette, after this play action, so after the run fake here, picks up the linebacker rushing from the edge, and that's what gives Harris the time to make this throw to Emilus, who's about 20 yards downfield. Great job.
14-19 to go in the second quarter. We're just underway nicely. Riders moving from right to left with a wind to their back. It is first and 10, at their own 41. Argos load up the line. They're going to bring 6 near side. The ball is thrown up, and it's caught to the 50. It's Kian Schaefer-Baker who gets inside Argonaut territory down to the 49-yard line.
I love this play here. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders have 4 on the left, including A.J. Ouellette, essentially 5. What they do is they fake it and run the initial play like they're going to throw a wide receiver screen. What this does is it sucks the defensive backs up to defend the screen. And then what they do is they just sneak in a receiver beyond that where there was going to be the screen, so where all the linebackers have left because they're defending it, and they pick up a first down. Great play design.
21 yards on the reception for Kian Schaefer-Baker. First down, Riders. Screen pass near side complete to Keyshawn Johnson. He's going to get a yard, maybe 3 to the Toronto 46.
And you got to love this. Right after they fake the screen, Dave, they come back and throw the screen. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a ton of yardage thanks to the great effort made here by number 36 for the Argos, Aaron Casey, a linebacker, coming down the pipe. Could have gone for a little bit more, 2nd and 7. So if the Argos now, though, the problem is how do you go about defending the plethora of talent that the Riders have at the wide spots?
2nd and 7 for the Riders. 4 rush from Toronto underneath. That ball is complete. It's Kian Schaefer-Baker again, and he'll have another first down inside the Argonaut 40 to the 37.
You see that, and that's what I mean. You're kind of sitting in zone, and you're relying on 4 defensive linemen to go and get the pressure. Jamin Pelly did before in the drive before that. Right, but here, because of the fact that Trevor Harris can just sit in the pocket and go through his reads, he's got the time to sort of wait for Kian Schaefer-Baker over to his right just to flash in front of him. He gets it to him, and Schaefer-Baker does the rest for a first down.
So Saskatchewan now set up 1st and 10 at the Toronto 38-yard line after the 17-yard reception by Kian. Fake the handoff, or indeed hand it off, this time around to A.J. Ouellette on first down. He'll get across the 36, near the 35. Should be a gain of about 3 on the play.
Yeah, and the only reason it wasn't more than that was it's a good job by Ricky Correa fighting off a double-team block and getting back in to make the play. The double-team block was Ferlin and Brammer, but he managed to split both of those guys and get back in on A.J. If A.J. isn't able, if they don't bring A.J. down there, he's got a clear path to potentially the end zone.
2nd down and 7 for the Riders at the 35-yard line of Toronto. Harris, 3 receivers near side, looks far side instead. That ball complete to the 30 of Toronto. Going to be a couple of yards shy of the first down as Del Duncan Busby hauls it in.
Yeah, so you're going to be 3rd and 2, and now it's how do you look at this? Do you want to trust your kicker and go out and kick a field goal, or do you want to trust your short yardage team that is essentially a makeshift team just because you don't have big Tommy Stevens in? The answer is they're going to kick a field goal.
37-yard attempt coming up for Brett Lothar. Back into the lineup this week after missing last week with back injury. Ball will be on the right-hand hash. Mosaic Stadium comes to a hush for this Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal attempt. Clean snap. Good hold, lots of leg, and sails through the uprights. Brett's good from 37 yards, extending the Riders' lead to 9-4. Field goals for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Bundle and save with Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Rent a new water heater and softener and save $400. Call on Reliance today. 10:52 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break. Back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Following the successful 37-yard field goal by Brett Lothar, the Toronto Argonauts getting to set to scrimmage anyways from their own 40-yard line. A little bit of concern on the Riders sideline is Keyshawn Johnson, you'll recall, caught that screen pass.
Yeah.
Looked to me like he went inside the medical tent a day after his 29th birthday, and we'll have to see where he ends up from there with Teagan momentarily. But for now, the Riders defense is going to go to work and see if they can't slow down Jared Deggy, who was able to put 4 points up on the board with the wind at his back. Now, for the first time tonight, the Argos offense will be moving into the wind here at Mosaic Stadium.
That's one of the things. I mean, Deggy made some risky throws with his strong arm. I'm wondering if the wind might turn into those risky throws into an interception.
First down for the Argos, going to hand it off. Brown's got a seam on the far side to the 45, 49, across the 50, near the 51 of Toronto. An 11-yard carry for Spencer Brown, and a first down for the Argos.
Riders are going to load up the box. They're going to blitz one, and they're going to pull. So the Argos are going to pull big John Bosey. Actually, Dylan Griffin is now checked in. But they pull him around the left side, and that's where Brown finds a gap and really the first good Argonauts run of the day.
First and 10 again for the Argos, now at their 51-yard line. They trail by 5. 5 receivers set, handoff once again to Brown, once again around the left side of the line, once again room to run. Gets into Saskatchewan territory before finally being pushed out at the Saskatchewan 50 by C.J. Rivas, but it's a gain of 9, close to the first down.
Yeah, the Argos got lucky here. The offensive line acts like they're going to the right, but Brown cuts back to the left almost immediately, and I think the Argos, again, got lucky. The receiver got his hands high on the back plate of I think it's Marcus Sales, the defensive back, trying to make a tackle, and that's how Brown was able to get to the first down sticks. Feels like a missed call there, but second and short nonetheless for the Argos.
Gain of 9. You're right, it is a 2nd and 1. Play whistled in. Receiver stumbles in the backfield, back to pass. Quarterback throws it up over the middle, and it's incomplete. Argonauts try a little trickery on the play as they brought in their short yardage quarterback, Max Duggan, and Duggan's pass was floated over the middle and just nobody could find it.
Yeah, they're hoping that everybody commits to the run play here, and they're really lucky that this isn't intercepted because none of the Riders bought it. You had it bracketed essentially from both sides, and that could have been intercepted. So the reason they took the shot, though, is because they knew they were going to go for it regardless if they didn't get it.
So Duggan, the rookie out of Texas Christian, throws his first CFL pass. Now he's going to make his first CFL run. Under center, goes to his left. Not a lot of room there, but he didn't need much. Should have the first down.
No, and the one thing he's going to have to learn about his first CFL run is that he needs to follow his offensive lineman. There's too much separation here from the quarterback and the offensive line at the snap of the ball here. And that's especially in the CFL, you get those guys that shoot the gaps. He's very lucky that they didn't get a gap shooting linebacker and the helmet on the football there. So success, but lots to learn there for their young quarterback very early on. And now Saskatchewan now finds themselves defending in their end.
And Dylan Griffin is going to take a knee for the Argonauts. The big offensive lineman is down right at the 51 of the Argos. Timeouts, of course, for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. Let's go down to Teagan Witko for an update from the sidelines. Teagan?
Well, what I can tell you is that Keyshawn Johnson did pop into the medical tent there, and the trainers were looking at him. Shortly thereafter, he went back to the bench, and then I did just see him exit the field back to the locker room with Dante Myers walking out with him. I'll keep an eye to see if he's coming back out.
Thank you so much, Teagan. 8:50 to go and 2,000-yard receivers not playing right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We'll find out more when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Kim Breckner, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatchewan Riversdale. Saskatchewan is an export-based province. We need all levels of government working together to end the tariffs. I've heard from so many constituents who are concerned after the Sask Party government changed its position on EV tariffs and stopped calling for them to be removed. We need to scrap the Chinese EV tariffs to protect our canola producers. Contact me at 306-230-7358.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back up top on the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Dylan Giffen able to make his way towards the sidelines for the Argos, who will now have a 1st and 10 from their own, the Riders' 49-yard line. There's 8:50 to go here in the second quarter. Saskatchewan in front 9-4. 4 receivers set for the Argos, have a tight end in along the line on this first down play. They'll hand it off to Spencer Brown. Riders collapse early and are going to limit the gain as Spencer Brown went crashing across the 50, got down to about the 47 for a gain of 2.
A little bit of a tendency breaker here for the Argos. You've seen, 3 runs in a row now, Dave. Here they're just going to get between the tackles, try to get what they can. They get 2, but again, for a pass-heavy offense like Toronto, running the ball there 3 times in a row, maybe they see something. Either way, it's 2nd and 8. They're going to have to throw now.
7th carry of the night for Brown for 29 yards. 2nd and 8, as you mentioned, Luke, from the Rider 47. Toronto moving to our right into the wind here in the second quarter. Deggy takes the snap, back to pass, looks far side, hit as he throws, ball's incomplete as it skipped off the turf in front of the intended receiver far side.
Yeah, Deggy's got to throw this quickly because Ryan Hunter and the new left tackle, right guard, I believe that's Shane Richardson, just an absolute sieve. Habo Baldonado walks through both of them, and Deggy is forced to throw the ball quickly, otherwise he gets sacked and they turn it over. So they're going to end up punting here.
So Haggerty on to punt, and Eberas and Sons punt return coming up for Mary Alford, standing back at his 10-yard line. Haggerty for the first time into the wind tonight. Awaits the snap inside his 50-yard line. Lots of pre-snap movement. And now here we go. Is Haggerty going to kick it away? Looking for the far side, coffin corner, but we've got a flag down as Haggerty was hit as he released the football. Ball's going to scatter, flags down for no yards at that end of the field, but this could be a first down for Toronto.
Yeah, you can't run into the kicker here, and Haggerty does a great job of acting like he was shot in the kneecap by a sniper. He goes down.
And we'll find out the call when we come back. 7:28 to go in the second quarter. Saskatchewan leads 9-4. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. Sastel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a Sastel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com for details. Conditions apply.
love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I haven't heard the call from referee Justin McInnes yet. It looks like the Argos are getting set to re-kick to the Riders. First to the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. A question for Luke, and I know you're qualified because you are looking sharp in this dapper outfit from Colin O'Brien's menswear. But the question is, the TV announcers say the Obsidian uniforms are fan favorite. Luke, what do you think of them? Are you a fan?
Yeah, I love them. I think that I absolutely love them. From a broadcast perspective, they're a nightmare just because the numbers and last names are hard to read. But I mean, as a broadcaster, that's like literally not the worst case scenario. So I think they're beautiful uniforms, and and they've sold a ton. So
Mario Alford on the return for the Riders gets hit hard as he gets across the 30 up near the 32-yard line after an Eberassa & Sons punt return. Of course, everything you need from MacDon this harvest season is at Eberassa & Sons. Find the parts and equipment at eberassaandsons.com. Now comes Trevor Harris in the Rider offense. 7:14 to go in the second quarter. We'll take another timeout and come back with the Rider ball and their possession next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
$217,000. That's the jackpot in the all-new Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation 50-50, helping support youth across our province from corner to corner to corner. If you're not in the stadium, you can still get your tickets. Go to riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. Now, the CFL Replay Center has been working. It's brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. The Replay Center took the contacting the kicker penalty against the Riders off the board, and the Riders were hoping that there was going to be a high hit penalty called at the end of that Mario Alford return. There wasn't. So the Riders will scrimmage 1st and 10 at their 31-yard line as play is blown back in, and Trevor Harris is in the gun with two receivers in motion far side. Backfield empties, Harris to pass. Looking up near side, flag comes down, ball is caught to the 45, 40, all the way down to the 35-yard line. Huge reception for the Riders and Joe Robustelli. What's the flag, though?
Well, it's a corner route. This is a pass interference flag that's going to be picked up because the defensive back that interfered with Robustelli didn't matter. Robustelli ran right through the interference, ran his corner route, and Trevor Harris put it on him properly. So that's a fantastic play and reception from Robustelli. Again, in a strong route, just because he runs through an attempted tackle, it seemed, from defensive back Delonte Hood.
Yeah, Hood has been on the practice roster, actually, just the last 3 weeks for the Argos. So the rookie getting back into the lineup this week after making 11 defensive tackles prior to his time on the PR. First down for the Riders after the Bazandowski agency's first down. A little shovel pass underneath. That gets across the 35 near the 33-yard line. Not much more for Samuel Emelis.
No, I like the play design here. The Argos line up with 3 on the line of scrimmage. The problem is they bring 4 down into the box after the ball is snapped, and what looks to be a vacant blocking surface turns into a convoluted offensive front pretty quickly. And Emelis did a good job to hold on to the football amidst all the traffic. 2nd and 7.
Riders have the ball at the Toronto 32-yard line. There's 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. Saskatchewan in front 9-4. Harris back to pass. Has time, near side flat. A.J. Ouellette gets it and then takes a big hit as coming up to make the play was Isaac Darkangelo. And without Winton McManus in the lineup, Darkangelo has taken a lot of those reps, and boy, does he do a nice job there again.
Yeah, this is A.J. Ouellette who's running a route, and it's low, and A.J. Ouellette, just by where he starts this route, naturally has Darkangelo leveraged in terms of Darkangelo starts behind him. A.J. Ouellette looks a little bit shaken up after that play, but Darkangelo closes the gap, does a good job finishing the tackle, and we bring Lowther out here for his second of the game.
37-yard attempt for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up. It sails through the uprights, and Lowther is 2 for 2 tonight. And the Riders extend their lead to 12-4 with 5:18 to go here in the second quarter. Both of Lowther's kicks tonight have been from 37 yards. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Bundle and save with Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Rent a new water heater and softener and save $400. Call on Reliance today.
So it's 12-4. Not an overly exciting game yet. Plenty of it left, though, so that can turn around quickly. The Argos ran the ball a ton here last possession. Let's see how they approach this one.
They start on their own 40-yard line to the Boatman. Ball on the left-hand hash for Jared Dagey, making his second start of the season tonight. Drops back to pass on first down. Now going to sling it underneath. That ball is complete. And what a hog tackle up around the 48-yard line. Oh my, that was the fullback coming out of the backfield in Aaron Casey that came up with it, and Jameer Thurman wanted nothing to do with it.
You got a little bit of just tight end look sitting over the top. It was a good tackle, but more importantly, I think the CFL officials have to be worried about Seth Daggy or Jared Daggy. He was clocked by one of our defensive linemen, and his neck snapped back and head bounced off the carpet. So it doesn't seem like they're going to check him out.
Yeah, they are. You're bang on with that, Luke.
His neck and head just snapped onto that carpet. It didn't look very good, and he lay there for a little bit. So here's the other thing, though, too. I mean, you got 2nd and 2, right? So you got 2 short yardage plays here to maybe take a look at Daggy and make sure that he's okay.
Wow, this is interesting because Tucker Horn, the rookie, will come in to the ball game. He's out of Trinity, 5'10", 220-pound quarterback. Daggy looks rather upset as he's about to be assessed on the Toronto sideline on the far side. But first, as you mentioned, it is going to be 2nd down and 2 for the Argonauts. Maybe a little surprising that they don't bring in short yardage. Regardless, they'll hand the ball off. Brown going to get caught in the backfield, tries to spin away. Second effort, though, from the Rider defensive line, going to bring him down. Nice job getting there and making the tackle was DeMarcus Fields.
Oh, this was just a really questionable call. Good job by the Riders. They're just attacking the line of scrimmage with a ton of guys. They added 3 to the front there, and Antoine Brooks Jr., who just has made plays every single time he's been on the field for the Riders this year, does the same here as a blitzing linebacker to shut that 2nd and 2 out. Again, very questionable call.
Haggerty to punt into the wind. He'll get this one away from his 34-yard line. Mario and Alford back to return for the Riders, standing at his 17. A low driving kick. That's going to hit the carpet at the 29. A couple of bounces into the arms of Alford. Starts to the middle, cuts back, nothing doing as he gets dragged down at the 21-yard line with 3:25 to go in the second quarter. Saskatchewan leading by 8. It's 12-4 here at Mosaic Stadium on a beautiful night for football as far as the temperature was concerned. 18 degrees at kickoff. But it's the wind that's gusting upwards of 40 kilometers an hour out of the southeast right now and expected to stick around for most of the evening. That's been a factor here this evening.
Yeah, it has. And you saw it really sort of what it was capable of there. And I think it affected the way the Argos have looked at their drives here going into the win in the second quarter. They've run the ball a little bit more than they normally have. Now, obviously the Saskatchewan Roughriders, if you're a Rider fan, you just want them to score a touchdown here.
Just 3 on the return for Eberess Sons. Riders 1st and 10 back at their 22. Flag flies as Harris drops it off underneath to A.J. Ouellette, who gets the helmet ripped off of his head. The play is blown dead there at about the 21-yard line, so it might have been about a loss of 1 as Ouellette does the kiss, stick my tongue out there, and here comes Justin McInnes with another penalty call.
Isaac Tarcangelo and A.J. Ouellette have been going at it all game.
There was no flag called.
It was going to be a holding call here.
Saskatchewan, number 66.
Yeah.
It's a 10-yard penalty. Remains first down.
And no penalty for ripping the helmet off the head of Ouellette.
Well, that's the thing. It felt like it just sort of came off organically. Not sure that anybody tried to get it off. It just sort of came off. Not sure. Maybe it wasn't strapped up tightly, but
3-minute warning given to the benches. We'll take a break too. 12-4, the Riders lead. 3 minutes to go in the opening half. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
The warning given to the benches for Brett Young. Brett Young canola hybrids are built for performance when it counts. Explore your winning lineup at brettyoung.ca. A 1st and 20 play turns into a 2nd and 10 after a 10-yard reception by Kean Schaefer-Baker for the Riders. And they'll have the long down from their 22-yard line on the right-hand hash as the clock ticks under 2:34 now here in the opening half. Harris, 5-receiver set, is back to pass. Flags flies. It looked like the Rider receivers jumped, and then he throws it over the middle, almost intercepted. A flag is going to come down in the secondary as well, as that pass was intended for Tommy Neal. Fell incomplete, but could have been picked off.
Yeah, this was a free play here because the Argos were offside. They're rushing 5, and then I believe you have contact on a receiver and on the back end, so a couple penalties here.
Seem to have been a lot, or is it just me tonight?
No, it's not you. This half seems like it's been excruciatingly long.
Now, the Argos are the 2nd most penalized team in the league as far as penalties per game. The Riders are number 4.
I was thinking, is this a new, how many championships have the Argos won in the last few years? 2, right?
2, yes.
I feel like, and I thought about this last week.
Offside, Toronto. That penalty is declined. Pass interference, Toronto, number 39. Spot of the foul, automatic first down.
Like, are they doing this on purpose? So meaning, like, you have a great year, you win the Grey Cup, and then the next year, do you make trades, you see who your guys are, you're terrible, and you're okay with being terrible because then, the next year you go out, play great again, you win it again, and then the next year you're like, okay, this is a write-off. Let's just get through our injuries. Let's scout, right? Like,
well, they've been without Chad Kelly all year.
Well, that's what I mean. Hey, if we're going to be missing Chad Kelly for most of the year, let's just get some younger guys in, get them reps. I don't know.
1st and 10 for the Riders following the pass interference penalty. They're at their own 36-yard line with 2:24 to go, leading by 8. Handoff to Ouellette, makes the first man miss, continues on across the 40, up near the 42-yard line. 6-yard carry for A.J. Ouellette.
Look, all I'm saying, Dave, is that if the Argos win the Grey Cup next year, then they need to get investigated. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Understood. Second down.
Like they're just going and winning Grey Cups, and then they're sloughing the next year to get them in position.
Second down and 4. A.J. Ouellette with the 6-yard carry. And the Riders look to get more points on the board with the wind at their back here in the second quarter. Harris back to pass. Time again. Pumps, follows it up. Far side. Ball is up and caught, but did Emelis get pushed out of bounds? That's going to be the question.
He got pushed out of bounds for sure. They're going to give him the catch anyway.
There you go. First down for Bazandowski Agencies, Insurance and Financial Services. They're your first choice for insurance, and it's inside the Toronto 50 to the 46.
Well, it was an out route at for Emelis at about 50. I believe it was 15 yards at the sticks. But sneaky good play. Trevor Harris takes a step up into the pressure to throw that ball.
First and 10 for the Riders from the Argos 45. Argos load up the line, handoff to A.J. Ouellette. Regardless, he'll get up near the 40 for a gain of about 4. It'll be 2nd and 6.
Yeah, and this is an Argos team. I mean, all they've done is really allow field goals here, right, Dave? Aside from that one touchdown, they've been all right. One of the things they're doing is they're lining up with 3 defensive linemen. So they're essentially turning their 3-4, and then what they're doing is it feels like they're assessing, okay, you know, what do we think this is, a run or pass? And then if it's a run, they're just blitzing guys from the linebacker position. So it creates more guys up front on the line of scrimmage. We've seen it really play to their advantage on a couple of the run plays here today.
Second and long, 6 for the Riders. 3 receivers far side for Harris. Scoots back into his drop, throws it up far side. That's going to be complete, but will be at least a yard, probably 2 short of the first down on the reception to Samuel Emelis far side.
Yeah, and it's really a shame that this is all they get out of this second down play because they block the blitz up really well. Unfortunately, Trevor Harris just doesn't have anybody else open. He's got to go to Emelis, who's going to fall about a yard and a half short of the sticks to the right side near the Argos sideline. So although you pick up the blitz well, and the Riders have been doing that well over the last couple games, you just don't have any other options other than Emelis, and Brett Lowther is out again.
44-yard attempt, Lowther 2 of 2, both coming from 37 yards. This attempt for Reliance Heathwater Heater Rentals from the right hash. He connected from the right hash first, the left second, the third time around from the right. You bet. Sails through the uprights. Lowther is for 3 for 3. Welcome back, Brett. And it's 15-4 for the Riders with 1:09 to go in the second quarter.
Well, again, it's turned into a field goal fest here. Lowther has been money today, which is good. But again, when you look at our 3 keys, one of the things that we talked about, it's the red zone touchdowns that you really want to start seeing as you head towards the playoffs. Right? The Riders have a couple more games here, and they're playing top-tier teams here to close out the year in Winnipeg and BC. You've got to start converting some of your drives into touchdowns.
Jarrett Dagey back into the ball game for the Argonauts after he was removed by the concussion spotter. First and 10 for the Argos at their own 40. Moving into the wind now. 3 receivers near side approach the line as Dagey's back to pass. Feels the pressure, dumps it off underneath. That is complete once again to the tight end / fullback, Aaron Casey. He'll have a gain of 6 at 2nd and 4.
Yeah, and Dagey's down again, and it really slow to get up. This time he has his helmet knocked off. It's a good job, good rush by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I believe it's Ali Saad.
And Dagey's going to take a knee.
Yeah, he is getting beat up in there. And Ali Saad, I think, is the guy who won his one-on-one battle and ended up pressuring Dagey.
On the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. Of course, B&A Petroleum. You'll find them in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. As you heard in the background, Justin McInnes.
Yeah, so it was not Ali Saad. It was Mike Rose, number 42. Again, the Obsidian jerseys are beautiful. They're just hard to read all the way up here from the booth. But Mike Rose hit Dagey late and hit him low. And I don't even think he hit him low after you see the replay. It's just, in today's day and age, I think that the referees just lean towards quarterback protection over anything, especially in real time. You can slow down anything to make anything look bad in today's day and age, right? If you're the replay system. So they take it at real time. They move the Argos up. They take it at slow-mo replay. They move the Argos up.
So 1st and 10 for the Argos. Back into the ball game is Tucker Horn. 1st and 10 at the 48. Horn back to pass. Feels pressure. Dumps it off underneath once again. It's complete to Casey. He'll get inside the Riders 45 near the 43-yard line for a gain of about 5. A.J. Allen in on the tackle for the green and white, or Obsidian Riders, if you will, tonight.
Good job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. There's not a ton open downfield, and the Argos have been forced to throw low a lot.
2nd down and 5 as Horn moves his receivers in motion pre-snap. 47 seconds to go in the half. Horn near side. Ball complete. Brissett's got it inside the 40, near the 37-yard line. That should be good for a 1st down. Indeed it is.
3 wide receivers to the right of Horn in the boundary. 2 of those receivers just tear up seam routes upfield, and we've got 1 receiver who just sits at the 1st down sticks. That's who got the ball.
1st and 10 for the Argos from the Riders 36. Horn to pass again over the middle. What a catch. Going up and hauling it in. Mackay Polk in his 6th game back in the from the NFL, and the Atlanta Falcons goes up, gets it, and as the Argos 1st and 10 inside the red zone.
He's running a post route here at about 10 yards. He catches it at about 17 yards, and C.J. Rivas, the safety, is just late. And that's what allows him the space to make that catch.
30 seconds and counting to go for Horn, who's in the gun for the Argonauts. He's back to pass again. Here comes the pressure. Dumps it underneath. That ball is complete on the far side. Inside the 15 near the 13-yard line. Gain of 5 on the play for Spencer Brown.
And again, this is a fantastic drive here for the Argos all of a sudden. Horn has made some really good throws and better decisions. Here, he just sort of skates out of the pocket, adjusts his launch point, finds a receiver. 2nd and 5.
18 seconds to go. Horn back to pass. Loads up into the end zone. Overthrows everybody. Incomplete. Throwing into the wind. With 12 seconds to go, the Argos will have a chance to put points on the board.
Yeah, that time, I don't know how tall Horn thinks Mackay Polk is, but if Mackay Polk was Yao Ming's height, he wasn't catching that. Just far too high of a throw. But the Argos still have an opportunity for points here at the end of that drive, and that's exactly what you want if you're the Toronto Argonauts.
Liam Haralahu to attempt a 20-yarder. This one from the left-hand hash far side of the field. His first attempt was good from 54 yards with the wind at his back. This time wind in his face. Clean snap. Kick goes up and sails through. And it's 15-7. The Riders lead with 9 seconds to go before halftime. And the YC Auctions halftime report with Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and more.
9 seconds left. I think the Riders are just going to come out here and run the football or kneel it right off the bat. Get into the locker room.
What do you do if you're the Riders? The Toronto Argonauts won the coin toss and elected to receive the opening kickoff, so the Riders will have their choice of receiving the football or taking the wind at their back in the fourth.
I would take the wind at the back in the 4th quarter if I were the Riders.
So the Riders,
if this wind continues the way it is, it seems really random, but it's a strong wind at the moment, right?
Riders are not going to show the run out the clock formation as Harris is going to drop back to pass. Argos rush, and it goes underneath. A nice completion on the far side to Robustelli, who gets up to the 45 with still 2 seconds to go before halftime. I was looking to the sidelines. I don't know what Brett Lother's distance would be tonight, but I'm assuming it's probably not going to be from 70.
Yeah.
Even with the wind at your back.
Well,
so
really,
2nd down for the Riders, and this time around, they are just going to go ahead and looks like they're going to take a knee as there's zeros on the clock. Harris steps up to the line, puts his knee to the turf, and after the opening half on the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 15, Toronto 7. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Coming up, it's that YAC halftime report. Hang on, Saskatchewan. We'll be back in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. Sasktel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a Sasktel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com for details. Conditions apply.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
The latest on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've got it anytime you want it at sportscage.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes, this is Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. And, of course, your Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the Toronto Argonauts right now, sitting at 15-7. So let's find out how we got here. We'll take a peek at the highlights here. Halftime rewind for Quality Tire, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. That's qualitytire.ca.
Harrison's in the gun, back to pass. Looks to that far side, slings it underneath that ball, complete to the 50, 55, down to Toronto, 45. Still going to the 40, 30, 25, down to the 20, spot down to the 15-yard line. Samuel Evelyn, big Vasilevsky Agency's first down. Pass inside, caught to the 5, reaching to the end zone. Touchdown, Riders! Saskatchewan scores first, and welcome back to the lineup, Joe Robustelli, his third touchdown reception of the season.
Robustelli's the outside receiver in a bunch to try.
Clean snap. Good hold, lots of leg, and sails through the uprights. Brett's good from 37 yards. Looking up near side, flag comes down, ball is caught to the 45, 40, all the way down to the 35-yard line. Huge reception for the Riders and Joe Robustelli. Good snap, good hold, the kick is up. It sails through the uprights, and Lother is 2 for 2 tonight from the right hash. He connected from the right hash first, the left second, the third time around from the right. You bet, sails through the uprights. Lother is for 3 for 3. Welcome back, Brett, and it's 15-4 for the Riders.
And of course, that was your halftime rewind for Quality Tire, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Again, lots to talk about through that first 2 quarters of football, but your Saskatchewan Roughriders are in the lead right now, 15-7. We'll be back with a little bit more on the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report. YAC Auctions, your legacy deserves a crowd, just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Quick break, we'll be back on the other side. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland's T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Get the latest news and information on your team from our team anytime at sportscades.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk with you live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, which is packed right now. Riders leading, of course, 15-7 over the Toronto Argonauts. And we are going to talk about how we got there in just a moment. But they're putting on a heck of a light show out there. I don't know why so many people are in here. Maybe it's because it's chilly out there. The wind has not been great. But yes, I'm freezing. I am freezing. But that's okay. That's why we dress for football in Saskatchewan. Bring the coats, bring the toques, bring the gloves. We got this, Justin. It's only going to get colder in this game, too. But YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. I think we got to start. Welcome back, Joe Robustelli.
Big plays for this offense, including getting into the end zone. By the way, for the second straight game, the Riders go down the field on the opening drive and score a touchdown. Joe Robustelli, slant route, breaks the tackle, diving into the end zone, looking really good. And then Trevor Harris hits him on a 44-yard corner ball to set up a Brett Lawther field goal. Robustelli out here looking really good. Brett Lawther banging them through. And Teagan, let me put this stat on you and see what you and Rider Nation think, okay? Brett Lawther has made 12 of his last 14 field goals.
Okay.
So there's different ways to look at how he's performed. He had hit 7 in a row, went 2 for 4 against Edmonton in week 17, and now has had 3 key field goals tonight, 2 from 37 and then 1 from 44. Looking really good. I'm sure if you asked Trevor Harris in the offense, they would want to get into the end zone, but still looking pretty solid.
Absolutely. So right now, 15-7, your Saskatchewan Roughriders in front. It looks like we're already running out of time here. Any final words to get us out here, Justin, before we have to go? All right, your YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report. We're going to take a break. Be back on the other side with David and Luke. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yep, I'm farming in a life jacket. Always have. You never know when you're going to need it, so I stay prepared for the worst.
Stop wearing your farm insurance like a life jacket. With Global Ag Risk Solutions, your coverage protects inputs and margin, so you can farm forward using insurance as a tool, not a flotation device. Learn more about maximizing your growing season at agrisksolutions.ca/ditch the life jacket.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue today, or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back upstairs in the Steffes Auctioneers Group broadcast booth. Of course, Steffes Auctioneers. They sell land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com as the players are just making their way onto the turf after a unique light show with an amazing narrative by one Luc Mullinder.
Yeah,
so well
who
done.
Completely forgot he even did that.
And
I thought someone was doing a bad impression of me, and then I remembered that I had spent time with Blake and the team there this week and cut that.
Well, let's hop on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. It's Ask Luc Mullinder night. What do you think of moving the uprights back in 2027? Dave, what are your thoughts as well? But yours are more important,
Well,
Luke.
I think that, obviously if you're going to shorten the end zone and put the field goal back, the first thing everybody thought, and I was in this same boat, was it's going to be a real shame to not see the run backs that we're used to seeing on a missed field goal kick. But on the bright side, we do get an extra possession in crunch time of offense versus defense, because if you're moving the sticks back 35 yards, when we see a close game in the CFL and a team gets to the 50 and they can still kick the field goal because of where they are, now teams are going to have to get around the 35 to make that a longer field goal. So again, there's benefits and it goes back is it going to lead to more ratings? Probably not. But this league needs to go down fighting. this league needs to figure out new creative ways to get this game in front of fans. Because if we just continue to be stagnant, the game is loved, but it stays where it is. So, are the changes we made going to equal more ratings and more people in seats? Who knows? But I'm just glad that the league is trying at this point. And by the way, one of the things that I don't appreciate is where was the vitriol when we shrunk the hash marks, right? When we shrunk the hash marks and moved them closer together, nobody really bitched and complained when that happened, even though one of the things that you took away were those beautiful boundary to field throws that were so difficult, right? Now, what you've done is you've essentially taken the unique perspective of a boundary halfback and field halfback out because of this. But nobody said anything then, right? And again, nobody said anything then, right? And again, I'm just glad right now that the league is trying. Sorry, my bad. Welcome to my TED Talk. My bad. Welcome to my TED Talk.
Hey, it saves me from trying to top it because I've told you before that when my wife says to me, how about if we move the couch over here? I can't picture that until we've moved the couch over there. So until the field goal posts have been moved, I can't envision how this is going to change. It probably will one way or the other.
Right.
But it's going to take that movement. But what we can tell you is there's a football game to play. The second half about to get underway. The Saskatchewan Roughriders leading Toronto 15-7. The Riders, who had the opportunity to choose what they wanted, whether to receive or pick ends, have picked going with the wind in the fourth quarter. So here in the third quarter, Brett Lawther's already got the ball on the tee, ready to kick it off into the breeze, which is in the south end zone from south to north here tonight. And by all accounts from our precision weather specialists, it is not going to change throughout the course of this football game.
You know what, I'm one of the things I most want to see here, Dave, is who the Argos are going to use at quarterback, because I liked the stuff the kid was doing here before we stopped.
Lawther's kickoff, fielded by Janarian Grant. Stays in bounds across the 40 up near the 43-yard line. The opening kickoff for Quality Tire. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Jared Dagey is coming out after that 52-yard kick, 15 on the return. Dagey, after getting shaken up late in the first half, is 8 of 11 for 76 yards. And as a matter of fact, in the hallway, I ran into Michael Pinball Clemens, of course, the general manager of the Toronto Argonauts. I said, wow, your depth is being tested. And he goes, it's the way it goes. It has gone all year.
Fantastic ambassador for this league.
So 1st and 10 for the Argos. They get the ball at their 46 after the opening kickoff. Dagey is in the gun. Fakes the handoff. Back to pass. Feels the pressure. Now scrambles to the near side. Going to pull it down and get dropped. The Riders get home with a quarterback sack for Quill Plain Chevrolet. Taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plain Chevrolet Buick GMC in Wadena.
Yeah, the Riders, you get a high rush. Dagey does right at first here by shrinking himself down and trying to get to the edge and adjust his launch point, but then he just kind of curls up into a ball when he sees the first guy coming for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and obviously that's a good thing because you get a sack.
A.J. Allen, 4th quarterback sack of the season. It's now 2nd and 12 for Toronto at their 43. Dagey in the gun, back to pass. Looking, going to dump it off underneath. That's to the running back, Brown. He'll get to the 45, 46. That's the original line of scrimmage and not much more. Riders do a great job. Antoine Brooks Jr. came up to make the play, and it's a 2-and-out for the Argos offense to start this second half.
Yeah, Dagey just draws back. A great job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, not letting anything get behind them. The communication in the secondary has been great today. And then coming down and making a solid tackle is Benny Sapp III. And it's an immediate punt for the Argos.
So John Haggerty comes on to kick it away. It'll be Mario Alford on the kick return for Ibarassa and Sons. Haggerty with the wind at his back, a boomer. That's going to settle Alford down at his 10-yard line. He'll sprint to the near side, trying to gain the corner. Can't get there, still being strung out, and he's going to run an awful long way for a 3-yard kick return for Ibarassa and Sons. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarassa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at ibarassa.com as Trevor Harris will come out. 53-yard punt off the foot of Haggerty, 3-yard return for Alford.
You know, I just, man, after the injury here to Alford at the beginning of the year, he already didn't look like he had that burst that we were so used to seeing. It just doesn't look like he has the burst that we're used to seeing him now, unfortunately. So.
And we've got an Argo player shaken up here on the near side sideline.
Yeah, it's the Argo player that forced Alford out.
Yeah, that's Felix Garang-Gauthier.
Play will be reviewed.
As the Riders are challenging for no yards for Coach Mason. His challenges this season, he is 3 for 8 thus far. Coach's challenges, of course, are brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. So with 12:57 to go here in the third quarter, Coach Mace has done the coach's challenge. We'll see. This could get the Riders out of a hole as they'll get out onto the field with the wind in their face. Trevor Harris, 15 of 18 in the opening half, 215 yards passing. A.J. Ouellette carried the ball 6 times for 22 yards. Sam Emelis, the favorite target for Harris thus far tonight, 5 receptions, 98 yards, including that 50-yard pass and run play that he made on the opening drive of the ball game for the Riders that eventually led to a Joe Robustelli touchdown reception.
It's just been a field goal fest since the first drive. The first drive, it made it look like we were about to beat the Argos by 45. Shout out to Mike McCullough. Saw him in the men's bathroom. Take that for what you will. It was just we were washing our hands. But anyways, what I'm saying is that after that drive, we really haven't gotten it, and especially when we talked about the red zone efficiency that we want to see moving forward. We haven't even gotten into the red zone. Argos, hey, but listen, they get paid too, and they've played well on defense.
One thing to watch was Keyshawn Johnson. You heard Teagan Witko mentioning in her report the fact that he had not returned after he took that screen pass, left the ball game, went to the dressing room, and we haven't seen him come out here in the second half.
Toronto, number 41. 15-yard penalty, first down Saskatchewan.
Oh, there you go. There you go, buddy.
So Mace goes 1 for 1 on challenges tonight. Hey, you can go 1 for 1 as well. And the Riders 50-50, the jackpot continuing to climb, now sitting up over $276,000. Get your tickets now at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. It is the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation 50-50. And again, you can get your tickets now. So after the no yards penalty, the ball will advance to Saskatchewan's 25-yard line. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders. Trevor Harris in his obsidian green jersey will send 4 receivers to this near side of the formation. A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. The receivers will now scamper to the far side, making it a balanced set as the handoff goes to Ouellette. He'll dance to the left, cut back to the right, get up near the 29-yard line. Ball came out, and it looks like the Argos have it. Toronto says they do. No indication yet from the officials. We'll wait to see. But now we've got pushing and shoving after the fact, but the officials say Toronto football. And it looks like it is.
I feel like
indeed.
A.J. Ouellette was on the ground here before this came out. Let's see. Wait till the replay. But again, the Argos have come out in this 3-4, and they've been loading up the line of scrimmage, but they've been loading it up after. So they've been giving guys running starts at the line of scrimmage from the linebacker position.
Well, the one official signaled it was Toronto football, and now the officials are going to huddle up and confer. It would be about a gain of 5 should it stand, and now the replay center is going to get involved again. So for the second time in as many plays.
I feel like the replay center has been involved way too much as of late. What do you think? Am I right, or is it just me?
It seems to factor in significantly at various times. We've seen a roughing the passer call corrected. Right. And now the officials, I think, are asking for help. Overall. And again, it is a potential turnover, so you are going to review it, right?
You do have to review. You're right there.
So, 12:30.
You're the voice of reason as usual.
Well, I don't know about that, but with 12:35 to go here in the third quarter, it's been a sputtering start, and it is going to be Toronto ball.
The ruling on the field is we have a fumble recovered by Toronto. First down, Toronto.
So this is a disaster, Dave, because of where the fumble occurred. I mean, the Argos are now on the 30.
Yeah, the first Olympic RTM's turnover of the evening goes the Argos' way as we're going to get a look at it now. And, yeah, the ball was punched out before Ouellette was down. And then what a job to jump on it by the Argonauts. I think it was Jack Kasser that was able to get in on it. And
is that his first fumble this year? I don't remember him fumbling at all this year.
I think you're right. Indeed it is. Inopportune time with 12:35 to go in the third quarter.
Terrible timing.
So the Argos are going to get the ball at the 30-yard line of the Roughriders. The Argos have been struggling when it comes to the turnover ratio. They're number 6 in the Canadian Football League at a -3. However, the Argos are number 2 at scoring points off turnovers this season. They put 92 points up after turnovers.
Have they been getting all their turnovers here? on the opponent's 30? Because, man, I mean, they're already in field goal, right, Dave?
Well,
so
things are looking up for the Argos, and Jared Dagey will have a short field to work with. And, boy, I tell you, it's been a physical football game for everyone involved tonight, including Jared Dagey, who's gone off a couple of times. Now, he's only been sacked once tonight. He was sacked 9 times last week, but the sack tally maybe isn't indicative of the way that the offensive line have played and the fact that the defensive line for the Riders are making life uncomfortable for Dagey.
Yeah, I think the defensive line, obviously, we haven't thrown a ton of pressure at him. We've managed to get some pressure with 4, so that takes off the reliance on having. But again, I think it's the more you mix things up. And when I say mix things up, I talk about loading up guys on the line, and then when the ball is snapped, dropping guys back, right? Making it look like zone, or making it look like cover 1, then dropping guys back into cover 2 with 2 safeties, right? Just keep mixing it up in front of Dagey. And I think the results will be a positive one. So,
Argos break huddle. 1st and 10 following the fumble recovery by Toronto. The ball is at the Saskatchewan 30-yard line, right-hand hash. The Argos in their white jerseys with the wind at their back have 3 receivers to the near side. Dagey back to pass. Time loads it up near the goal line. Touchdown! What a throw by Jared Dagey right into the arms of Dijon Brissett, who hauls it in. And Brissett, what a catch as he had players flashing in front of his pace, but is able to make the reception for his 3rd touchdown of the year.
This is a beautiful throw from Dagey. He's on the right hash mark, throws it right down the right hash mark. And I'll tell you what, it's got to be a strong throw that is on time, because we are about 1 inch away from intercepting this with one of our linebackers. But, man, the throw from Dagey, just a thing of beauty. And turnovers leading to points again for the Argos.
Argos going for 2 to tie the game. They put the ball on the right hash for Dagey, who's back to pass. Looks to this near side, up for Brissett. It's up, and it's batted down. Nice coverage by the Riders in the back of the end zone. Is going up to get it was Benny Sapp, the 3rd. Argos still trail by 2 with 11:56 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, Dagey had him. It's just a great job by Benny Sapp. You've got the Argos wide receiver in behind the 1st defensive back, which is DeMarcus Fields. And Benny Sapp just comes in after that, though, and dislodges the ball from the hands of the receiver. It was a fantastic play, exactly the way they teach it. Right, just if you're late, get your hands in on where the ball's gonna be, and the Riders end up still leading 15-13.
So the Toronto Argonauts score their 99th point off a turnover this season and are back to within 2 of the Roughriders with 11:56 to go in the 3rd quarter. 15-13, Saskatchewan leading. They've ran 1 offensive play of the Riders thus far in the 2nd half, and they'll get the ball back as Liam Haralahu will put the ball on the 30-yard line near side hash to kick this one off with the wind at his back. Argos will scatter from their special teams huddle. The Riders await the kick in their obsidian jerseys with Mario Alford and Thomas Bertram Houdon back to return. Driving kick from Haralahu, taken right in the numbers by Alford as he'll scamper to the 25 near side. 30, 35, still on his feet, dances out of bounds at the 38-yard line, and here comes Trevor Harris and the Rough Rider offense once again, now leading by just 2. 73-yard kick 31 on the return for Alford. And Trevor Harris, who is aforementioned, 15 of 18 for 215 yards and a touchdown, will look to get this Rider offense back clicking like they were early on in the ball game. 5 receivers set for the Riders to start this possession. Again at their own 38. Argo's going to load up the box with 5 players. Handoff, though, back to Ouellette. Look at this burst across the far side to the 50, 51, 52-yard line as he goes around the left edge of that offensive line and gets a big first down for Cooperators. Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
That's Thomas Bertrand-Houdon making his first carry of the game.
Oh, wow, it was.
Getting taken down at about 14 yards, right off the left side behind the tackle, Peyton Collins. We haven't seen Thomas Bertrand-Houdon in what seems like years now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. He had that amazing start to the season, and then just his body let him down.
14 yards. He'll get the handoff again on first down, this time from the Saskatchewan 53. Only going to get a gain of about a yard, and rest assured, A.J. Ouellette still helmet on the sideline, standing beside offensive coaches.
Yeah, the strength of the Argos defensive front here against the run is definitely interior. Ricky Correa and Jay Min-Pelly are just 2 refrigerators in the middle of that line. And Thomas Bertrand-Houdon ran right into Correa, 78.
2nd and 9 for the Riders. Right-hand hash, ball on the 53-yard line. We've got 10-10 to go here in the third quarter. Harris throws it up, looking for Kian Schaefer-Baker, who's got it down to the 30 of Toronto on the far side. Big first down Saskatchewan as Kian Schaefer is back.
Yeah, Schaefer-Baker running a corner route at about 20 yards. Argo defensive back, Tavarius McFadden, is trying to stick with the one-on-one, but he's trying to avoid a lot of the contact, obviously because of the rules. And he just sort of allows Kian Schaefer-Baker to leverage him.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Pitch it far side for Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, who goes ahead and puts the shoulder pads down to the 20-yard line of Toronto. A gain of almost 9 after the 28-yard catch from KSB.
All right, so we got a first down. We're in the red zone. And this goes back to now we got to see converted red zone efficiency. Right? We don't want to see the field goals that we saw in the first half. We need to cross the ball with the goal line. Remember, it's not just about the Argos. This is when you're in this phase of the year, when you have the playoffs looming, you need to be able to be an offense that puts them into the end zone.
Riders have the ball in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. First down play. Shovel pass underneath to KSB. Across the 20 to the 15. Takes a shot as he gets across the 15 near the 14-yard line for a gain of 5.
Yeah, they take KSB. They line him up essentially into the backfield. They pitch him the ball. I mean, he does this a ton, too. Does a good job of getting to the edge, but the Argos do a really good job of pursuing the football, setting edge on the defense, and then taking them down. They gave him 6, which is good. So you're 2nd and 4. Now, again, we want to see touchdowns in this area of the field.
Ball on the 13-yard line now. Far hash for Harris, who sends 3 receivers to that far side, which is his left. Argos bring blitz. Harris reads it, throws it middle of the end zone, into the arms, into the touchdown. Touchdown Riders, hauling it in against his former team. Tommy Neild for his 5th touchdown reception of the year, this time from 13 yards out.
The Argos line up with 5 in the box, then they blitz the edges and drop the linebackers back. And Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, you got to give him a lot of credit because Harris is able to make this throw to Neild because Bertrand-Houdon traces and manages to get to the outside blitzer. He goes from right to left to pick up the blitz on the outside, and then Harris making a great throw beyond the linebacker's reach right underneath the goal post. You wanted red zone efficiency. When you get there, you got it. It's 21-13, 2-point.
2-point attempt for the Riders, you're right, as Harris calls out a stutter motion, and now is going to change up the play with A.J. Ouellette standing to his right. Harris back to pass, looks to the near side, right at the corner of the end zone, but I don't think the Riders got in. The catch was made by Robustelli, but he didn't have the goal line.
Yeah, no, unfortunately Robustelli made the catch, but the ball was outside. His feet were in the goal line, but the ball was about a yard in front of the orange pylon.
21-13, and boy, that was really close from the angle we get. They're going to take a look at it. We'll do and tell you what happens when we come back. 7:55 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Mark your calendar. October 21st to 23rd is the Team Auctions Online Unreserved Real Estate Auction for 25.5 quarters of prime farmland in Saskatchewan's RM of Purdue. Selling in 25 parcels, mostly fenced, with the majority being a mix of quality pasture, hay, and cropland, well suited for cattle, grazing, and farm operations. Don't miss this exceptional opportunity in West Central Saskatchewan. Visit teamauctions.com for more details and registration. Consign now and get it sold.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Dave Thomas. He's Luc Mullinder, and Teagan Witko's on the sideline for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan, what do you got for us?
Well, tonight at Mosaic Stadium, there are a lot of friends on the field here on both sidelines. However, for Tommy Neild on the Saskatchewan Roughriders as he faces his former team in the Toronto Argonauts, there is no love lost here, okay? After 4 seasons in Double Blue, Neild knows their system, knows their style, and maybe some of their weaknesses even, based on that last play we just saw him get a touchdown. While he does still keep in touch with his former teammates, he made it very clear that while friendships remain off the field, on game day, it's friends off. Now they're just an opponent.
There you go. Yeah, and very true. Thank you, Teagan. Again, her sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers as Brett Lawther gets set to kick this one back to the Argonauts after the touchdown. We'll tell you about the drive in a moment. First, his high end-over-end kick going to be taken by Janarian Grant at his 25-yard line. Makes the first man miss, bounces off a tackle, gets up to the 40. Flags fly, though, as he's spun down at the 43-yard line. The touchdown drive brought to you by Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 5 plays for the Riders, started at their own 38 after the Toronto touchdown. It ends up in a Tommy Neild touchdown reception from 13 yards out. Riders lead 21-13. Argonauts ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Local with Play Now, or bet on my illegal gambling site instead, because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko, and crew back here at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders leading 21-13. Question for you, Luc, this morning. This afternoon, or evening, I guess it is now. Luc, are you a dark meat or a white meat guy? And that's coming from Tyler in Saskatoon.
Dark meat. Absolutely dark meat.
Dark meat?
Yeah, man, listen, if I get some white meat, it better be juicy, but I'm also going to probably, throw some potatoes or something, gravy on top of it. I'm a dark meat guy through and through, man.
There you go. Tyler, you're welcome on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. Toronto football on their own 22-yard line. 7:43 to go as the handoff is faked by Deggy, and then he'll flip it out far side. That's complete to Ungerer, who gets to the 40, still on his feet, moving the pile on his own. Riders ripping the ball, but can't get it away from him as the receiver gets it up after a 23-yard gain to the 45 of Toronto.
Well, it's a great run fake here by Deggy, and then he gets outside and finds Ungerer about 12 yards to his right on the hash mark. Argo's moving the sticks. They haven't had a ton of opportunity here in this third quarter, but they've made good on their first turnover, and that is a good first play to start this drive.
7 minutes to go in the third quarter of play. Riders 21, Toronto 13. Jared Deggy in the offense are 1st and 10 now at their own 44. Fakes the handoff again, far side, wide open receiver to midfield to the Saskatchewan 50, still on his feet up near the 46-yard line. Yep. It's Polk once again, and Benny Sapp the third on the tackle for the Riders, but not before an Argonaut first down.
Well, it's essentially the same play, and the play action, the run fake brings up both linebackers, Jameer Thurman as well as Antoine Brooks. It sucks them up, and it allows Polk to slide in over top of them. And Deggy, who breaks the pocket again to the right, finds Polk. Almost the same play, just a different route ran by the receiver.
Stop motion from the Argos on first down now at the Riders' 45-yard line. Wing to the back of the Argos. The Riders jumped offside. Free play complete to the near side. Hauling it in was Jake Herslow. He'll have it at the Saskatchewan 40. He'll spin away down to about the 39-yard line before being taken down. The Argonauts and Ryan Dinwiddie have a choice as it was a free play as the Riders jumped offside.
Offside, Saskatchewan, number 95. It's a 5-yard penalty, repeat first down.
So they turn, instead of 2nd and 3, they go to 1st and 5, right? It's a good play to Herslow, but how about Baldonado? He's got to get this penalty thing under control. He's been dinged a few times since he's been starting, hasn't he, Dave?
Yeah, true. 1st and 5 now for Toronto. They move the ball up to the officials to the 40-yard line of the Riders. Riders show 4 down linemen on 1st and 5. Deggy drops back to pass. Pumps, pulls it down. Now he's going to sling it up, and that's going to go out of bounds as he had a lot of pressure in and around him, and he just launched it, throwing it away, 2nd and 5.
Yeah, this was a throwaway. He really wanted to get it out earlier, I think. Well, again, 4-man pressure from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Nobody falls for the pump fake, and that's the problem, is once nobody falls for the pump fake that he tries, then it's a little bit too late. Plus, the pressure's finally getting to them. And now it's 2nd and 5. They're probably in field goal range here. I would anticipate them coming with a short throw. But again,
well, Riders show blitz. They've got 6, now 7 bodies up near the line of scrimmage. They'll drop back to the Riders as Deggy drops back to pass. Far side, It's going to be complete, and there were 2 receivers essentially standing beside each other.
Yeah.
Kevin Meitel made the play and the first down for the Argos to the Saskatchewan 32.
Well, again, it's a shorter route, right? And credit the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They are trying to mix things up in front of Deggy. He's just making the right reads. But that's why I said I would anticipate a short throw. Because a short throw here, it wouden't have mattered if they would have blitzed them or they would have dropped back with all of their guys. The short throw was still indicative of something that was going to beat that.
So 1st and 10 Toronto. Now at the Riders 32, far side hash. Deggy looked like he was going to pitch it. Now he gets wrapped up in the backfield. That was a clear run pass option, and the Riders took all options away as Malik Carney comes up for the tackle for loss.
Yeah, the problem is Malik Carney, you got 3 down linemen, and Malik's coming from a linebacker position, right? So essentially it's a 3-4 look with Carney playing the linebacker, and he's just going at the quarterback here. He's schemed to go, no matter what the play was, he had the quarterback, and because Deggy kept the ball and didn't pitch it, he was a sitting duck.
Well, they're going to give him a yard on the play. It's 2nd and 9. Toronto with the Riders 31. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 8. Deggy drops back to pass on 2nd and long. Here comes the pressure. He feels it and rolls to the far side. Hit as he throws, and that's going to go incomplete as it'll skid off the sideline on the far side. And out comes Liam Haralahu for his 3rd field goal attempt of the night.
That's the only thing about those plays where you break out of the pocket, you got a rolling quarterback to the right. It just limits because there's not a lot of receivers that are over on the right to begin with, right? So then when you break out to the right more, you go from, again, I think it was 4 or 5 guys you're reading to 2. And both of them were covered on the right side, so Deggy does the right thing and throws it away.
So Haralahu to attempt a 38-yard field goal from the right hash. A clean snap. The kick goes up. Wind at his back and sails to the back of the end zone, and he is good. 3 for 3 tonight, as the lead now is Saskatchewan 21, Toronto 16. There's 3:46 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a commercial break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2. Actually, 3. Make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
38-yard field goal from Liam Haralahu wraps up an 8-play drive for Toronto that started back at their own 22-yard line. Jared Deggy, 3 of 5 for 42 yards on that possession for the Argos, who drop back within 5 of the Roughriders. It's 21-16 with Trevor Harris in the offense on the field with 3:46 to go. Here in the third quarter on a nice night for football at Mosaic Stadium. A touch breezy at times, and that breeze operating in the face of the Riders here in the third quarter.
Just a beautiful evening, Dave. Got 15 degrees. It's almost mid-October. I mean, we're lucky. There could be snow on the ground right now.
Well, give it a couple of days and you might get your wish here in southeastern Saskatchewan. Right. 1st and 10 for the Riders, again at their own 40-yard line. Harris is in the gun. A.J. Ouellette back in the game, gets the carry. His first since he fumbled earlier in this third quarter. He's going to drag the pile across the 45, near the 46-yard line, a gain of almost 6 yards. It'll be 2nd down and medium for the Rider offense.
Yeah, you got it. Big front tight end set to the right. Morgan Runge has taken the place of Albert Awachi. I'm not sure what's happened to Albert Awachi over the last few games. He just really hasn't played at all. He's out here. So maybe he's not healthy or maybe he's fallen into the doghouse. Either way, it's 2nd and 4 for the Riders offense.
Ouellette the lone back in the backfield on this 2nd down play for the Obsidian Green Riders. 3 receivers far side of the set for Harris. Argos put 5 in the box, and they'll bring them all. Harris to pass over the middle. That's complete across midfield and into Toronto territory. Nice pitch and catch is coming up with it again is the former Argo Tommy Neild for a Bazandowski Agency's 1st down.
Yeah, great job here. Trevor Harris, plenty of time in the pocket. Blitz picked up well. More importantly, the stunt. Sorry, not the blitz, but stunt picked up well. You've got a linebacker looping from left to right. A.J. Ouellette goes and puts a helmet on him. Harris is allowed to throw the ball with accuracy as usual. We're on the 49 of the Argos.
18-yard reception for Neild. 1st and 10 Saskatchewan. Argos with 3 down linemen on this 1st down play. A pitch to the far side for Ouellette. He's got lead blocking. Gets across the 45 down to the 40 of Toronto. And he'll be near the 1st down marker. Had to get to the 39. Good carry for 45 of the Riders.
Yeah, you got your 5 down offensive linemen and you've got a pulling guard in Philippe Gagnon. A.J. Harris just sort of runs off the inside of Gagnon. And his efforts, along with Philippe Gagnon, who picks up the initial block, they get him 9 yards, so it's 2nd and 1. You essentially got 2 downs here to get 1 yard. So you can take a big shot here if you want to. You know you're going to get the 3rd.
Short yardage team is in for the Riders with Jack Cohn at quarterback. Lots of movement in the backfield as Cohn is in under center Logan Ferlin. He'll take the snap, go to his right, have lots of yards, probably 2, if not 3, and another Bazandowski Agency's 1st down.
This is blocked really well up front. All kinds of space. Cone comes in. Yeah, and you just see the guard, Jacob Brammert, road grading guys, knocking guys backwards is exactly what you want. 1st and 10 on the Argos 33 now. Getting closer to the red zone, right, Dave? Where we talked about wanting to just continue to practice having success.
Under a minute to go in the third quarter. 5 receiver set for Trevor Harris, who's back into the ball game. Hands off to Ouellette again. Little stutter step and a cut back to his left across the 35 near the 34 for a gain of about 3 as bodies fly, and so do the flags at the end of the play.
I didn't necessarily see what happened there. I was watching the replay. You just got a couple guys going down, and you got 2 Argos. Number 95, it looks like, Joe Wallace, just continued playing after the whistle for some reason. He's being taken out because that's going to be 15 yards on him.
Harris is all the way at the sideline. Now he's making his way back towards the Riders huddle as Justin McInnes is getting the, I don't know if the replay center is getting involved in this or not, but definitely some communication happening. Let's go down.
A 15-yard misconduct penalty against Toronto, number 95. 1st down, Saskatchewan.
That's a tough one for the rookie Joe Wallace out of Sam Houston State. 6'1", 300 pounds, and getting his first CFL action and not making a positive impression on his head coach. So the ball does now move inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders at the Toronto 18.
Let's see if the Argos choose to throw some pressure out this right away. Looks like they will.
Ball on the 18-yard line. Handoff on 1st down to Ouellette, looking for a hole in the left. Doesn't have much, going to get across the 15, down near the 12-yard line for a gain of about 6.
Well, and they're only giving him 4 for some reason.
Wow,
I feel like they should have given him at least 6 there. You're right, Dave. Maybe they marked him down earlier on, but he looked like he fell forward for an extra couple yards there. Just a great job in traffic and amongst such big guys to just 2 hands over the football and just drive your legs.
So final play of the third quarter upcoming. It's 2nd down and 6 for the Riders after the only 4-yard gain given to Ouellette. 3 to the far side of the receiving core for Harris. He looks that way, throws it low to the 5-yard line. Ouellette says it was caught and a 1st down. The officials look like they're going to agree. It will be a Rider 1st down, and they'll continue this drive to start the 4th quarter. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. It's Saskatchewan 21, Toronto 16. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used ag equipment, including combines, tractors, sprayers, and utility tractors. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Our experienced team is here to help you make the most of your season with dependable, high-quality machinery. Visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, high above the playing surface in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. They just played the last Saskatchewan Pirate. Unfortunately for the Riders, it might be Ryan Dinwiddie who's doing the plundering, as he threw his challenge flag at the end of the third quarter, challenging whether or not Tommy Neild had made that first down reception down to the 5-yard line. We're about to find out, as Justin McInnish is talking with the replay center, which is brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. And I would suggest that this is going to be assessed a coach's timeout, as the ball is still spotted on the Argonaut 5-yard line. And
yeah, I think the replay looked really close. I think the problem is that there might not have been enough to overturn the call in terms of camera angles on the ball.
Understood.
I mean, this isn't the NFL, right? NFL's got 6 million cameras out there. They can get any angle they want. They can zoom in. Here you've got like 5.
Hold on. The Riders are starting to move back.
Toronto challenged the previous play for an incomplete pass. After review by the replay center, it is an incomplete pass.
Oh, wow.
It'll be 3rd down Saskatchewan.
So successful challenge for Ryan Dinwiddie, and yes, a first down at the 5 now becomes a 3rd down and 6 from the 14, and here comes Brett Lother trotting out onto the field for his 4th Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal attempt of the night. Bundle and save with Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Rent a new water heater and softener and save $400. Call on Reliance today. Lother going to attempt this one from 22 yards. Again, good from 37 twice and 44 once. So
yeah, he looked like he's gotten the message here. He's kicking really well today and confidently.
Clean snap, good hold. And the kick sails through, and Brett Lother is 4 for 4 tonight and extends the lead to 8 points, 24-16.
I've always said, and it was drilled into us very early on, especially as a Canadian player. The Canadian players, shout out to Coach Echeverry, who always reminded us of this. The Canadian players need to see their competition sitting directly in front of them, right? And I think that, with Brett Lother, he's never had somebody sitting there that can kick field goals in the locker room. And today, I mean, he's come out, and this is as confident as this ball has looked. It has been a bullet off his foot every single time. So, and again, J.O.'s brought in some kickers, and I think that the message, he's responding to it.
So 9-play Saskatchewan Roughrider drive ends in a 22-yard field goal by Brett Lother. A.J. Ouellette 5 carries for 25 yards on the drive as Jarrett Dagey brings out the Argonaut offense and dumps it off far side. That's complete to Matal, and he'll get up near the 50-yard line, which should be good for a first down and 10 yards for the Argonaut offense.
Yeah, and credit to Matal here, because he's supposed to be getting some help from big number 66, Shane Richards, and Shane Richards, when he pulls, just doesn't give him any help. As a matter of fact, just falls flat on his face without blocking anybody, and it leaves Matal kind of on an island by himself. He beats a couple would-be tacklers and goes and gets a 9-yard gain, and that's a good job, because you're supposed to have a blocker in front of you.
Well, not the best spot for Matal. Not bad for the Riders. It's going to be 2nd down and 1. Jarrett Dagey remains in the game in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers to the near side. Going to fake the handoff, look to fire it deep, pulls it down. Now here comes the pressure, slings it out, and it's complete far side. What a play by Dagey as he was being spun down to the turf. Just kind of shuffled it over to the far side to his running back, Spencer Brown, for a first down.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's Dagey doing? But this is a good job. He steps up in the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, and then right before he gets tackled, just wings a pass out to his left, and he's got a receiver sitting on the 50. Who was that, Dave?
That was Spencer Brown.
Brown, the running back, and it's a good job by Brown. Heads up play, knowing his quarterback was in trouble and needs to get his head around.
7-yard gain puts the ball at the Saskatchewan 53. First down for the Argonauts. 13:25 to go in the fourth quarter, and Dagey's back to pass again. Flinches once, throws it up. That ball is complete. Far side, David Ungerer has it and has a first down to the Riders' 40-yard line.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Saskatchewan Roughriders here, you've got Benny Sapp and DeMarcus Fields over there. In this case, it's actually Marcus Sales. the pump fake that he throws here, Sales goes and plays the slot. And when he goes and plays the slot, he leaves the receiver who ends up getting the ball on the sideline. And that receiver has all sorts of room to run.
So a new set of downs for the Argonauts now at the Saskatchewan 40-yard line. 13 minutes to go. The Argos trail by 8. Daggy back to pass again. Lots of time. Throws it far side. That's complete up to the 35-yard line, but no more. Nice job of hauling in the pass on that far side. It looked like it was Polk right around A.J. Allen, who tackles him, but not after a gain of 5.
More importantly for Polk, I mean, he catches this at about 5 yards, but he catches it going backwards. So they might have only gotten about 2 yards out of this, but Polk stays on his feet, gets back upfield, and really saves this throw, and it's 2nd and 5.
Daggy and the Argos offense leave a tight end in along the line. That is Kevin Mattal, as now he'll sprint out to the near side of the formation. That's where 3 targets settle pre-snap. Here comes the pressure. Daggy, though, throws it away. It's up, and the Riders have it. What a catch.
Nope.
No. Do they?
Nope.
Riders still returning it. No, they're going to wave it incomplete. It was Sheldrick Redwine, who looked like he had the interception. Instead, it's an incomplete pass. And third down upcoming as Daggy got shaken up again as he was hammered in the pocket.
Well, Shane Richards this has not been a drive in which he's gonna like at all on film. I mean, essentially a non-blocker here, one-on-one, and Daggy gets smacked because of it. Shane Richards struggling at that left guard spot for the Argos.
Yeah, Malik Carney got into the backfield, and again, Daggy's head bounced off the turf for the second time tonight. But in the meantime, Liam Haralahu from 42 yards is going to attempt his 4th of the night. This a driving kick into the wind, but he's still able to get it through and cuts into the lead. Now 24-19, the Argonauts trailing Saskatchewan with 11:59 to go in the 4th quarter of play. Looks like we're going to take a break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking for an efficient, reliable tractor that works as hard as you do, Massey Ferguson has your answer. From row crops to dairy operations, the Massey Ferguson 7S Series is a perfect match for your farm. Don't let another season pass by without the straightforward, dependable equipment you need to succeed. Stop by AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee today or visit MasseyFerguson.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 7S Series.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Teagan Witko back with you at Mosaic Stadium. 24-19, the Riders lead. Let's go down for another sideline report for Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. First and foremost, Teagan, are you warm?
Short answer, no.
Okay.
But I did come prepared, so I'm wearing lots of layers. No, I did just want to give a quick update on Keyshawn Johnson. He is back on the sideline, but he is in street clothing. Not really sure what he may have tweaked. All I know is he's not going to be returning to this game.
Thanks so much, Teagan, as the Riders start 1st and 10 following the field goal and a pass to Joe Robustelli on the far side. Gets across the 50, a gain of 11, and a Bazendelski Agency's first down for the Riders.
Yeah, Robustelli's running a dig route at about 5 yards here, and really he does all the work. I mean, cuts inside, Trevor Harris finds him, and he manages to evade one tackler and then put his head down and drag a couple other guys for a first down. That's a great effort by Robustelli, who has been out of the lineup because of the return of some of the Canadian receivers here.
Big yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. First down for the Riders. Harris pumps once, now loads it up far side. Has a man, it's up, but it's batted down. Nice coverage there from the Argos. They've seen that double move to Robustelli before, and they earned game as Benji Franklin knocks it away.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I'm an idiot, right? So it doesn't work here. And Benji Franklin learning from the past. He does a great job of recovering after not falling completely for the fake. Derek Sluika from the Argos, their safety, was also in the vicinity. 2nd and 10.
Riders with the ball at their 51-yard line. There's 11 minutes, just under now to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 5. 3 receivers far side. Harris is back to pass. 5-man pressure for the Argos. They're going to get through, and Harris is going to get dropped in the backfield. Loss of a couple as the Argos brought extra bodies. The Riders couldn't find and contain them all, and Harris is slow to get up with A.J. Ouellette and some concerned receivers looking on as Harris.
5 guys in the rush, and Isaac D'Arcangelo, who's played a good game today, Dave, gets in on the sack. He's coming right off the edge. Harris, because of the pressure, runs right into him. 3rd and 11.
You can hear Rider Nation holding their breath right now as he makes his way to the sideline, does Harris.
Harris is a tough guy, but again, and this is credit to J.O., you've got a guy in Jake Mayer who's played really well in spot duty here for the Riders this year. So if Mayer has to step in, I would imagine that this Riders offense wouldn't lose a beat.
Murko to punt, going to be taken by Ungerer at his 22 across the 30 of Saskatchewan, pushed out of bounds at the 34. Murko had the wind at his back and didn't get quite the boomer away that he wanted with 9:49 to go. Nick Wiebe down in on the tackle for the Riders. For Wiebe, boy, has he done a nice job on special teams. That's his 18th special teams tackle of the season. 38-yard punt, 12 on the return, Luke.
We've seen some good special teams play from Canadian linebackers specifically here over the last few years with, A.J. Allen being a guy, obviously. You had the guys, the French Connection back, a few years ago, the Gagnes, and Nick Wiebe seems to be the next guy up.
Got to give it to Jared Dagey. He is not going to go down without swinging as he's back in. Slings it near side. That ball complete up to the 40 of Toronto. Going to be close to a gain of 5 as coming back was Jake Herslow to make the catch.
Herslow just at the sticks coming back to Dagey. Dagey finds him. You're right. He's been bounced off the turf a few times here today, Dave, and just keeps on jumping back up and making throws. So
6 yards officially on the gain for Herslow. 2nd and 4 for the Argos with 9:07 left in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 24-9. The second down play on the right-hand hash. 3 receivers far side and a 5-receiver look for the Argos on second down. The Riders show 4 down linemen. Receivers approach the line. Dagey, though, doesn't get the play off. Zeros on the clock, and Dagey can't believe it.
Nothing gets an offensive coach matter than not getting the ball snapped on a 2nd and 4. Now you're looking at 2nd and 9, and it completely changes the outlook of not only the offensive call but the defensive call.
So you're right, the ball now backs up to the 35-yard line of Toronto. Argonauts break huddle again with the 5-receiver look. Same personnel, 3 receivers far side. Riders again with 4 down linemen for 2nd and 9. Jared Dagey in the gun. Gets the snap off this time. Back to pass. Loads it up. Looking deep. Has a man. But oh my gosh. The wind took the ball from the inside to the outside. Completely away from his intended receiver downfield. Oh my goodness. Hoping to find Dorian Anderson for his first catch of the season.
Yeah, Dorian Anderson, he actually had a step to the inside here on Marcus Sayles. But like you said, Dave, the ball kind of boomeranged because of the wind and ended up outside. Marcus Sayles tried to make a nice over-the-shoulder grab. Didn't work out. The Argos are punting.
John Haggerty standing back at his 22-yard line to kick it away for the Argos. Alford, the lone man, back to return. But look at this kick into the wind by Haggerty. It's a beauty. Alford goes all the way back to his 16, now comes up the near side. 30, makes a man miss, spun down at the 35-yard line, but Haggerty with a great kick and an Ibaressa and Sons punt return from Mario Alford to the 35, which is where the Riders will have the ball when we come back. 8:25 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan leads 24-19 on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Highline bale processors lead the industry, and that's no accident. Every Bale Pro is engineered, tested, and refined to deliver the best results for cattle production. When you choose the Highline Bale Pro, you're investing in a smart, long-term solution, boosting productivity, reducing operating costs, and supporting healthier livestock. With 4 models, each offering unique advantages, there's a Bale Pro built for your operation. Young's Equipment, your authorized Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
59-yard punt by John Haggerty into the wind. A 19-yard return for Ibaressa and Sons for Mario Alford. And the Roughriders, of course, find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with the parts and equipment from Ibaressa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at Ibaressa.com. The Riders will get the ball at their 35-yard line following said return with 8:25 to go in the fourth quarter, looking to clinch the West Division title for the first time since 2019. Riders break huddle. Harris is in at quarterback after slow to get up after the last offensive possession for the Obsidian Riders tonight. Argos load up the box on first down. Handoff across the 35 to the 40. Just a booming run by Thomas Bertrand Houdon. And that'll get across the 40, near the 41 for a gain of about 6.
Yeah, TBH, I mean, again, what a great start to the year he had, and then just felt like he got betrayed by his body. He just wasn't able to take, he even started a game and just wasn't able to take the pounding, I think, and it's good to see him back in the lineup. He's a good football player. 2nd and 4.
6-yard gain for Houdon, who will turn 29 tomorrow as Harris back to pass on second down. Flags fly. Harris underneath. That's complete across the 50 up to the 52. It is good for a first down, pending flags that are down on the field.
Yeah, is this an offside here on Toronto? Feels like it
offside.
Might.
Saskatchewan, number 18.
Wow.
It's 5-yard penalty.
Mind.
We'll repeat second down.
Number 18 is Del Duncan Busby.
So have to do it all over again. It'll be second down and 9 now.
Same thing that the Argos did the drive before, is take a second and short and make it a second and long. So 2nd and 7+ here for the Argos. They've got 5 defensive linemen out there already.
So the ball is on the left-hand hash, backed up to the Riders' 36 following the penalty for offside to Del Duncan Busby. 5 receiver looks Saskatchewan, 3 to the near side. Argos show blitz, they'll rush 6. Harris to pass, pumps, then he's going to get brought down back at the 25-yard line. Argos run a little twist up front, and they're able to get home.
Yeah, this is a really good delayed blitz here. Brandon Dozier is going to get Trevor Harris. They look like they're coming, and at the last minute, the 2 linebackers in front of Harris, one of them ducks off to take the hot route into the flat, which is where Harris would have gone against this blitz. But because he goes with the hot route, it gives Dozier time to loop around in his delayed blitz and get Harris, because Harris had to start going through his progressions a little bit more. Great scheme there from the Toronto Argonauts.
So Jesse Mirko on to punt, David Ungerer and Janarian Grant back to return for the Argos. Mirko, an end-over-ender that'll be taken by Grant at his 31-yard line of Toronto. Grant, stutter step ahead, then he's going to be met at the 41-yard line by a host of riders in obsidian green and driven back inside the 40-yard line. But the Argos will be 1st and 10, a 53-yard punt, 10 on the return, and with 6:19 to go, we'll take a break. The Riders lead Toronto 24-19. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Ice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Hi, I'm Kim Breckner, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatchewan Riversdale. Saskatchewan is an export-based province. We need all levels of government working together to end the tariffs. I've heard from so many constituents who are concerned after the Sask Party government changed its position on EV tariffs and stopped calling for them to be removed. We need to scrap the Chinese EV tariffs to protect our canola producers. Contact me at 306-230-7358.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Toronto about to scrimmage 1st and 10 at their own 42-yard line. We've got 6:19 to go in this ball game. 24-19. The Riders leading the Argos as the lights have just gone out here at Mosaic Stadium. But
yeah, aren't we trying to play a...
That's home field advantage. You turn out the lights when the other team's offense has got the ball. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah.
Something like that. It may not work for everyone. B&A Petroleum text line, of course, B&A Petroleum, they've got some great locations right around the province in Swift-Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. We'll get to some of your thoughts and questions in a moment. First, the matter at hand is 1st and 10 for the Argonauts on their own 42-yard line. Back to pass is Deggy. Loads it up, has got it complete. It's Polk over the middle. Flags fly at the end of the play in the Argonauts' backfield. The Riders have arms extended, likely going to be a late hit on the quarterback as that catch up around the 52-yard line, I'm sure, will be advanced further.
The passer, Saskatchewan, number 11. 15 yards from the end of the play and an automatic first down.
So the Riders are getting pressure, and that hit deemed a little late in the eyes of referee Justin McInnes.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, and the other thing is, how about Mackay Polk? He's played a phenomenal game today, and yeah, that was roughing the passer. It's up high and it's late. Scoop knows better.
So the clock still counts down with 6 minutes now to go in the fourth quarter, but the ball moves to the Riders' 43. 1st and 10, Toronto. Deggy in the gun with 3 receivers far side. He's back to pass again, loads it up, collects near side. That is caught, bringing it down right around the 35-yard line before finally being tripped up and tackled up is Jake Herslow. But again, we've got flags down and footballs flying at the end of the play.
What is happening? The flag came out. I'm not sure where the flag is going to go. It's probably against our secondary, and it might be are they picking it up? I don't know what's happening here.
Well, right now they're looking to see where it is, and
there's a couple receivers that were. Yeah, okay.
Number 32, 10-yard penalty, first down Toronto.
So A.J. Allen is going to take the next penalty for the Riders, who have given up 25 yards in successive plays, and now the ball moves inside their 35 to the 33-yard line. 5:40 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. The Argonauts trail by 5, but are marching the football. Deggy, who's taking a beating tonight,
man,
is moving the football and has got 3 receivers far side. Riders load up the line. Deggy back to pass again. Fires complete over the middle to the 30, now to the 25-yard line, and again, it's Kevin Mattal, on the reception, and that'll be close to a first down, gain of 8.
And the one thing about this is Deggy is just making a living throwing short. Here Mattal, who lines up as a tight end, just sits down at about 6 yards. Deggy finds him, but they've been short and crisp passes. And when he has had to throw longer ones, he's put them on a rope.
And Mattel had a great game. The first time these two teams met, 7 catches for 98 yards that night in Toronto with a touchdown thrown in. So 2nd and 3, gain of 7, but now it looks like Toronto's going to call a timeout with 4:43 to go.
Well, that clock was getting down again. It was at 2, and the Argos had just started lining up. So Dinwiddie says, we're not doing this again. Calling a timeout now.
Timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So the Argonauts are even going to change personnel for this 2nd and 3 play. That'll come from the Saskatchewan 26-yard line. Close to the right hash for Deggy, who looks back to official Justin McKinnis saying, when are you going to blow it in? And he does that right now. So 4:47 on the clock. Saskatchewan in front 24-19. Argos break huddle with 2 extra bodies along the offensive line. Deggy calls for the ball. That's a little flea flicker.
Oh, wow, he's got
the pass
They've
wide open in the end zone. It's up, but batted away at the last second.
Yeah.
Riders able to recover as the ball was underthrown, looking for Dorian Anderson at the goal line. Huge play by the Riders D.
Yeah, Deggy puts this on a rope, but he needs it to be higher, and it's because it's a great recovery by Marcus Sales, who eventually yielded some ground to Dorian on the initial flea flicker play. He got beat, but he recovered greatly, and Dougie he wishes he put that a little bit ahead of him. Third and 3.
Argos going for it from Moose Creek, Red Angus. Fake the handoff, throw near side, it's incomplete. Looking on the near side for Mackay Polk, and he couldn't haul it in as Daggy just missed him. He was open and in first down territory instead. It's the first turnover for the Argonauts tonight. Rider football at their own 26.
Yeah, Daggy's got a chance here. It's a play action RPO look, and Deggy just with his 2nd consecutive bad pass, unfortunately, puts it. We had Martel open, just sort of sitting there. It was going to be an easy first down. Dinwiddie dialed up the right play, and unfortunately, Deggy just can't make the connection. Now the Argos are going to have to rely on potentially getting a turnover here, or at least getting a 2 and out. 4:11 on the clock. It's 4:08 now. Plenty of time.
Harris in the gun on first down. Argos load up the line. Harris fakes the handoff. Looking to throw it deep. Up for Schaefer Baker. He's got it! Up to the Argonauts' 40-yard line. What a play by Kean Schaefer Baker. Check that, Sam Emelis on the far side.
Play action pass. Trevor Harris on a rope. Sam Emelis going up and over the top of defensive back Delonte Hood. Just basically catches it on the backside of Hood's helmet. First down immediately.
Sam Emelis with the changeup as he changed his shoes at halftime. He went back to his white cleats instead of the black ones he was wearing in the first half, and he makes a dandy catch. First down, Riders.
You love the play call after the turnover as well, right? You just get a 3-down turnover. Let's go right at him.
44-yard reception, 1st and 10 Riders at the Argos 41. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette, has a bit of a seam up across the 35 down to the 34-yard line, gain of 7.
Argos are down by 5 here, so a 3-minute warning is about to hit.
It does indeed. Saskatchewan leading by 5, but looking for more. We'll find out if they can do it when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, Make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-minute warning for Brett Young Seeds. It's crunch time on the field and in the field. Brett Young's canola hybrids are built for performance when it counts. Explore your winning lineup at brettyoung.ca. That 44-yard reception from Samuel Emelis now has him 6 catches for 142 yards tonight.
Jeez.
Welcome back.
Buck 42. Well, and in the face of some really unfortunate news with Keyshawn Johnson going down, right?
Yeah.
But again, J.O. doesn't get enough credit for this. A lot of people sort of poked fun at the fact that it seemed like this team was drafting Canadian receiver after Canadian receiver. Well, the amount of Canadian talent at the receiver position has allowed them become really flexible with the ratio, especially in the face of critical injuries. And I don't think enough people are talking about that. They've managed to make it through with some really talented players on the field because of their injuries, because of the Canadian receivers that they've been able to plug in for the ratio purposes.
2nd and 3 for the Riders. Harris in the gun, hands off to A.J. Olat, lowers the shoulder pads, and he'll be close, but I think he's still going to be about a yard, maybe a yard and a half shy if there wasn't much running as he went off that left side behind Peyton Collins and Philippe Gagnon.
Yeah, they're about a yard short, and right now, I mean, you've got a hot Brett Lowther, but you're going to put your short yardage team in, so Jack Cohn comes in, and hey, if you're the Toronto Argonauts, this is your chance, right? You put those 2 big refrigerators, Ricky Correa and Jamin Pelly, back in the game. I mean, heck, if you want to get even bigger, throw Joe Wallace in there as well.
So this is going to be...
Golly, those dudes would do some damage at a buffet, wouldn't they?
And 1, you're right. 3rd down gamble. Brought to you by Moose Creek Red Angus. As Jack Cohn goes ahead to the right. Argos say they stopped him, but the spot looks like it'll be good for a first down near the Argonaut 30.
They slowed him down initially, but Jack Cohn kind of flips his hips and then jumps backwards. Oh, wait a minute.
Wow, this spot is interesting.
They gave him a very questionable spot. I thought he made it, but it still looks like they might get it. It's just really close.
Well, they're going to call the chains in,
This would be massive if they are
First,
going to stop
the CFL replay official is going to weigh in on the spot and confirm it, and then they're going to measure it. So here comes the chains, and this is a pretty critical juncture. Is a stop here. It's still a 5-point lead for the Riders with 2:26 to go. And we'll wait to see them stretch it out, and I don't know if the Riders have it. They do not.
Wow.
And it's a turnover on downs as the Riders were stopped.
And you really get the feeling, it's one of those deals, hey, how lucky were we to have Tommy Stevens in, right? Because it just goes to show how these are not guaranteed downs.
Well,
and the Argos.
Coach Mace has got challenge flag in his hand, standing at the 32-yard line.
Yeah, but I don't know how he's going to challenge this.
And he's calling Justin McInnes over right now. And it looks like the flag is on the carpet, and indeed it is. Coach Mace on challenges this season.
Saskatchewan is challenging the previous play for the spot of the football. Play will be reviewed.
Coach Mace was 3 for 8 coming in. He's 1 for 1 tonight. The replay center. Again, brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. And to me, it looked like the officials on the field were conversing with the replay room prior to spotting the ball.
And that's the thing, right? Like the replay room should have already been advising as to what that. I'm not sure. The problem with the CFL, again, in my opinion, has always been lack of camera capacity, right? Like the NFL, you got 6 million cameras out there. You can go, and now you've got even digital presence, right?
Well,
like they got those microchips in the football. So
here's the.
And I'm not saying that we need 6 billion camera. I'm just saying like it's hard. These situations here are a little bit more difficult to assess.
Well, the good and bad of it is there's the spider cam. That's the robo cam that's on the wires. The cable cam, I think, is the official. And the unfortunate problem is when it doesn't go directly over the play, So there's always a bit of an angle involved, so you don't necessarily get a true reflection of where the spot or line of scrimmage should or could be.
Yeah.
And so we'll have to wait and see what kind of evidence the replay room can dig up, as the Riders' offense is still on the field, but so too is the Argonauts' offense. As the fans are trying to urge the replay center from here.
Well, I think the longer this takes, the more in favor of the Riders it goes.
Ooh, I don't know. Each team has got one Olympic RTM's turnover today. The Riders fumbled the football and then forced the turnover on downs by the Argonauts on their last possession. The Argonauts looking for turnabout to be fair play. And
I'm going to be honest, though. I mean, this isn't the first time we've had a questionable spot this game.
No.
We've had a couple runs where we thought that there were a couple more yards gained than there actually were.
Well, and if you're Coach Mace right now, why wouldn't you challenge this, right? It's a critical juncture in the game. And, again, if you can overturn this, that's an advantage. And they're going to respot the ball, and they might measure it again because Justin McInnes, for fans that are in the building, they can see him putting the ball down again. They're bringing out the sticks again, but they'd already moved the sticks ahead. So it was only an inch that the Riders needed, and we're going to have to wait to see because they're going to measure this again.
Going on. How are you respotting the ball?
What
is happening?
So the video room is telling Justin McInnes where to place the football.
After review by the replay center, the spot of the ball is moved. We will remeasure to see if it's a first down.
So that means the spot was wrong. So Coach Mace should win the challenge. They'll stretch out the chains and trying to get everybody away from this. Here we go, and the Riders have a first down. What a challenge by Coach Mace, 2 for 2 tonight. Luke, you were right, it took a while, but the Riders get the outcome. Ryan Dinwiddie can't believe it on the far sideline. He's like, what else can happen this season? And I don't blame him. So first down, Saskatchewan. For Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. So it's 1st and 10 for the Riders. The ball is at the Argonauts 31. 2:26 remains in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 5 points. Hence the magnitude of said call. And the ball will be spotted on the right-hand hash for the Riders on first down. Extra body in along the offensive line for the Obsidian Riders on first. Handoff to Ouellette. Going to run into a wall, then second effort. Keeps going. Bounces off a man inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. Ooh. 7 tough yards from A.J. Ouellette.
7 tough yards and 4 broken tackles. Oh. A.J. Ouellette starts out as just a regular dive and then just ping-pongs his way off of Argonaut defenders all the way upfield. They only give him 6. And again, you want to talk about questionable spots. So you got 4 more yards to go. Otherwise, you're bringing Brett Lowther out.
Ouellette leaves the ball game. Bertrand Houdon comes into the backfield. 2nd and 4. Argonauts with 7 players in the box. Harris calls out the cadence. Back to pass, looks far side, throws it complete. What a catch down to the 19-yard line for a first down, and Kean Schaefer-Baker hauls it in.
Yeah. Critical catch. Well, a really good job by Trevor Harris throwing in the pressure or in the presence of pressure. He's got Brandon Dozier coming off the right edge, right in his face, and still manages to find the read. It's KSB just over the top to the right. And they get a big first down because not only is this another first down and an opportunity now in the red zone, and we talked about just, needing to create some success when you're in this part of the field specifically, but it also keeps that clock going.
Timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. The Riders 1st and 10 inside the Argonauts red zone for Ashdown Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders at the Argos 18. Right hash. Twin tight ends for the Riders. Handoff to Ouellette. Goes to the left, going to keep moving the pile inside the 15, down around the 13-yard line. for a gain of about 5 as some bodies start pushing one another after the whistle.
Yeah, you got to be careful now. Don't want to get chippy if you're the Toronto Argonauts. You still can make a stop here. And more importantly, I mean, you still can get a turnover. That's what I would be doing. I'd be like, hey, guys, like, let's just keep ripping at the ball, especially as AJ's driving forward here. Try to pop this thing out.
So a gain of 4, 2nd and 6 for the Riders now at the 14-yard line. And you heard the commissioner when he talked about the rules and the running 35 clock, how sometimes a minute can take 11 or more to play. We're kind of in that vicinity right now. 2nd and 6, Saskatchewan. They're just happy to drain this clock right now as Harris back to pass. Looks far side into the end zone. Incomplete. Led his receiver just a step too far, and the Riders are going to have to settle for a Brett Lother field goal attempt as Samuel Emelis couldn't haul it in.
Yeah, he had Emelis just too far in front of him. Emelis is one of 3 receivers to the right in the slot. You got 2 shallow routes or 2 stop routes, and then Emelis behind them running what was a really sort of adjusted kind of corner route. Again, just out of his reach, and Lowther looks to get this lead to 8.
22-yard field goal attempt. Lowther 4 for 4 so far. This for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Clean snap, good hold, great kick, and it's through. And the Riders, Brett Lowther is 5 for 5 tonight.
Yeah.
And Saskatchewan extends their lead to 8 points, 27-19 with 1:06 to go.
And they've been some really confident kicks. I mean, there's a lot of gusto on this from Brett Lowther here. And then again, you're looking at a kicker that may have potentially gotten the message. More importantly, that's what you get when you put competition in front of guys in professional sports. They realize, hey, and I think the reminder always is, like, this game and your opportunity is fleeting. And let's just rewind the clock a week ago. What if Campbell Fair goes 5 for 5, right? Right, but he didn't. He wasn't ready. And Brett Lowther now gets this opportunity to come in here, and he's kicked fantastically, if that's a word.
It is. And right now, Brett Lowther getting set to break the special teams huddle for the Riders and kick with the wind at his back to the Argonauts. Back to return, Janarian Grant, oh so dangerous this season. He's already returned a kick for a touchdown. He averages 23 yards every time he touches the football, and he'll line up on the far side at his own 5-yard line.
And this is one of the guys that can change the course of a game in the drop of a hat, right? Every time Janarian Grant touches the football, crowds hold their breath. And
so Lowther approaches, a high end-over-end kick. Deonta McMahon going to take it over his shoulder at his 8-yard line on the near side numbers. Up to the 20, 25, 30. Still on his feet to the 35 before he's wrapped up at the 36-yard line. Nice special teams tackle there by the Riders. And Antoine Brooks Jr., who makes the play. A 72-yard punt, 28 on the return. And here comes Jared Dagey and the Toronto offense with a minute to go, trailing by 8.
Down 8. Probably the last drive opportunity. Crowd getting behind the Riders. Remember, if they win this game, you lock a playoff berth up. Home game specifically.
1st and 10 Toronto. Lots of pre-snap movement. It was the Argos left tackle that jumped, and it looks like it's going to be a 5-yarder against the Blue.
Toronto, number 61. 5-yard penalty.
Braden Kemp just
remains first down.
Not on the same page as the rest of the offense. But he also has Haba Baldonado lined up, and the one thing Haba does bring to the pass rush is he's able to get off the ball. And so I think that Kemp, knowing that, is just trying to squeeze every sort of ounce of advantage he has with that 1 yard off line of scrimmage when number 95 is over the top of him.
So 1st and 15 now for the Argos at their 32. Dagey back to pass, loads it up, looks near side, it's up, it's intercepted, the Riders have it, but there's flags down in the backfield as Dagey's on his backside once again.
Haba Baldonado is going to get hit with a roughing the passer call, and it was a beautiful inside move. Dagey comes, but Haba Baldonado, I think, makes helmet-to-helmet contact up top. Or will the replay system just correct this right away? It looks like the ref has been called by the replay system to.
Indeed he has.
Yeah.
Justin McInnes, he's used up all the long distance minutes on his cell plan in one game. Heck, it might have been the last 5 minutes he used them up. So we're going to wait and get the call.
There's no flag on the previous play. First down, Saskatchewan.
So there you go, going to pick it up. And again, the Argos sideline can't believe it. So another interception for the Riders.
Well, it was a beautiful inside move by Haba Baldonado. And again, you know, it did look late, it did look high, but I mean, again, once you look at the replay system, the truth sets you free. It was just a good pass rush. And
A.J. Allen with the interception.
And the Riders can essentially just sort of wind it down here, right?
Yep. Third interception of the season for A.J. 54 seconds to go on the clock.
I think that's what Trevor Harris is telling the referees, telling them we're gonna kneel it.
Riders leading by 8, and indeed that's what the Riders will do. Victory formation at the Argonauts 49. Harris will stay up. Now will take the knee.
Yeah, the Riders, I mean, you got it done. Again, was it the way you kind of wanted to? No. But you got the win. You're not going to apologize for that. Defensively, you were stout.
Riders coming back to the line. Clock counting down. 10 on the game clock. 39 on the game clock. 10 on the play clock, pardon me. Harris going to let this thing just bleed out. He'll take a snap again. Stay on his feet. And now they'll stop the clock with 27 seconds left to go. So the Riders can take it down to 7 seconds without anything else happening.
Yeah, and after that, the Argos won't be able to stop it. All right, so you get the turnover here.
On 3rd and 12, you just kneel it and give the ball back?
Well, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to play?
No, probably going to call a timeout. There's 4 seconds on the play clock. 3, 2, 1. And now the Riders do call the timeout with
now
6 seconds.
It, yeah.
So likely going to add a second to the time clock, as they probably should. The timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. Coming up following the game, we go live to field level where only we can go with Teagan Witko and a special guest. And then, of course, we'll go inside the Riders' locker room.
Going to be an interesting couple of weeks here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders now that you've locked up a home playoff game, right? Especially with the noise that's going to start rumbling about, you know, who to play, who not to play. This team's got to get healthy. I mean, you lost Keyshawn Johnson today. You already are without one of your leaders in Roland Milligan. You also don't have Tavon Campbell, who's been out. You also don't have Nelson Lacombo or Jackson Ford. They're going to have to continue to play well with the guys that have come in. And Benny Sapp III, I think he's played really well. Anton Brooks has continued to make plays. And the Riders are going to punt this one back to the Argos.
Yeah, Dante Myers also should be among that list.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't even mention Dante Myers. You're right.
So Jesse Mirko will punt this away. 8 seconds now on the game clock and 3rd and 12. And Mirko going to just kick it as far as he can. An end-over-ender. The Janarian Grant will take it his end zone. He's got to get it out should the Argos want a shot, and he does. Up to the 15-yard lines, into the awaiting arms of a tackler, and that'll do it. Zeros on the clock. And hey, Saskatchewan, no turkeys here. Don't make plans for September or November the 8th. We're going to be back here at Mosaic Stadium hosting the West Finals for the first time since 2019. The Riders will finish first in the West. The final score on the Quality Tire scoreboard, Saskatchewan 27, Toronto 19. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and qualitytire.ca. Let's go down to Teagan Witko. Teagan?
Well, I am here with Joe Robustelli. First and foremost, welcome back, Joe. It had to feel pretty good to get a tutty on your first game back.
Felt good. It felt really good to be back out here with the guys. Had a lot of fun. Happy we could get the dub.
So now that you do have the dub, you guys got first. How does that feel?
It feels great, but we know we still haven't done anything yet. You know, we came into the season with 1 goal, and we haven't achieved it yet. So we got to stay locked in and just keep doing what we've been doing.
Now, finally, I also do just want to ask, how did you stay sharp? Not playing in those games, you know, you were healthy, but what were you doing to make sure that you still stayed in game shape mentality?
Well, we know next man up mentality. You know, football is a dangerous sport. You know things are going to happen, and if your number gets called, you got to be ready to go. So, you know, I'd be doing myself a disservice if I wasn't staying prepared and staying ready to go back in. And when my number got called, I want to make sure I got out there and did my thing.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Joe. Teagan Witko and Joe Robustelli downstairs. Again, the Riders win 27-19. The fifth quarter postgame show is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Step inside the all-new Mack Pioneer, where 125 years of legendary innovation meets the future of trucking. The Pioneer is a long-haul highway tractor with the safest, most fuel-efficient, and smoothest ride on the road. With 515 horsepower and cutting-edge technology you can track with the Mack app. The Pioneer is aerodynamic, has new wind-reducing features, and a redesigned comfort cab. There's always a new frontier. With Mack Pioneer, we're here to lead the way. Mack Pioneer at Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Saskatchewan farmers. Looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup, plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
27-19, the Saskatchewan Roughriders clinch first place in the West Division for the first time since 2019 with a victory over the Argonauts here tonight. Luc Mullinder, time for your 3 key recap for McDougall Auctioneers. official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Well, remember, we took more of a macro view of the three keys. We knew that we wanted to take this game and use it as a sort of prelude to the rest of the year. And the first one was following the leader, number 45, A.J. Ouellette. I think he's played fantastic. He had a fumble today. More importantly, though, this was a gritty win. This was a win that came down to the last drive of the game. And when we needed solidarity, when we needed consistency, A.J. Ouellette got the football, bouncing off tackle after tackle, played really solid to help run down this clock. So, again, they're going to need to be gritty. That's what the type of win you're going to need to have in the playoffs as well, these close games. I mean, this was a lot closer than the score says. We also said, and the second key is we wanted to see a mix of things when it came to the defensive approach. And I think that Corey Mace came out in his defensive coordinator, obviously, position, and he did throw a ton of things at Jarrett Deggy, but give credit where credit due. I thought Jarrett Deggy played really well today, especially in the short sort of vicinity and area of the field, right? He was really solid with his quick hitters, and every now and then he had a ball that needed to be on the rope. The problem with Deggy is he missed really two critical throws here in their second last possession, and that's really why they lost the game. And then what we wanted to see was red zone efficiency, right? Getting into the red zone is one thing, but then when you're in there, you want to score. Championship teams cross the end zone, right? The goal line with the football. We talk about that all the time. And I can't remember what they ended up being in the red zone. We did have a couple TDs, correct?
Yes.
And also finished strong with Brett Lowther, who looks like he got the message over the last week or so, because he came out here and he was fantastic, kicking really confidently. And again, this was one of those wins. It was an 8-point win. You're going to have these games come down to the final moments, right? On the last possession for the Argos, the defense stood up, got a pick, and that's exactly what you want. So I think that when it comes to the three keys looking forward, all of the elements that went into a win today can be carried forward. You got to keep scoring, you got to keep leaning on guys like A.J. Ouellette, and more importantly, you got to keep mixing up things in front of every quarterback.
Luc Mullinder's Three Keys Recap, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, the official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 27-19 the final. How did we get there? It's time for the postgame rewind for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. And hang on tight, Rider Nation. Here we go. It's Friday Night Football in Saskatchewan. Haggerty had some pressure, but gets a high spiraling kick away. That's going to bounce down to the 2-yard line. Alfred Watkins trickles into the end zone. No measurable return. He'll give up a knee. And the Rouge comes into play on the first scoring point of the football game. Toronto out in front, a minute 56 in. Harris is in the gun, back to pass. Looks to that far side, slings it underneath. That ball complete to the 50, 55, down to Toronto's 45. Still going to the 40, 30, 25, down to the 20, spun down to the 15-yard line. Samuel Emelis, big Bazandowski Agency's first down. Pass inside, caught to the 5, reaching to the end zone. Touchdown, Riders! Saskatchewan scores first, and welcome back to the lineup, Joe Robustelli, his third touchdown reception of the season. Clean snap, good hold, driving kick, right down the pipe. 6-4. Gonna fake the handoff, pitch it near side. That's Batal. He's got it at the 25, eludes one, and then whoa! My! What a hit at the end of the play, as he'll maybe get a yard. Kevin Batal does well just to hang on to it, but he takes a whop from Mr. Redwine. Clean snap. Good hold, lots of leg, and sails through the uprights. Brett's good from 37 yards. Looking up near side, flag comes down, ball is caught to the 45, 40, all the way down to the 35-yard line. Huge reception for the Riders and Joe Robustelli. Good snap, good hold, the kick is up. It sails through the uprights, and Lother is 2 for 2 tonight from the right hash. He connected from the right hash first, the left second, the third time around from the right. You bet. Sails through the uprights. Lother is for 3 for 3. Welcome back, Brett. And it's 15-4 for the Riders. Liam Haralahu to attempt a 20-yarder. This one from the left-hand hash far side of the field. His first attempt was good from 54 yards with the wind at his back. This time wind in his face, clean snap, kick goes up and sails through, and it's 15-7, the Riders lead. Feels the pressure, now scrambles to the near side, gonna pull it down and get dropped. The Riders get home with a quarterback sack, 98 yards, including that 50-yard pass and run back in the backfield. The receivers will now scamper to the far side, making it a balanced set as the handoff goes to Ouellette. He'll dance to the left, cut back to the right, get up near the 29-yard line, ball game out, and it looks like the Argos have it. Field to the near side. Deggy back to pass. Time, loads it up, near the goal line, touchdown! What a throw by Jared Deggy right into the arms of Dijon Brissett, who hauls it in
the middle of that line. And Thomas Bertrand ran right into Correa.
Second and 9 for the Riders. Right-hand hash, ball on the 53-yard line. We've got 10-10 to go here in the third quarter. Harris throws it up, looking for Kian Schaefer-Baker, who's got it down to the 30 of Toronto on the far side. Big first down Saskatchewan as Kian Schaefer is back. Argos bring blitz. Harris reads it, throws it middle of the end zone, into the arms, into the touchdown. Touchdown Riders, hauling it in against his former team, Tommy Neal. Now at the Riders 32, far side hash. Deggy looked like he was going to pitch it. Now he gets wrapped up in the backfield. That was a clear run pass option, and the Riders took all options away as Malik Carney comes up for the tackle for loss. So Haralahu to attempt a 38-yard field goal from the right hash. A clean snap, the kick goes up, wind at his back, and sails to the back of the end zone, and he is good. 3 for 3 tonight. Clean snap, good hold, and the kick sails through, and Brett Lother is 4 for 4 tonight. Gonna fake the handoff, look to fire it deep, pulls it down. Now here comes the pressure, slings it out, and it's complete far side. What a play by Deggy as he was. In the meantime, Liam Haralahu from 42 yards. He's going to attempt his 4th of the night. This a driving kick into the wind, but he's still able to get it through. Harris to pass, pumps, then he's going to get brought down back at the 25-yard line. Deggy calls for the ball. That's a little flea flicker.
Oh, wow, he's got
back
him.
to pass,
They've
wide open in the end zone. It's up, but batted away at the last second.
Yeah.
Riders able to recover as the ball was underthrown, looking for Dorian Anderson at the goal line. Huge play by the Riders D. Harris in the gun on first down. Argos load up the line. Harris fakes the handoff, looking to throw it deep. Up for Schaefer-Baker. He's got it! Up to the Argonauts' 40-yard line. What a play! Check that, Sam Emelis on the far side. Clean snap, good hold, great kick, and it's through. And the Riders, Brett Lother is 5 for 5 tonight. 32, Deggy. Back to pass, loads it up, looks near side, it's up, it's intercepted, the Riders have it. Zeros on the clock, and hey, Saskatchewan, no turkeys here. Don't make plans for September or November the 8th. We're going to be back here at Mosaic Stadium hosting the West Final as for the first time since 2019, the Riders will finish first in the West.
That was Dave Thomas on the call as the Riders clinched the West Final and number 1 seed in the West Division with a victory over the Toronto Argonauts. Welcome inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Of course, we are waiting for head coach Corey Mace outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room and our game stars, so we'll see if some of them are ready on the other side of the break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Ready for better cutting on your hay operation? More efficiency? More comfort? Of course you are! And Heston by Massey Ferguson is here to help. Meet the smart, efficient, reliable way to make legendary hay. The Heston by Massey Ferguson WR Series Windrower. Stop by Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the WR Series Windrowers.
Your Co-operators Advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious over the Toronto Argonauts 27-19, lock up first place in the West Division and the bye to the West Final that goes with it. We do have head coach Corey Mace live outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. And, Coach, I got to ask you first, your reflexes are quick because we saw on TSN a couple players, I believe it was Micah Johnson and Sean Bain Jr., try to get you with the Gatorade shower, but you wanted none of it. Care to explain?
Stiff arm, man. I played running back in high school. Still got it. No, I get it, man. I love the sentiment. I love those guys, but hey, we got work to do. That's it. We just got work to do.
I'm with you. This isn't like baseball where you celebrate every little.
And those guys go hard every round, don't they?
Seriously,
Shit.
man. I don't know where they get the energy for that, Coach.
No, I love it. I love it, though. Good for them.
Do you have any idea how Keyshawn Johnson is doing after he left the game in the second quarter?
Yeah, no, a little too early. Just seen him in the hallway talking with him a little bit, so we'll get some more information. A little bit tonight, and then I'm sure in the coming days.
And then can you just take us through how you saw this game play out from your eyes, Coach, a hard-fought win?
Yeah, man. It was it was that. I thought defensively, I thought we did decent, and then they were taking some chip shots, and then, they ended up, taking advantage of a turnover. Excuse me, and then it was obviously a huge win game. We elected to take the win in the fourth quarter, and unfortunately, they went down. They scored right out the gate, essentially in the third. But I think offensively we did a good job moving the ball, and shout out to Brett. I thought he had an incredible night. Got one of the game balls tonight. So a team win, man. We've had a bunch of those this year. And it's got us where we are right now. So, but like always, guys, we'll look at it on tape and we'll try to find solutions.
What does it mean finishing first in the West Division to you, Coach?
Just really proud of these guys. It's not easy to win a game. For these guys to come together and be able to put ourselves in this situation and have the West Final come through Regina to allow our incredible fan base to show up and show out. And it's I think it's awesome for everybody in Saskatchewan. So we hope our fan base is proud. we're certainly proud of each other in here.
Sheldrick Redwine made a heck of a physical statement in this ball game. How did you feel that he, as well as the rest of the secondary, who have just kind of pieced it together in face of injury, played tonight?
Yeah, Red and Benny Sapp, these guys, tossed into the fire, so to speak. And they did a pretty good job, man. And I know Red, came through with the strike and the hit there and almost got himself a pick too. Just those guys are incredible football players. So we knew that watching the tape and then having them come in here. And then, again, just the onus on them being studious, inside the DB room and then listening to the players on the field as well when us coaches can't really get to them. So, incredibly proud of those guys, man. It's not easy feat to do.
How nice was it to see both Sam Emilus and Kian Schaefer-Baker on the field at the same time and contributing the way they did?
Yeah, incredible. And, big plays. Each of them made some big plays for us. Our entire receiving core, I thought, was awesome tonight, man. But, the catch Sam made, going over the guy's helmet, Shafe made a couple big chunk plays. It was incredible. I know our receiver room is incredibly deep. I think our Canadian content at position is incredibly deep. Passports really don't mean nothing in that room, man. Just really good football players, period.
Coach Mace, what would you say about Brett Lauther's ability to bounce back 5 for 5 on the night? And he's actually made 14 of his last 16 field goal attempts.
Yeah, I think some people do. They forget that a little bit, man. But, for him to be able to, I think, put it together like that tonight, specifically in a win game like this, I'll tell you what, there was 3 game balls that went out. The locker room went crazy when Brett got his. So that should tell you enough about how everybody feels about him and his performance.
Coach, I'm not sure if you know the history about hosting the West Final or not, but of course, courtesy Rob Vanstone, this is just the 4th time since the Sudden Death West Final was introduced in 1972 that the Riders will host the West Final. I know Dave Thomas asked you what it means a little bit earlier, but when you think about that history and that you are in rarefied air as a head coach in a team to get the chance and earn the chance to host the West Final, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I just said, the history and all that, the numbers, there's, especially Rob, man. Rob's going to find something that's going to be historical. He's got all those things. So I'm just most proud of this group and the ability to play a home playoff game in the West Final in front of our fan base. That's truthfully the most important thing. We work our tail off to represent this province. And to be able to do that, knowing that we're one step closer, just hats off to everybody in the organization, specifically these players.
Trevor Harris talked about playing through a shoulder injury to his right throwing shoulder there, and that he feels like he's back as close to 100% as you can be. How did you see him manage that situation as he went through it after taking that big hit in Week 7 against the BC Lions?
Yeah, Trev's just a pro, man. He's just going to nonstop do whatever it takes to make himself available, whether that's getting treatment here in the facility or getting treatment, outside of the facility. He's a true pro. So, he wasn't like he was taking any reps off at practice. He's out there letting it rip, man. So, you talk about somebody who loves the game of football, man, incredible. Number 7, love him.
On the other side of this now, you've talked about it a little bit, saying that you would consider resting him once the West Final was locked up. So what might that plan look like? Could we see him on the sideline until that West Final game, or what's the thinking?
Yeah, no, he'll dress every game.
Will he start?
We shall see. I got to drink a beer first, Dunker. Shit, let me live.
Okay, I got one fun one for you. Kian Schaefer-Baker rocking the white Jordan 11s. How did he come across those? Did you see those?
Yeah, he had them on last game, and he'd been wearing them up throughout the week. I was quite, me, just like you, quite impressed. Quite impressed with the swag. But we'll keep it up, man. As long as that ball keeps finding him and he keeps blocking his tail off, he can wear shit. I might get him the next pair.
There you go, Coach. We'll let you go enjoy a celebratory beer, man.
Appreciate
Thanks for sharing
guys.
some time.
Cheers.
That's head coach Corey Mace outside a victorious Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room as the Riders clinch first place in the West Division and the right to host the West Final. So Riders fans, you got to pack the house out there. It's only the fourth time in history that the team, since it's moved to a sudden death format, has hosted the West Final. Corey Mace clearly has these Riders headed in a championship level direction as they put their aim now towards hosting that West Final, winning it, and then getting to the Grey Cup that's in Winnipeg. Next, we're going to go to our defensive game star. He's ready outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. It's AJ Allen, and it's brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. AJ, how did it feel to get the clinching interception and send your team to first place in the West Division and host the West Final?
It felt incredible, man. It really felt incredible. To have a season like this, all of us together, it's insane to me. I mean, I've been here since we've been 6-12, so it feels incredible. Couldn't do it without my dogs, man. Nothing but love for everybody, D-line, DB, Stern, everybody, man. I couldn't do this for everybody, but so it feels amazing.
AJ, you had a great night. 7 tackles, 1 sack, 1 interception to add to, I would say, a breakout season for you defensively. Through 16 games, you have 75 tackles, 4 special teams tackles, 4 sacks, 3 interceptions, and 3 forced fumbles. How has this season come together for you where you've played at a consistently high level?
And just putting in the work, man. Putting in the work. We got great coaches and coordinators that are able to put me in positions to make plays, and I got great teammates that I can trust to make the plays that they're supposed to as well. So it's a combination of everybody being great and working together.
AJ, what are you more proud of, the 4th sack of the season or the 3rd interception of the season?
That's a tough one. I'm gonna go with interception. Anytime you get the ball back, put your hands on the football is better. So I'm gonna go with the interception for sure.
Take me inside the defensive room then, because the linebacking core are ball hawks all of a sudden compared to the defensive backs, right? There's got to be some bragging rights there.
100% every week. I mean, last week we had 3, so they got to catch up. That's just what it is. And I'm gonna keep pushing them to be great. And they got to make the plays that come to them. That's what it is. That's the reality of it. Right now, linebackers are up.
You guys are up, going to the West Final for the first time since 2019. This franchise gets to host the game on November the 8th. What does that mean, clinching first place tonight?
It means everything, man. This is what we were working for. Well, part of it, right? Part of it. That's what we're working for. But this going 1-0 this week has put us in a great position to achieve our goal of winning the Grey Cup. So it means everything. And, we still got ways to go. But we went at 1-0 this week, and that's the most important thing.
Said it, 1-0 this week. Does that mantra change at all next week in your approach to the next 2 weeks or the final weeks of the regular season?
It doesn't even change tomorrow. It doesn't even change tomorrow. We're going to want to know every day, and that's how you're going to want to know every week.
AJ, Corey Mace told us that the locker room erupted when Brett Lawther got one of the game balls. How did you feel about his performance from a defensive perspective?
I'm proud of him, man. I mean, it's definitely been a tough season for Brett, but it's not anything he's not used to, right? He's a veteran. He's an elite guy, and he's a great kicker, if you ask me. So it's just a matter of him being able to put it together and keep kicking through it. The same way shooters got to keep shooting through it. We have all the faith in the world in Brett. I have all the faith in the world in Brett, and I will continue to have all the faith in the world in Brett. It's amazing to see him shine. It's the same with any of my teammates. I'm extremely happy to see him shine and kick the way he kicked tonight.
AJ, we've seen what you can do in pass coverage with your 4 interceptions. So I'm sure, a time or two, at least in practice, you see Sam Emelis, that catch that he made head top off the back of Hood's nameplate, essentially. How did it look from your view?
Oh, it looked incredible. Anytime you see a head top like that, you get so excited. You get so excited, man, for sure. It's just nothing but bragging rights. Again, like he made a amazing play over the top of him. He got mossed. He got cooked. What else can you say, right? What else can you say? It looked incredible. He's like that. That's why they call him Himulus. That's why they call him that.
Love it, man. Appreciate you bringing the energy. We'll go let you celebrate with your teammates and enjoy this win, AJ.
Thank you guys
very
so much. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate y'all.
AJ Allen, your defensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire. I'm being told it's time to go to break on the other side. Okay, we're staying here now. Sorry, we're switching things up. We're calling an audible. We got our offensive game star. He's ready outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. Sam Emilus, 6 catches for 142 yards on the night. We were just talking about it, Sam, with A.J. Allen. That head-top catch, man. How did you come down with that football?
I don't know. I guess I'm just I'm blessed, God gave me the ability to make plays, some football plays, and I just made it happen. One thing I'm gonna say is this is not the first one that I made a catch like this. So, but it felt good, and we needed it.
You're used to this, as A.J. Allen would say. But can you actually take us through the play, like how you tracked the ball and then ultimately came down to the turf with it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a double move, and ball was in the air, and I kind of seeing what the DB was doing. Like, is he trying to go for the ball, or are he just looking at me, wait for my hand to knock the ball off? And I just wait the longest I can, just put my hand out, and the ball was right by his head. So I just had to make a play for the team, and that's really what happened. It wasn't too much X, Y, Z. I just know I need to come down with it.
Sam, you made in the first quarter in that first touchdown drive, you made another substantial catch with lots of yak yards. Does that play after you make the catch develop in slow motion in front of you? Do you have a sense of the guys that are tracking you down from behind? What's your mindset after you've got the ball in your hands?
Yeah, just on that play, I was wishing that Trey would throw me the ball, because I knew they were playing 2-man and they had put a linebacker on me. And I kind of felt disrespected, and I was like, man, Trey, just give me a chance, and I'm going to run away from those guys. And that's exactly what happened, and then I made a play for the team.
What does this win mean for your team in clinching a spot in the playoffs and a home date, November the 8th in the West Final?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the goals that we put beginning of the season, just be building up for what we had did last season. And that was something that was like one of our goals, and we made it happen. And but like we say in the locker room, we're just getting started.
Sam, what was it like from your perspective to see head coach Corey Mace challenge the spot on Jack Cohn's sneak and then have it overturned in a big moment there?
Yeah, man. Coach Mace is the soul of the team. So he know that He know that we have full trust in him, and he got full trust of us. And but yeah, the spot wasn't really a good spot, and we just felt like we needed to challenge it to make sure we get the first down.
He told us that he played running back in high school, and he flashed that stiff arm on Micah Johnson and Sean Bain Jr. trying to dump the Gatorade bucket on him. Did you see that?
No, I missed it. I wish I would have seen it.
But from his perspective, does that just show, how badly he wants to get to the mountaintop and win a Grey Cup, and that this is just a small step on the way towards that?
Yeah, you hit it right on the note. It's a small goal. Like, we all know it's the bigger goal, and it's a step to get there, and we accomplished this today.
Sam, how have you come back in the lineup, seemingly so quickly and gotten back to your usual highly productive self?
It was tough, and dealing with an injury like this. It was tough, but I just knew I had to be available for my guys, and the training staff helped me get back on in shape and get back healthy, and so I just know that I need to be there for my teammate.
That's Sam Emilus, your offensive game star after the Riders win over the Argos. 6 catches for 142 yards in this one, including a 50-yarder and a head-top catch. Sam, go enjoy this victory with your team. We'll let you celebrate. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
That's Sam Emilus with an unbelievable performance. Now we can go to break. On the other side, we're going to have, at least to end here, Dave Thomas's favorite segment, the Happy Honker, and then it'll be our unsung hero after the break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportsgage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The fifth quarter postgame show continues. The Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Toronto Argonauts 27-19 tonight. Time for your Unsung Hero. Brought to you by SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace. Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. I think the Unsung Hero tonight goes to the folks that are in the booth to my left here at Mosaic Stadium. That's the coaching staff who not once but twice sent down to Coach Mace, we got to challenge this, and the Riders went ahead, threw that red flag down twice, and twice were successful, including the big third down gamble where the respot gave them a first down. So the coaching staff and their communications, we know the work that they do, but tonight they communicated effectively as a team and went 2 for 2 in coaches' challenges. Your Unsung Hero for SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace. Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. More from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. 27-19, the Roughriders defeat the Argonauts tonight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. RedheadPowersports.ca.
Winter will be coming in hot, well, cold, and if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Yee-haw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to $18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders get it done. Clinch first place in the West Division and the right to host the West Final with a 27-19 victory over the visiting Toronto Argonauts. The Riders also improved to 7-1 on the season against the East Division. Been beaten up on those teams coming from the East. Let's get to your statistical rundown here. We'll start with the Riders. Trevor Harris, a quarterback, 23 of 29 for 340 yards, 2 touchdowns and no interceptions in the game. A.J. Ouellette led the way on the ground, 15 carries for 69 yards. Thomas Bertrand-Hudon, 4 carries for a key 32 yards, a lot of those coming in the fourth quarter. Jack Cohn, 2 carries for 4 yards. One of them was massive, especially after Corey Mace challenged it on a short yardage 3rd-and-1 sneak for a first down. Key tag team there to get it done. Cohn with the sneak, Mace with the challenge. From the receiving group, Sam Emilis led the way, 6 catches for 142 yards. Joe Robustelli back into the lineup after being out for a couple games, 5 receptions for 75 yards and a touchdown, including a long of 44. Kean Schaefer-Baker in those sweet white Air Jordan 11 shoes, 5 catches for 68 yards. Tommy Neild, 3 catches for 39 yards and a key offensive touchdown there from Neild to answer a score by the Argos. A.J. Ouellette, 2 catches for 7 yards. And then defensively, A.J. Allen led the way with 7 defensive tackles, 1 sack and 1 interception. Jameer Thurman, 6 tackles on the night. Then we look at Antoine Brooks Jr., who had 3 tackles and a special teams tackle as well. Benny Sapp III, 3 tackles on defense and a special teams tackle. But Wes, perhaps the biggest stat of the night. Brett Lawther, 5 for 5 with a long from 44, hit a couple others from 37, and then the other ones were just outside 20. How big is that for the confidence?
Game ball worthy, as Coach Mace said. Big turnaround. Obviously, a little break in watching the young guy Campbell Fair step in and try to do his thing. Maybe woke Brett up. No, but as you mentioned, he does have a pretty good percentage for his last 15 to 20, so maybe he's coming out of it. Looked good to me. It was a good night.
Indeed he did. Looked as good and sounded as good as Dave Thomas did on the call. And his favorite segment coming up next. It's the Happy Honker. Get your horns ready, Rider Nation. On the other side, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Ag World Equipment in Kinistino.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
At Access Communications, we're always looking for ways to give you more for less. So right now, we're offering Access Hyperspeed 350 for just $64.95 a month for 24 months. That's more internet speed for less money. Backed by our incredible customer service, and all for one incredible price. Access Hyperspeed 350, just $64.95 a month for a limited time. Visit myaccess.ca today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
Snap goes back to
Breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the 5th quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
27-19, the final score tonight. The Saskatchewan Roughriders improved to 12-4 on the regular season, but more importantly, they clinched first place in the West Division final. Time now for the Happy Honker Award, brought to you by McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. And tonight's question, Saskatchewan and Rider Nation, comes courtesy Wes Cates. That's me throwing him under the bus. Do you think Trevor Harris should be rested in the next couple of games so that we are ready when the West Final comes about on November the 8th? If you agree that we should rest him, Rider Nation, on the count of 3, honk your horn for McBids and the Happy Honker Award. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. In the distance, there was some honking. Maybe you have a point, Wes. You played the game. You know what you're doing. Of course, the Happy Honker for McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. That's going to do it for us here at Mosaic Stadium. Saskatchewan, you're up next. It is the Radio Roundtable. Get your calls ready. The text messages are flying in already. We want to hear what you think about this 27-19 victory by the Riders over the Toronto Argonauts tonight. Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, take your calls next. It's the Radio Roundtable in just a moment here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up. Delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sport, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And of course, your Saskatchewan Roughriders take this one 27-19 over the Argos, and now they're hosting the West Final. Whew. Yeah, Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. This is the point after for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. Now, of course, we encourage you to give us a call. You can reach out to us 306-692 306-936-6262, toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. So we want to hear from you. Give us a call. Jam up those phone lines, but get in nice and early because we do only have so much time on this show. Whew. So I'm just fresh back from the stadium here, gentlemen. Initial thoughts on the performance from the Saskatchewan Roughriders here. This is the Toronto Argonauts, and obviously we talked about this in the pregame show. They were still going to come out swinging despite the fact that they're not going to the playoffs. But do you think that this should have been a little bit more lopsided in the Riders' favor, just given the start they had earlier this season?
Yeah, I feel like you're getting at something, Teagan, a little bit. I mean, obviously, you don't want to necessarily have as many field goals as you had in this game, It's good to see
But they were
Brett
all
Lowther.
made.
Right. I was about to say, it's good to see Brett Lowther make them all, but you kind of want to finish a few more drives. It's great that they got in the end zone early, and then obviously after Toronto scored, they answered that with a score, right? So I think that was the good thing to see, that they responded to what Toronto was doing, and at the same time, they came out with a little bit of urgency, got on the scoreboard early. Then it was a little bit of a snoozer there for a while, a lot of kicks, but then once Toronto got it going and said, all right, we're going to make a game of it, the Riders responded, did what they needed to do to finish off the game. So I think all things considered, with the opponent and just the fact that, they basically probably went in this feeling like one way or another we're going to end up in first place with the bye. So to get the win now in this situation, I think was good on their part.
So I can go to either one of you. What do you think they do next week?
I think they need to rest as many people as possible.
Do you think that's what Corey Mace wants to do?
He did say, at least for Trevor Harris, that he was going to dress the last couple games, but he did not say if he was going to start. Yeah,
I mean,
Wes.
quarterbacks like Trevor Harris can dress, and it's not big on the right. Like, you know what I mean? He could be the backup or the third string guy, and it's not a big deal. The question is, what kind of starters, like linebackers, maybe can you sit one or two of the linebackers? Can you maybe keep Roland Milligan sitting out, Sales, you know what I mean? Sit some of those guys, maybe a Keyshawn Johnson, because it looks like he might need some time, or Sam Emilis, who obviously showed that he got dinged up. Now he came back, had a big game. Maybe you let him sit down and get himself together. But you can't do that but for so many guys, right? Because rosters aren't big in the CFL.
I mean, there's still a month to go until the West Final. You know what I mean? Like there's some time here for the Riders.
Yeah, maybe
time to get healthy.
Yeah, maybe you have guys just dress one game and then try to use them sparingly. But I feel like you just need to get some of these vets, especially the way guys have been getting dinged up. I feel like it could happen to anybody, right? The way Keyshawn went out, that looked like could be just a little sprain, could be just it's a little sore from taking a weird hit, or I mean the way he got kind of rolled up on, he could have partially torn, or I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to jinx it. But at the end of the day, like, those are the type of things that you got to think about possibly happening in meaningless games at this point. So obviously you want guys to get rest, but you can take care of a lot of that timing and speed by getting good practices in, and that's what you're supposed to be doing anyway, practice. So I feel like you can get game reps, or close to game reps, at least as close as you need to be ready in practice if you're practicing right. So that's how I feel about it.
Justin?
Preach.
Man, a few words. You know what? I will say, for what it's worth, when it comes to the Keyshawn Johnson situation, he was frustrated leaving the field. He did not want to go to the locker room. Dante Myers actually walked off with him. And then in the second half, he was back on the sideline in street clothes. So was really hard to tell if there was something specific nagging him. I'm not a doctor. I'm not about to diagnose something I know nothing about. But you never know. We might see him back in next week in Winnipeg.
Yeah, and that's tough because he went into the tent, so the doctors looked at him.
Yeah.
And then they said, we need to go back to the back. So that means, like, sturdiness tests. Like, sometimes, you know, you see docs taking a leg and wiggling it around. They're kind of just trying to make sure it's not too flimsy on them. So if it wasn't feeling too sturdy, and they're like, well, let's, go in the back and maybe do some more tests. Like you said, can't really call it. He just came out in street clothes, hopefully just being precautious. But, yeah. No.
At this point in the season, I don't know if you can be too careful, especially given this, where they're at right now. Saskatchewan Roughriders do take this one again, 27-19 the final. And if you want to give us your input on the game, give us your perspective. The Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. The phone line, of course, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Why don't we chat with Michael from Saskatoon? Michael, what are you thinking about this win for the Riders? Okay. Again, man, a few words. All right.
Big Mike. What's up, man?
I think we lost him. Let's go to Tyler from Regina. Well, hey, Tyler. What'd you think about the Riders' victory over the Argos today at Mosaic Stadium?
Hi. The Riders' victory was a good one. the one thing I have to talk about is great job, Lau, there. He's one of the reasons why we won this game today. Another thing I wanted to talk about is the command center. They need to make some better calls out there. A couple of them, for instance, is the hit to the head on the quarterback that was reversed, and also when Oleg got his helmet ripped off there should have been a penalty for that or something for that, because they keep saying they want to help out with player safety, but ripping somebody's helmet off is a player safety thing. And same with hitting when he gets hit in the head. Those should be called, but they weren't. Also, the rider plans for the next couple of games here should be they should bench our starting quarterback for the game in Winnipeg, and then have them play at least half the game at home here to BC.
Disagree. Put Trevor Harris on the bench until the West Final. He's a pro. He'll be fine. He'll get his reps in practice. It's just not worth the risk. The rest of your point's on point, though, and you got him up pretty quick,
I don't mind. It depends.
Go back again.
If Trevor went to the coaches and said, I would prefer to get a little game action in just so I feel okay about it, then maybe I'd stick him back in there. But if he's like, nah, I'm cool with sitting, I'm like, okay, then.
Man, he was rolling around on the turf after one of those hits. Does Rider Nation really want to see that?
No, I know they don't.
Nah. Trevor Harris is 39 years old. He's been in this league over a decade. He will be ready for the West Final without any more game action.
Yeah, he got to get him a ring. He's going to want it. He's going to be ready to play. If they don't give him another rep until the Grey Cup, he's going to ball.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Wes.
I'm just saying, like, if it was one game, I'm just saying, he's going to be, like Dunk said, he's going to be ready.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, Tyler from Regina, for giving us a call. What do you think, Rider Nation? You can feel free to reach out to us right now. Echo Sound Hotline is 306-936-6262 and toll free 1-866-767-0620. We are going to take a quick break and we'll be right back on the other side. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Ritchie Brothers Fall Farm season is here, featuring a huge selection of agricultural equipment coming up for auction across Canada. With 28 separate equipment auctions scheduled between October 2nd and November 6th, we're confident you'll find the equipment you need to get up and running or expand operations. And the best part is you can view detailed listings and quickly assess their assets entirely online. Head on over to rbauction.com to learn more about this great opportunity. Once again, that's rbauction.com.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system, or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it.
Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you coming off of this Riders victory 27-19 over the Toronto Argonauts at Mosaic Stadium tonight. And yes, that means that they are hosting the West Final, clinching first. So if you have an opinion on the game, what'd you think? Let us know. You can call us or text us on the Echo Sound hotline 306-936-6262. You can always call us toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. I think we got Michael back. Michael from Saskatoon. What'd you think of the game?
No.
Don't do it again, Mike.
No.
Michael.
Don't do it again, Mike.
Is this a prank, Michael? It ain't funny, bro.
I don't think we have Michael.
No.
We did have a different Mike text us, again, on this Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, saying, good to test Harris next game in Winnipeg because Winnipeg has a reputation, or good to not test him next game because Winnipeg has a reputation of being dirty, trying to injure our players. Can't afford to lose Trevor Harris.
Shots fired. He calling him out early. Like, they about to decide to take him out. Hey, see, I hope Coach Mason's listening to that.
Put Trevor Harris on the sideline.
Put him on ice. Yeah. Put him in the cold tub for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Rosemary also saying, yes, I agree with the last caller who said the Riders should sit Harris, especially for the game in Winnipeg. They should also sit AJ Ouellette. They are
agreed.
Rosemary's claiming it's because they're going to try to take out every good player they can. You just got to keep these guys healthy.
That's my sentiments at this point. I mean, yeah, and they're vets. A lot of these guys have been there, done that, and I think they're just ready to go. So I think, yeah, and it's always good to let your backups get some real playing time, some real action, when it's available. And I think this is a perfect time. You've done what you need to do to lock up home field in first place and all that good stuff, and let some of these other guys get some reps so that if they do need to step in there, it's not like you're just throwing them in the fire. They actually kind of feel a little more comfortable because it hasn't been so long since they've had some live action.
Again, the Riders win this one 27-19. You can reach out to us, 306-936-6262. So this text here, Morley from Bruno, says a win is a win, but it's still not a championship caliber win, in my opinion. Yes, we're battling injuries, but who isn't? Unless Mace is hiding blitzes until playoffs, I don't know. Tonight, Toronto had all day to throw and completed passes. Can't stop the pass.
All day.
Why not
Jared
send the house?
Daggy was beat around like a punching bag.
Yeah, he was getting rid of the ball. There was only one sack, though. The Riders only got the one sack
He was
by
still
A.J.
getting
Allen.
beat
But
up, though. My God.
Mad pressure. He was getting
all day to throw the ball, bro. You haven't been watching Argos games this year at all.
a lot of pressure,
God.
a couple knockdowns.
You could argue that Jared Daggy should have been taken out of this game for his own health because his head slammed off the turf at least 2 times from big hits. But yeah, I guess he had all day to throw the football. What games are we watching here with some of these people? My
that must have been something else the command center messed up on. They're supposed to pull him. We can't get him out of here.
They did
get
on the
him
first
checked.
one.
Oh yeah,
they did on the first one.
Yeah, that's right.
Second one, they're like, nah, you already did it once. You're probably fine.
The Echo Sound hotline 306-936-6262. Toll free 1-866-767-0620. Why don't we have a chat with Joel? Joel from Moose Jaw. What did you think about the game?
I thought it was a great game. They played hard. I think there's always room for improvement, but I was really impressed with Brett Lothar. And I think a big change for him is a new person holding the ball for the kicks. Earlier in the season, it was actually on this show, somebody had mentioned the same thing, that this year, having a coach hold the ball, they just didn't have the confidence. And I saw him kicking with confidence tonight, and it was good to see.
That was the best we've seen Brett Lothar hit the football, I think, since last year. Man, he was confident. He was stroking it. He had a nice little draw, Wes. Looks like my golf game out there down the middle. I don't know how your golf game looks, but I like that little draw.
Hey, I finished up this season real nice. I'm excited about next summer. It's going to be a while, but I'm ready. But I don't know, man. Is that what it takes? You miss a few. I wonder if, I had fumbled 5 games in a row and then I went through a couple games without fumbling. People would be like, oh, look at him tote that thing. He never puts it on the ground.
He's made 14 of his last 16 kicks, Wes. Both of them were from 50 or more.
I know, man. He did his thing tonight. I ain't going to mess with him too much. But let me see another game of that real quick. Let's see. He's the one guy that doesn't need the rest, so we're going to play him. We're playing him for the rest of the regular season.
With some tightness.
Hey, we better get some yoga in, holler at the trainers, whatever. Get some needling.
Go to hot yoga, Pilates.
Yeah, but Brett, you're in. You're not getting any games off. Sorry, buddy.
All right, Joel from Moose Jaw, thank you so much for the call. Again, that Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 and 1-866-767-0620. I think we got time for another quick one here. Let's go to Rodney in Regina. All right. We are going to take a quick break instead. Okay. Feel free to give us a shout. Again, you know that Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. And let me tell you something. My yard was so ugly, I had to throw pork chops on the lawn just to get the dog out there. Kind of ironic that it was Barkman Concrete landscaping products that fixed my problem. I got mine at Wood Country, natural. Paving stones, retaining wall blocks, patio blocks, pretty up your yard. Come take a gander at Barkman Concrete products from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season, so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
Winter will be coming in hot. Well, cold. And if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you as the Riders win 27-19. And that means, yes, they are off to the West Final and they're hosting that game. So what do you think about this one? Give us a shout, 306-936-6262. Of course, you can call us, text us on that number, or call us toll-free at 1-866-767-0620. So let's chat with Mark. Good day, Mark.
G'day, Teagan. G'day, Wes. G'day, Justin. How are you?
Good.
G'day, Mark.
G'day. And you're getting better with your g'day, Wes. Well done.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I got to be ready.
I must say, Teagan, yeah, that's it. And talking about being ready, I reckon if you three want more warmer climates, come down to Sydney. We've got a great 30-degree day here today, and it's only spring, so summer will be great.
I'm very jealous because I was quite cold on the sidelines today. What'd you think of the game, Mark?
I loved the game. I think everything was executed perfectly. I would say that Coach Mace needs to keep Lowther in for the next couple of games because he was absolutely on target today. And the secondary really played well, and I was especially impressed by the new young guy, whose name doesn't come to mind immediately, but he played. Pardon?
Redwine?
That's the guy. He played really well today, and I think he plays really well in defence, and Coach Mace should keep him on the field. We're all very impressed.
Yeah. He was doing his thing.
And we can keep this form up. I mean, even being in Winnipeg, well, that'll just be the icing on the cake.
I like
it. Mad at you.
Okay.
I mean, if Rowan Milligan Jr. is healthy, he's going to come back into the lineup at that boundary halfback spot. But it's great that Sheldrick Redwine has looked really good for backup purposes, and that Benny Sapp III has played well. You got two rookies that started tonight in the secondary, and there were not those big explosive plays or coverage busts that we've seen in other games, Wes.
No, for sure. I think that anytime you can have defense, especially like secondary guys, anytime you can have DBs come in and not really have some big busts or just not getting eaten alive by receivers or the pass game of the opposing team, I think that's a win because it's tough to get in there. Obviously, you would assume that they're probably not as apt as the other DBs. So you get in there with a little less experience. You don't really know how to play guys, and you get exposed sometimes. So for those guys to come in, make plays, have some big breakups, and get a turnover, that's big.
Well, Mark from Sydney, Australia, we always love hearing from you. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call. The Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. We got a text in here, no name on it, but it does say the hit on the Alford return. It looked like the Argo that hit him came from out of bounds. Any thoughts on that? Mario seemed pretty ticked off.
I wasn't sure how that. I mean, I guess if a guy's coming down, he gets blocked out of bounds and comes back in. But if nobody, I mean, I can't say that I haven't seen something like that before. But I would be surprised if a guy that actually wasn't on the field decided to just haul off and hit Mario Alford. So I don't get what the complaint would be. I guess you got to make an effort to get back in bounds when you are out of bounds. But that's more of a offensive thing than a defensive thing, I would say.
Another text here. Let me see. Gene driving back to Prince Albert, I'm imagining, from the game. Emelis was amazing. That catch over the defense head. Wow. Schaefer Baker shook off the rust. Made some amazing catches. We clinched first off Lawther's foot. Thank you, Brett, for those 15 points were definitely needed. Go Riders. So we got some positivity here.
Yeah.
That catch was outstanding.
Yeah.
Moss and Deontay Hood. Like, Hood didn't even look back for the ball. That was nasty. Sorry, Delonte Hood, defensive back number 14 for the Argos. Like, that was unbelievable. Trevor Harris tried to spot it out there. It was a little bit behind. Sam Emelis, man, doing his thing. He said he didn't even know how he came down with that catch, but he said he's done it before. Muscle memory, what have you, man. Great athletic play. That, to me, was the highlight of the game.
Yeah, that was big. I think that's the Sam I'm Himelis, as we've heard AJ Allen call. They call him Himelis, like I'm him. He's been playing like that whenever he's been healthy. So this is who he is, and he makes great plays like that all the time. I'm more excited to see Kean Schaefer Baker playing at a high level, because you think about the fact that, okay, we got Sam Himelis out there doing his thing. Then Keyshawn Johnson's been the possession receiver, like dog, probably still at the top of the league, if not number one in second down conversions. And then you think you got Kean Schaefer Baker, the big play over the middle guy coming back, and then throw in a little TD, Tommy Neal, and maybe a little Robustelli. It's a lot of receivers to have to worry about. So I just feel definitely Kean Schaefer Baker. He's a big play guy, definitely an emotional guy. You see him on the sideline getting the crowd hype and just doing his thing, having fun throughout the game. And I think that's important to have guys like that on your team, helping keep your emotions high.
Oh, yeah, and they were fired up on that sideline today. Holy. And I didn't see it. I was focused on grabbing Joe Robustelli to chat after the game, but I understand that Corey Mace would not allow the team to dump water.
He wanted no part of it. He said he played running back in high school and gave a stiff arm to the Gatorade shower that was forthcoming or potentially coming from Micah Johnson, Sean Bain Jr. He ain't like these baseball players out here celebrating winning the division, winning ALDS, NLDS. No. He only wants that when they win the Grey Cup.
The difference between football and baseball. My goodness.
Maybe it just wasn't his flavor or something. I don't know.
Was it just water?
Was it just water? I don't know.
Maybe he's an electrolyte guy. I don't know.
Yeah, if it was like the lime, like that original Gatorade, yeah, I wouldn't have wanted that either. Give me at least some cherry or orange or something.
I didn't realize you were that much of a princess, Wes. Okay.
Lemon lime, bro. Lemon lime for the win.
Lemon lime, that's the original.
Red Gatorade?
Yeah.
Actually, I like the newer.
Red and
orange?
The
newer stuff, but that original, like the lemon lime.
That's OG.
I know that's OG, but that's why they made new flavors. Because
you like red and orange? Those are at the bottom of the rankings.
I don't know about all that.
Okay, coming to you Tuesday after the Thanksgiving weekend, our power rankings on Gatorade flavors.
Right.
Lemon, lime, blue.
Yeah, blue.
And then nothing else.
Red
is trash. Orange is trash.
Blue. Yeah.
You said you liked red and orange, didn't you?
Well, I said over the OG, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, boys, we have people waiting on the phone lines. Let's get to it. The Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. A man we haven't spoken with in a while, Chili Willy. Chili Willy, are you calling us from Cancun? Am I reading this right?
Yep.
Okay, so you watched the Rider game. What'd you think?
Well, first off,
Ready, chicken in.
sorry, did I lose you?
Chili,
no,
sounds like
you're
you're getting in trouble or you got a food order or something going on. What's happening?
Technology's not my strong point here. Yeah, I saw the game. It was fantastic. What I wanted to call about is 12-4, correct? Our record?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever really been 12-4 before. Anybody? Have we been 13-5 ever?
Yes,
Yeah,
13
we
and 5
were.
in 2019, the last time that the Riders hosted the last.
So
final.
really, there's nothing for anybody to complain about this season, I would say. But I agree with Justin Dunk that Trevor Harris needs to just take a rest. We have 2 games left. We play Winnipeg in Winnipeg, and we have BC at home. Isn't the goal that we get to the Grey Cup, isn't that the whole yearly, all-long goal? And we all know the answer is yes. So we want to give ourselves the best opportunity to win the Western Final so we can advance. And I believe that resting Trevor Harris is the correct thing to do. And any insurance policy money that we've paid for a good quarterback, a solid quarterback like Jake Mayer, or this young whippersnapper formerly of Notre Dame, these boys need to get their shot. We have to use our insurance policy for the next 2 games so that we put ourselves in the best position to win the Western Final at home and advance to Winnipeg.
Chili Willy gets it.
Here's the interesting part for Winnipeg. They have a game tomorrow in Edmonton. They have 3 games left. Then they play us at home and then Montreal at home. They have to win out all 3 games just to make the playoffs. Then they'd have to go to BC and beat Rourke and the Lions in their den before they get an opportunity to come here. So they literally have to win 6 games in a row to make it to the Grey Cup. Winnipeg. First, they got to run the table. So
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Winnipeg, the number 4 team in the West, is in no matter what. The bottom 2 teams in the East are out of it. So unless somehow Edmonton catches them, yeah.
They're still mathematically alive.
Yeah.
But Chili's point is valid.
Yeah.
Went out. So I'm saying that our quarterback Harris, we ride or die with him, and if he takes us to the Cup, win, lose, or draw, I say we give him a 1-year contract extension and let him roll into his 40th year if that's what he wants to do. But I think he'll be a hell of a coach when his playing days are over. So there I am. I hope you enjoy your evening. The game was fantastic, guys. I don't want to hear no negative Nancy's calling in for the rest of the night. I'm so glad that you guys have cleaned up from all these crybabies. We have the number 1 running back currently in the standings after 16 games in A.J. Ouellette. We have the two receivers in the top 5. I mean, our quarterback is 450 yards away from 5,000 yards. The only one who's slinging the rock better than our guy consistently is Bo Levi Mitchell. So he's
Nathan
in some
Rourke
pretty
would like a
darn
word.
good. I'll give you Nathan Rourke, but I'm just saying I said top 3. So, we got nothing to be ashamed of, and we just need to protect the mothership and get to the Western Final healthy and move on.
Yeah, for sure. In Coach Mace's defense, though, I think it would be good just to have Trevor Harris go through all the motions of game day. So, yeah, still dress, still do pregame warm-ups and all that good stuff. And, just keep that, I guess, weekly clock going, so to speak, just to keep him kind of on a typical game week regimen as far as preparation goes. But, yeah, not playing him I'm all the way with you there, Chili Willy.
Chili Willy.
Chili Willy.
You can call anytime.
And calling all the way from what I imagine is a vacation in Cancun, Mexico. So we appreciate you listening, Chili Willy. Thank you so much for the call. Let us know what you think, Rider Nation, as the Green and White take it, or I guess the Obsidian Riders tonight take it 27-19 over Ottawa at Mosaic Stadium. And they clinch first in the West. Let us know what you think. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. We'll take a quick break and be right back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter will be coming in hot. Well, cold. And if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Yee-haw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to 18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates with you. Getting your input on this Riders 27-19 victory at Mosaic Stadium over the Argos. And now, a lot of Rider fans setting their sights on November 8th West Final here in Regina. What did you think about the game? You can feel free to give us a call right now. Echo Sound Hotline is open, 306-936-6262, or toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Robin is hanging out on the line. Robin from Surrey, BC, what did you think of the game?
I loved it. I like the fact that Riders clinched first place. What got me is whether you want to sit Harris or not. I look at the fact that he played with an injured shoulder, they said, from BC Lions game. And you could almost see it. He wasn't 100% right within the last few games he was playing. This game, he didn't throw any interceptions. You rest him. You get that soreness out of him. He's fresh coming into the finals, and that's what you want. You don't want him still banged up a little bit. You want him healthy as can be, and, that's what I'm looking at. And, another player that I couldn't understand why I sat him for 2 games is Robicelli. That guy's an awesome young player, and, they sat him out because you got Emlis coming in, you got Shafevik coming in, and, you have to look at his potential. And what did he do? Right off, came back off the list, and bang, touchdown. So that's what I'm looking at, and I love Wes Cates' opinion on sitting Trevor.
Yeah, no, I think go ahead and let him get as healthy as possible. Like you said, Robicelli, I think definitely last week, because I know they had some ratio issues, and he's an American, so I think that was a big reason why he was set down last week. And then you got some studs coming back off of injury, so I think that was a big part. Doesn't take anything away from him, and I think if it works out that way, they'll find a way to have him on the roster. But like we say, it's a good problem to have too many good players at a certain position. But yeah, Trevor sitting down, resting up, especially like you said with some of the soreness that he's been dealing with, and as you get a little older, you don't really heal as fast, so he might need a little extra time. Go ahead, chill out.
You have to look at that. You give a guy some time and fresh him, and like you say, he's old, so he's got
I didn't say he was old. I said he was older. No, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay. And you take a look at some of the, like Milligan, I don't know if he'll be back or not, but Cabell will be back. That red wine looked like he's going to be all right, because when he laid that one hit on, you could almost see him smiling through his helmet. He was fired up for that. So, we've got some good players back there, and, it's just a matter of, like you say, ratios and who's going to play and who's not going to play, and, But the rest, some of the good guys that we've got, and like Carney, you could set him out of it. Maldonado, the same thing. Give them guys a little bit of break, get them fresh, get them ready. And this next game against BC Lions, that's going to be a little bit of a tale too, because I think the Lions are going to be the ones that we're going to be meeting in the finals. So that's my opinion.
That's a good point.
Don't show them nothing then.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It'd almost be better for them not to have to play starters against BC, and then BC to need a win, so they're out there running their offense, and you can really scout well. And then, like Dunk just said, be basic against them, and maybe let's scheme up some stuff. Like right now, they really need to be scheming up stuff for whoever it might be. Winnipeg, Calgary, BC. They need to be putting in new plays, a couple every week, just so they can have some new stuff to throw at these teams, and they've got the time to kind of do it, so take advantage
and get everybody healthy.
Exactly.
All right, Riders take this one 27-19 at Mosaic Stadium. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. A little bit of time left here, so feel free to get queued up in the phone line. 306-936-6262 is the Echo Sound hotline, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. It's brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. We'll be right back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for you right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. wood-country.com.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportsgates.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And it's with Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates as we talk about this 27-19 win for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. More of your calls in a moment here, but first, we need the keg size moment of the game. It is brought to you by The Keg in Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com. Yeah, what a call, hey?
Touchdown, Tommy. Yeah, Dave. I like that. We almost running back into the hands, into the end zone, into the yeah.
Don't ask me.
A lot of into this, but it worked.
That touchdown was huge.
That was.
It answered Argo's touchdown and really helped them win. Like that was big time stuff from Trevor Harris finding Tommy Neal. Touchdown, Tommy!
And against his former team, so that's got to be even sweeter for Tommy.
I feel like he's got like a 30%, like somewhere between 30-50% TD to catch ratio. Like every other catch, it seems like he's in the end zone or something. He really is earning that name. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, absolutely. All right, that was your keg size moment of the game, talking about this 27-19 win for the green and white. If you have an opinion, well, you got to call now or we're going to run out of time. But I know we do have Wayne from Victoria, BC, who wants to talk about the game. Wayne, what did you think about the Riders tonight?
I was very happy, of course, but I just want to congratulate especially Brett Lowther. I thought he had a great game, which I was happy about. Nice to see him. Hopefully he's got his game together for the rest of the season.
Yeah, let's hope so, and let's make sure he's out there kicking for the rest of the season, too.
The other comment I wanted to make was... Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, I agreed with you guys about Trevor Harris. He might as well take the rest of the regular season off and get ready, and just be a backup. And we got to see what Jake can do in his stead, you know what I mean?
Trevor Harris can go down to Cancun with Chili Willy.
Absolutely.
But what if he wants to get that 5 stacks? No?
Man.
You going to let him get it? If he says, I want to go get it?
Grey Cup or 5 stacks?
I mean,
we all know.
Yeah. We know.
It's Trevor Harris. Come on. I feel like he's earned some time off, too. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Just relax for a little bit here.
What about AJ and his yardage? If he wants to stay in there and tote it, get some, make sure he finishes on top of the league.
He ain't got no bonuses in his contract even to want more money. AJ let you sit down on the bench.
Well, and AJ's one of those guys who's done everything he's been asked to do. Again, he deserves a bit of a rest. Keep that guy healthy.
Hey, I mean, they took short yardage duty away from him. So
tonight, yeah.
He's back to normal labor.
Which is still a substantial amount.
Yeah. No, I know. But, yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like I might want to get stay on top of the rushing in the league. But if coaches ask me to sit down, I'm like, yeah, all right. I'll do it. Fine.
Fine. I guess I'll rest.
Yeah. But if I was like close to breaking a record or something, I'm going for the record.
Fair enough. Well, thank you, Wayne from Victoria, BC, for giving us a call there. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable. We do have to take a quick break and wrap things up pretty quickly here, so we will be right back after this. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Kim Breckner, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Saskatchewan Riversdale. Saskatchewan is an export-based province. We need all levels of government working together to end the tariffs. I've heard from so many constituents who are concerned after the Sask Party government changed its position on EV tariffs and stopped calling for them to be removed. We need to scrap the Chinese EV tariffs to protect our canola producers. Contact me at 306-230-7358.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season, so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for you right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates as we wrap things up from downtown Regina here after the Riders take this one 27-19. And boy, that was October football. A little bit of a breeze down there on field level. Didn't seem to impact Brett Lawther's game tonight, though, which has been a massive topic of discussion here today. But yeah, just 2 games left in the regular season for the Riders. So anything for the cause here, gentlemen? Anything that you want to leave us off with? Justin, we'll start with you.
Let's just reiterate it, okay? Chili Willie gets it. Our guy Robin. Who was the last caller, too? What was his name? Wayne. Like, everybody got to understand. Trevor Harris, just take a seat. AJ Ouellette, you can sit down, too. You know, while we're at it. Jameer Thurman. Chill. Malik Carney. Micah Johnson. Let's keep going down the list, okay? We'll put some of these guys in the game. CJ Reeves, he could probably take a chill pill too. Like, just kick it on the sideline, okay? They're going to fight it. They're going to want to play. I get it. But you're trying to win a Grey Cup. These are veteran, high-level players. You know, we've talked a lot about Trevor Harris, but A.J. Ouellette will be just fine with practice reps. Same for Jameer Thurman. Same for Scoop Carney. You know, same for some of these other guys that we didn't talk about. Like, you know, we shouldn't discount the offensive lineman either. I'd be like, Logan Furland, you can take a little breather if you want. You know, you might say that you want to play, but we're going to be like, yo, sit down a little bit. Let's get a look at Braden Knoll, see what he can do in there. So there's some decisions you have to make. You can't just sit everybody because there's salary cap implications here, and it's like, how many players do you want to pay to be on the one-game injured list? The Riders, fortunately, are cash flush in that regard, but you can't just bring a whole new team in here. So you're going to have to be selective with how you do it. But your major stars, they should get at least 1 game on the bench. Trevor Harris is the exception. He shouldn't play until the West Final.
Yeah, straight up. I mean, this is as simple as this. You don't only have so many guys on the team, so there's only going to be so many guys you can really sit. So I think everybody that you can reasonably sit and still be able to field a solid offense and defensive roster and have the guys to play special teams and not burn anybody out, I think you do that. And I know, you know, sometimes you don't want to mess up any rhythm or anything like that. But at the end of the day, I feel like the Riders haven't really had great rhythm, so it's just about guys just staying in their zone and just keeping their bodies and just keeping their minds focused as a normal week goes, and then just, taking care of your bodies. So, just do that.
We'll see what it looks like. We'll see what Corey Mace is thinking when the depth chart comes out next Thursday, because we will be back in exactly a week. Next Friday in Winnipeg, 6 o'clock Saskatchewan time will be kickoff for that game. In the meantime, make sure that you pick the score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game, which will be on the 25th when the Lions are in town. SaskTel, stay connected. And with that, happy Thanksgiving, gentlemen. For Curtis, Alan, Mosh, as well as Wes, Justin, producer Dave, good night from the Sports Cage studio on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Ritchie Brothers Fall Farm season is here, featuring a huge selection of agricultural equipment coming up for auction across Canada. With 28 separate equipment auctions scheduled between October 2nd and November 6th, we're confident you'll find the equipment you need to get up and running or expand operations. And the best part is you can view detailed listings and quickly assess their assets entirely online. Head on over to rbauction.com to learn more about this great opportunity. Once again, that's rbauction.com.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Saskatchewan farmers. Looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup, plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities